The smoke of battle spreads over the empty plain, strewn with the remnants of a brutal conflict. Amid the carnage, a lone warrior stands upright, her trembling breath escaping in ragged gasps as she surveys the aftermath. She lowers her gaze to her legsat, the huge, dark-skinned enemy, and admits that she herself did not expect any mere orc to bring her to such limits. This was evidence that the fragmented forces of the Demon King still smoldered with power for a long time. She thinks, although the Demon Lord himself has fallen, the war is far from over. Many of his high-ranking generals have vanished into the darkness, so those like this one remain to hold on until the end and keep fighting. Raising her heavy-bladed weapon, she declares that the era of monsters is coming to an end and humanity has won. She gives the Black Ogre a moment for last words, acknowledging his stubbornness. He responded by standing alone against the wave. The defeated warrior lies broken on the thirsty earth. His blood flows into the soil until consciousness begins to fade. In his final moments, he felt memories of cruelty surface, not from enemies, but from his own. Before his eyes flashed the mocking laughter of the demonic elite. They saw in him only a hideous, useful tool to be discarded as soon as his power ended. She tightens her grip and prepares to end his suffering with one merciful blow. And just as she moved to strike, her eyes widened. A sharp, sudden alarm felt the air change or noticed a movement she had not expected. She stands over the fallen giant and absorbs his last, desperate thoughts. Ogre Kuroki laments his existence. He wants to be valued not only for his brute strength, even if just by one single person. Her face suddenly changes, from cold determination to a mask of pure shock. She saw or realized something, and it shook her to the core. The warrior's hand in a glove begins to tremble. The metal plate quietly clinks as the grip on his weapon weakens. Her great sword, once raised for a deadly strike, now hangs uselessly, and the weight of sudden insight presses upon her. While the fate of the ogre giant hangs by a thread, the scene shifts to a treacherous game in a distant forest. A hand reaches to pluck a mushroom, but the silence cracks with talks of growing danger. The blonde elf informs her companion of alarming news. The remnants of the Demon King's troops no longer behave like scattered beasts. Instead, they have begun to band together into dangerous raiding parties. She emphasizes the full seriousness of the threat. In just 1 month, 5 villages have already been wiped off the face of the earth. For the local guard, this is not just a hassle. Things have gotten so bad that the guild now sends adventurers to every settlement. The burden of her words weighs heavily on the young boy standing near. His face pales with the realization of the danger close by. The elder elf woman finally reaches the true reason why they suddenly returned to the village. He urgently presses for a quick return to the village, gripping the basket of mushrooms so tightly that his grasp tightens, and anxiety flickers repeatedly in his eyes. Beside him, the blonde elfess does not drop her battle tone. She keeps her hand on the hilt and boasts that as long as there is an adventurer of rank A by her side, no job poses a threat. To prove her point, she draws her blade and tears through the wind. Cuta magical gale that with one motion slices through the thick trunk with flawless ease. After this, the young boy is left with eyes wide open in admiration, and in response to his praise, she only snorts boldly and contentedly with a confident smile. Her display of strength immediately meets sharp condemnation from Elder Elf. He reproaches her for the reckless cutting of forest trees, and the scholar reminds her that she was forbidden from doing so since childhood. So the warrior remains depressed and irritated after the lecture. Their quarrels stop when he freezes. Ears catch a creepy crackling that echoes dully through the forest. While the women are still processing what they heard, the boys instinctively shout that something is wrong, and his gaze sharply drops to the place where the noise came from. The forest itself seems to groan when the crack of wood intensifies, and the whole trio involuntarily raises their eyes to the dense line of trees. Between the cracks settles a heavy silence, ethic with the realization that a piece of the forest has already been torn apart by something approaching. Suddenly, a giant dark-skinned hand strikes the tree trunk with insane force, crushing the bark so that a terrifying sound echoes. The swing of the limb stuns the whole company. They freeze, eyes wide open, as they see the raw power of the alien. He emerges from the darkness, a bulky figure of muscle and horns looming over broken wooden beams. Under the oppressive presence of the ogre appears the fierce, snarling face of an orcand. This confirms the boy's worst fears about organized monsters lurking in the wild wilderness. She quickly recovers, moves ahead of her companions, and orders them to stay behind while she prepares the defense. With a bold cry, she unleashes Wind Edge across a powerful X-shaped airstrike that tears a gap on the way to the approaching enemies. She watches as the warrior lunges forward, and her blade unleashes a torrent of magical fire. The knight shouts the name of her technique Blaze Saber and brings the shining blade down on the huge monster. But the black ogre does not blink. He blocks the strike, crossing his thick dark arms. The warrior's eyes widen sharply in disbelief as the enchanted steel cannot bite into his body. The strike only sparks against the skin, which turns out to be unnaturally tough. Stunned by the monster's endurance, the knight only freezes with her gaze until the man-eater moves from its place. She is gnawed by the thought. What kind of creature can have a body so incredibly hard that even a blazing blade becomes useless? The tension thickens as she realizes her strongest attack is completely neutralized by the beast's coarse physical endurance. Suddenly, the ogre changes pose and it becomes clear that his defensive stance was not only for his own salvation. He carefully unclenches his huge palms, which were holding something pressed to his chest. The group freezes in confusion at the sight. Their hostility momentarily gives way to the presence of sheer bewilderment from the giants and their unexpected gesture. In the protective paws of Agra, a small human girl is trapped, her cheeks burning with an unnaturally hot fever. She convulsively gulps air, her eyes glazing over from the fever, and through a quiet whimper she squeezes out pain. The realization strikes the blonde elf girl like a tangible blow. The monster they fought was not an attacker but a desperate guardian for the dying child. Kneeling in the final act of submission, the ogre extends the girl to them. His voice deep and hoarse drowns in bottomless despair as he pleads to save her life. He has already shed any semblance of fight, and the fate of the one he protected now lies entirely in the hands of those he considered his enemies just moments ago. Silence in the forest returns as soon as the momentary threat of violence recedes. Somewhere high above the dense line of trees, distant snow-covered mountains silently testify to a strange figure tightly fused between a monster and an elf. After pleading with the ogre, the group makes their way back to where it is safe, to the village. The peaceful settlement, nestled between rolling hills and sturdy wooden houses, sharply contrasts with the fight for life and death that has just erupted deep in the forest. In one of the modest houses, a young girl finally rests in a soft bed. A blonde elf, a scholar, and a village boy stand nearby watching her recover. In the room, medicine bottles quietly chime and the soft light of the afternoon falls a beginning of a new, uncertain chapter for the child and her amazing safety. She lies motionless, her face flashing with a deep, unnatural heat as the fever takes hold. On her forehead a damp cloth, a tiny salvation against the illness devouring her fragile body. Watching the child suffer, the young elfess recognizes the symptoms of the cursed gate black fever. The disease does not relent, it is as relentless as it is dangerous. With a heavy heart, she understands, a tough battle lies ahead for them. Turning her gaze away from the bed, she asks what happened to the giant creature that brought the girl here. The village elder reassures her. The monster is securely locked in the village's underground cage, snelled firmly with rods forged from magically infused iron. The elder continues and says that the cage is impenetrable to everything except the strongest magical power, a force unattainable by an ordinary orc. He approves the decision to keep the creature in chains while they assess the situation. Strictly looking, he orders her and the young boy to keep continuous vigilant watch so that in the village, while it deals with their unusual guests, no unforeseen complications arise. While he speaks, a high-ranking elven knight interrupts the conversation. Her voice cuts the silence with alarm as she asks whether it would be better to simply kill this creature. The elder does not give in. He remains firm and says he will decide the fate of the orc himself once all the facts are known. While she expresses her reservations, the experienced elven warrior prepares to set out, promising to return as soon as he deals with those who still pose a threat in the surrounding forests. He throws a reassuring word to the young elf, and his eyes mixes anxiety and stubborn determination. As soon as he leaves, the village scholar begins the delicate process of brewing a healing elixir, while a whole avalanche of questions rushes through her mind. She is troubled by the orc's actions. What could make a creature with such authority go so far as to protect a human child? She leans closer, frowns, examining the child's features. A sudden guess strikes her: the girl is not human. Escaping the room, the young elf runs down a narrow wooden corridor, driven by the rumble of angry voices echoing outside. Someone shouts insults, calls someone a pig, and demands to know what they were doing near the village. Outside the heavy iron bars of the cell, the jailers have gathered a crowd, faces twisted with rage. They hurl threats at the prisoner inside and shout that they will kill the demon who dared to show his face. Inside the cage, a massive ogre giant kneels on the stone floor, bowing his head in a silent display of endurance. Several arrows are deeply embedded in his back, dark blood has spilled around, but he does not move. As soon as the young elf reaches the crowd, the villagers turn to her with shouts of joy and praise. They greet her for the catch, calling her a true traveler, but they do not guess about the quarrel visible in her eyes. Standing nearby, the armored warrior watches the prisoner with cold, calculating eyes. She insists that leaving such a creature alive is too great a risk and suggests ending him immediately. Despite the pain and threats, the giant man-eater finally speaks. His voice is slow, heavy, and thunderously grim. He ignores talks of execution, asking only whether the sick child will recover. His words only incite the guards to new violence. One of them kicks him hard in the side. They fiercely curse. His thick hide weapons barely pierce the dense muscles, and the young elf stands and watches everything, stunned, without a sound. She dashed forward, her voice breaking as she ordered the crowd to stop and declared that by order of the high authority, no one is to touch the prisoner until a formal decision is made. The elves behind bars watch this with surprise mixed with boiling rage. At her plea, the elven researcher suddenly snapped sharply with words. Elf snaps. Her face twisted with a thirst for revenge, and she demanded a weapon to personally end the beast's life. Suddenly, a wave of crackling magical energy flared, striking the huge prisoner and tearing a hoarse groan from his throat as he collapsed under the magical attack. Frightened by the sudden cruelty, she sharply raises her hands and desperately begs them to stop while the abandoned blade clinks against the stone floor. The air thickens so much it could suffocate. The peasant's fury clashes with her frantic orders. The grief of the elven scholar overwhelms her with a scream. She demands an answer why anyone would protect such a monster when her own husband and son were slaughtered by him during the war. Her words are an open wound, exposing a deep trauma that fuels hatred in the village. Struck by the accusation, she clenches her gloved fist, lowering her gaze, and struggles with an impossible choice between duty and the aching pain of her people. She admits, she also feels the urge to strike, but something stops her hand. Amid the clamor and shouts, the broken giant shifts. He moves. His voice barely breathes a rasp, but he ignores his unbearable pain to whisper a plea for the child's safety. Nanoe looks at him. Her face pales and turns to deep astonishment at this incredible selflessness of the creature. He struggles to hold his gaze on her, lonely, exhausted, as if begging, take care of the girl, even if it means his own end, for nothing else matters to him. She freezes in place, unable to reconcile in her mind the image of the bloodthirsty demon with that desperate fatherly figure standing before her. The dungeon crowd begins to stir, a heavy atmosphere settles, and the weight of the plea hangs over everyone like a shroud. Despite the hidden anger, the bloody rage quiets, leaving instead a tense, watchful silence. Alicia's eyes widen sharply as a sudden fierce tremor shakes the village. Outside, the air is pierced by sharp cracks of explosions and desperate cries of her people. She turns to Cress, and despite the chaos, her voice sounds firm, ordering him to stay hidden while she rushes headlong toward the sounds. Emerging outside, she encounters a nightmare. A huge pack of armed orcs has broken through the perimeter. The men in the village are petrified with fear, their voices tremble as they wonder if the captured ogre called this fierce onslaught. Having no other choice, the young elf draws her weapon and throws herself into the thick of battle. She knows she must hold the line, her face frozen in a mask of stern determination as the first wave of monsters looms over her. With a sharp cry, she calls upon the power of the storm and unleashes Tempest Blade. A blinding surge of magical energy tears through the orc ranks, scattering them like leaves in a gale. Yet even as her strike lands, a cold, bony hand reaches from the shadows behind and whispers a silent curse. Despite her powerful resistance, even more horned attackers continue to flood the village. They move with coordinated cruelty, suggesting they are led by something far more calculating than mere bloodthirstiness. Suddenly, the magical aura around her blade twitched and the spell was broken by an invisible force. She gasped in disbelief as the orcs approached. Their guttural chuckling echoed her growing fear, and a bony finger counted potential victims. Watching the massacre unfold, a hooded figure like death stares with empty, shining eyes. The skeletal creature looms over the chaos, its jaw clicks as it peers over the abundance of precious elvas already ripe for the taking. This Lord of the Dead raises a scythe and declares that they have finally found the legendary settlement of the Millennial Witch. He orders the orcs to keep the elves alive for slave markets while allowing them to feast on humans after harvesting their organs. The monsters respond with a deafening, bloodthirsty roar. He confidently imposed his rule over the village, but deep in the orc stronghold a new nightmare awaited the young Crest at night. The boy silently stared through the iron bars of his cell, his heart pounding in his chest as he recognized that mountain orc bandit, the sister he had been warned about. He froze in place as a huge shadow slid inside the cage. The enormous size of the prisoner made the boy lose his breath, his thoughts racing for a way out or rescue, but his feet remained chained to the cold stone floor. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a piercing screech of metal as if it had snapped from a terrifying force. A blurry mass squeezed thick iron bars and tore them in half like dry branches. Cress let out a stifled scream, a complete shock. His eyes widened as impossible actions unfolded before him. The giant stepped through the ruins, and his dark, muscular body rippled with strength as the last cell crumbled around him. He loomed over the trembling boy, a silent giant of shadow and muscle, as if swallowing the very light of the corridor. A massive, roughened hand stretched out and lowered directly onto the small, defenseless boy. Chris squeezed his eyelids shut and froze, certain that the end had finally come from this monster. Instead of a devastating blow to his head, suddenly something warm and gentle descended. A huge hand lay there with unexpected tenderness, a silent sign of support that overwhelmed the boy. He froze, his eyes filling with tears. His fear for a moment turned into complete confusion. He did not move at all, only the small body still convulsed from the echo of terror, even when the direct threat had disappeared. Ajit, turning his gaze to the path ahead where the bodies of the worthy orcs were scattered on the ground, promised loudly and low that he would return soon, then moved forward, leaving the stunned boy behind in the silence of the dungeon. His trail also cooled down, but the warrior woman stood her ground, holding the defense against the skeletal nightmare and his orcish minions. She inhaled gas, her chest convulsively rising, and as the weight of the battle began to press down, it became increasingly difficult for her to breathe. Suddenly, the necromancer unleashed a devastating gravitational curse, pushing the young boy into the ground with an invisible, tormenting force. He mocked their situation and reminded them how unlucky they were. This band of orc bandits is led by a high-ranking wraith. While the monster jeered, she gritted her teeth and realized the hopelessness. Her opponent is a high-level demon, immune to physical strikes. And worst of all, the silence spell prevented her from responding with her own magic. As she looked at her fallen comrades and felt the end was near, a powerful rhythmic dull thud began shaking the very ground beneath her boots. The sudden vibration snapped the undead sorcerer's focus. His empty eye sockets widened as soon as he sensed the approach of a creature that defied all his expectations. A giant figure of a black ogre loomed over the battlefield, and the warrior froze speechless, not understanding how he could have slipped out of his iron imprisonment at all. Passing by the ogre giant and the bone lick, they freeze in a battle stance while the earth trembles under their weight. Watching the opponent, the lick realizes this is not an ordinary mountain orc and demands to name the origins of the creature. There is still no answer. The necromancer raises his hand and whispers a spell conjuring a catastrophic supernova explosion, but the ogre did not even blink. A gigantic explosion bursts outward, covering everything around with a blinding flash and thick clouds of smoke. When the dust begins to settle, Lick sees that the silhouette of the ogre is still standing, and he is paralyzed with shock. He growls at the dirty pig for the audacity of ignoring the words of the high-ranking demon. Next to her, a young elf looks in despair and disbelief. Her eyes are wide open. She does not understand how anyone could survive such a direct hit of high-level magic. Suppressing the heat from the flash, the dark-skinned warrior lunges forward. His gigantic body tears through the remnants of the explosion with terrible ease. Lick trembles with genuine fear, finally noticing the incredible endurance, horns, and dark skin. He realizes who his enemy really is. He freezes in mounting horror as the truth reaches him. His jaw hangs in a silent scream of realization. Behind him looms the giant silhouette of the opponent, like a shadow with no escape, confirming the worst fears about the true nature of the creature, as he stammers the half-spoken name in a trembling voice. Before he can utter a word, a giant fist crashes into his bony jaw. The force of the blow shatters the bone and twists his head away from his shoulders, tearing everything into a flash of dark energy. His headless body flails through the air like a rag, and he flies with a dull thud into the distance, while the scythe clatters and falls uselessly to the ground. The Dark Warrior did not move, the undisputed victor of the short but furious clash. Glancing crookedly at the rest of the invaders, the giant figure growled the order to disappear. The voice dripped with a threat that could not be argued with, and he made it clear he was busy now and had no patience to endure their presence. Cowering in horror before the naked power, the orcs scatter in a panic flight. Their piercing screams echo through the village as they scurry to escape the monster that just destroyed the high-ranking necromancer. Opening her eyes in fear, the young elf tries to understand why the creature she perceives as an orc risks everything to protect her people. Sensing her confusion, the warrior turns to her and simply asks if she is unharmed. The moment of rest lasts briefly. He suddenly falters, his strength betrays him, and he falls heavily to the ground. The exhaustion of battle overtakes his massive body. He lies motionless in the mud. His fall was sudden, and the girl, in despair and confusion, cries out to the mysterious protector who just saved her life. He lies motionless on the ground, his gigantic body finally frozen after the bloody clash. Alicia stands over him, and in her gaze is a heavy taste of admiration and anxiety. She thinks, the fists that took so many lives have gained mystical power equal to the power of holy or demonic blades, so even her own protective magic becomes useless. The fallen warrior, whom some know as the Black Ogre's Eid, is still bound to the ground by his own exhaustion. He is a demon who once fought side by side with heroes, a testament to how colossal the power he possesses is. When he slowly regains even a little awareness, he raises his gaze. A knight stands over him. Her voice is hoarse after the clash. He asks about her hesitation, wondering why she did not take the chance to end his life while he was vulnerable. Instead of a finishing blow, she meets his gaze, eyes full of tears. What she sees confuses him. He cannot understand why a warrior of such caliber cries over a monster like him. She is silent for a moment. Tears run down her cheeks until realization comes. She whispers to herself and wonders if the reason for her sadness is only that they are alike. Looking around at the devastated landscape, she begins to remove from her soul what weighs on her. She says that as the only heroine in this world who carries the blood of angels, she was never asked for anything but absolute strength. Her voice trembles as she recounts a life reduced to battles she had to fight since childhood. She complains that she was never allowed to choose another path. Her existence was reduced to a tool of war, just like the creature lying before her. Suddenly, her sadness is overtaken by fierce, impulsive determination. She points a finger at the stunned ogre and declares her decision. Since they share such a lonely fate, he must become her husband. She looked at him with an expectant gaze while he responded the same, shocked, not believing his own eyes. His thoughts were deafened by the absurdity of her sudden proposal. He was met with her unwavering, decisive no. She stated that the war was over, so they needed to leave immediately before they were discovered, leaving behind the tools of conflict. She turned out to be an incredibly dominant woman. She took control of every aspect of their new life together, from the wedding itself to where they would settle, and even to the rhythm of daily existence. She simply decided everything, and he followed her will. She was the first to pave the way. She set up the home, established a routine, gathering food and going to hot springs. Meanwhile, he realized that he himself chose to stay close, although he had no obligation, and found strange comfort in the life she built for them. He stayed because of the memory of her tears, a rare moment of vulnerability that broke through her iron endurance and tied him to her. She revealed to him the depth of her loneliness, and in response he gave a silent vow. Never again would he allow her to sob like that. He understood. Now his only desire was to see her smile, a simple longing that replaced the violence of his former life. His yearning for a peaceful life began to bloom like a lonely flower in a quiet field, putting down roots in the sanctuary they found together. He felt deep pride that he was the reason for her joy. When they settled into their new life, Daria's laughter became constant, whether she was tending the laundry or simply sharing a quiet washing moment beside him. Late that evening, the two sat side by side in the tall grass, their silhouettes outlined against the boundless starry sky. A single streak of light pierced the darkness, a silent messenger crossing the heavens. Watching the falling star, she shared a story from her past and wondered if he knew. If you make a wish upon it, they say it comes true. She recalled her elven mentor who once took the enchanted glow of such a star and forged a legendary panacea. Turning to him with a soft gaze, she asked if there was something he desired. The question hung in the cool night air, suddenly touching him. He looked at her, the trembling starlight reflected in his eyes as he searched for an answer. Before he could speak, she leaned closer and her gaze became serious, vulnerable. Slowly, but with special strength, she confessed her deepest wish was to have a child with him. The admission stunned him. He sharply held his breath at the weight of those words. In the ensuing silence, his large, dark hand reached out and gently covered her palm amid the blades of grass. It was a silent vow, a tangible expression of the bond they had formed in those quiet days of their exile. He felt a deep certainty. This bond was exactly what he had been searching for along the long, lonely road of life. For the first time, he allowed himself to believe without a shadow of doubt that this happiness was real. But the thing they had built was fragile, and the end came suddenly by a cruel, merciless force. Dasha collapsed, her body convulsing with a terrible cough that splattered crimson blood on her clothes, and the light of their shared dream began to fade. She weakened, lying in the bed she shared with him, and her strength melted away until the weight of their choice pressed on them both. Said stood aside, a towering figure, and the shadow on him from the realization. The union of a demon and one of angelic blood was probably becoming a burden the body could not bear. Despite the cost to her, she lifted her gaze to him and barely smiled quietly, but enough to reassure, insisting that everything would be fine. Her voice trembled like a delicate thread of resolve as she swore she would protect the life growing inside her, no matter the consequences. This decision burned brightly in her eyes. The maternal instinct overshadowed the physical pain. She reminded him her current role was to be a protector, a duty she accepted with all the last fragments of her strength. As the days passed and her life force waned, she spent hours gently stroking her swollen belly, as if deliberately pouring her own life energy into the child's silent sacrifice made in the quiet of their home. She watched as the silence finally broke with the loud, strong, and healthy cry of a newborn girl. While the ogre cradled in his large hands the little one screaming life wildly, the woman who gave everything lay motionless, her colossal task finally complete. On her last breath, she whispered a name. Nanwa and begged Zahid to show their daughter the world beyond the trees. The light faded in her eyes and her life force burned out in the final act of creation. She spoke of a future where the child would no longer be confined in the shadow of the forest but would see the vastness and beauty of the kingdom. Because the infant carried the blood of both their lineages, she believed the girl could become anything from a legendary hero to a ruler of demons. Reaching out one last time, she asked him to hold her finger, seeking support in his strength. He took her palm. His face became a mask of stern determination as he promised to fulfill her last wish and guide their daughter through a world she was never meant to see. He presses the infant to his mighty chest, his expression heavy as if a vow made to a dying woman. In his memory, she creates a barely audible whisper as she apologizes for leaving him alone with this world and with her child. Standing before a simple wooden cross adorned with flowers, he listens as her voice still echoes in his mind. She says he is free to seek love again and should not feel bound by duty to memories of her. The entire homestead is bathed in colorful flowers, and the ogre holds the crying infant in his arms, while the memory of his wife's voice playfully whispers that he is the most handsome man in the world. He is certain his kindness will bring people to him. Giants show how Garden combines sadness with determination. Gazing into the distance, the new reality weighs heavily on him. Years later, he cares for a young girl while she stirs in bed, and her delicate figure sharply contrasts with his huge body. Next to him, an elven girl explains that she managed to introduce a powerful panacea of the high elves to ensure the child's recovery, yet she cannot hide her shock. The legendary hero united and gave life to a daughter with a representative of the demonic lineage. His eyes sharply widen, a flash of understanding or anxiety, in other words. He stands before the elf, his gigantic figure casting a shadow as she tells about her actions. She admits that she looked into his memories using a magical mirror, justifying her suspicion by reminding him of his demonic nature and the need to be cautious. She continues her assessment, telling about the exhausting path he overcame, about the journey across the continent without rest for the sake of medicine, about how he endured violence from frightened peasants, and even about how he shrugged off the dark magic of the lick, having only slept 2 hours. She looks at him intently, in her eyes both surprise and a grudging respect for such an absurd display of endurance. In response to how she treats the child, he thanks her wholeheartedly, but she rejects these words and demands what drives him to go so far for someone else. She presses him further, acknowledging his devotion to the fallen hero, yet still interrogates how he can look at the child, the very cause of her death, without a single drop of anger or hatred. His gaze remains unchanged, and the weight of her words hangs in the air as he prepares to answer. He simply shrugs disdainfully at her question and says that as a miserable orc he lacks the intellect to engage in such heavy burdens or complex feelings, so instead he focuses on the simple reality before him. His thoughts involuntarily returned to the one single moment of patience from the one otherwise portrayed as a strong warrior, the memory of how she waited for him, and how this seems to hold all his existence and justifies every hardship endured. He stood tall. His mighty figure testified to strength as he recalled the past. Without hesitation, he accepted the path laid before him. Dayara brought Nanoe into this world along with her mother, and that was enough. Now he decided to fulfill his own role, to raise girls or become a father. The ogre's words hung in the air, heavy as a father's devotion. He looked at the young elf and declared that the child was a precious treasure both for him and for Daria. Alicia could only respond reservedly and thoughtfully. Her gaze drifted aside as she pondered the depth of his promise. At that moment of reflection, a memory of a girl appeared. Under the boundless starry sky, she watched as the celestial streak faded into darkness. With eyes wide open, she asked whether that fleeting moment had the power to fulfill any wish that could possibly exist. She leaned back with a playful, all-knowing smile when asked if there was anything she desired. Although the offer to hear her wish was sincere, the girl just pressed a finger to her lips and hid her deepest heart's longing. Turning back at that moment, the mighty warrior broke the silence with a sudden proposal. He looked at Alicia and asked if she would consider coming to live in his village, promising a place where she belongs. The elf took a pause to consider her proposal. As soon as she spoke about the scars left by history, her face became sad. She reminded him that many of her relatives died in the last battle 7 years ago. And also, when the common Enemith army of the Demon King disappeared, the human kingdoms once again fell into unrest and became dangerous. She barely leaned forward, fixing her gaze on his face as she made a counter-proposal. Not to leave them, she asked. She said he should stay there with them. Her request was unequivocal. She wanted him to stay and play the role of protector, a shield against the growing uncertainty that was increasing in the world. This unexpected request stunned the ogre for a moment. His eyes widened, and the weight of her request and the entrusted silent yes fell on him like a heavy burden. He listens while the elf explains. The child's illness is only a consequence of their long, exhausting journey. She advises them to settle somewhere and wait a bit until the girl gets stronger, because staying in one place gives a different perspective on the world. Despite sound advice, the giant ogre refuses the offer because he fears his presence as a member of the demon race will only bring trouble and unwanted attention to the peaceful village. Noticing his hesitation, she sighs and accepts his decision, but immediately shifts the conversation to compensation. A calm, almost predatory Smilind, she demands a staggering 100 million gold for rare medicine and her specialized care as a high elf, leaving him completely speechless. She continues ruthless trading, detailing the insane sums rare ingredients for the panacea cost, and how highly her own work is valued, for she is one of the few high elves left in the world. If he truly wants to leave immediately, she insists, the debt must be paid in full right now on the spot. With seductive precision in his gaze, the elf offers the last alternative. If the debt cannot be paid in advance, let him stay and work in the village to repay the debt through service. When the burden of the debt settles on him, the young girl stirs in her sleep, shakes her eyes, and lets out a long, tired yawn. She raises her gaze with a bright, innocent smile, and hunger finally returns. She cheerfully announces that she wants to eat a rabbit. The warrior can only stare wide-eyed and freeze in silent silence between the elf's calculated trap and the simple, joyful needs of the child. He quietly and carefully places his huge palm on the young girl's head, an amazingly gentle gesture from such a formidable creature. Nanoe shines, eyes closed, and she has a moment of pure, innocent joy, as if she does not notice at all the heavy burden her protector has just taken on. Glaring at the new employer, the ogre gives his word, acknowledging the terms of their agreement. He clearly states that he understands the situation and will remain in the village at least for the near future, officially obliging himself to the work needed to clear the dash. A little later, he stands before a worn, stone-end wooden cottage, his new home. While Nanoe inspects the upper ledge of the building, he looks at the tattered walls and finally feels he is here for a long time in the elven settlement. The early morning sun illuminates the sturdy stone tower and the attached cottage, quietly settled against the backdrop of distant, jagged mountains. There within these walls, the young girl wakes from sleep, shakes her head and rubs her eyes, shaking off sleep, sits up on the bed. Nearby, on the floor, the huge ogre still sleeps just as deeply, his heavy, measured breathing echoes through the quiet room. She surveys the room with wide-open, wandering eyes and slowly realizes she is finally free, far from the dark, narrow places she once knew. While a butterfly flutters through a crack in the wooden wall, she recalls the recent journey and the fact that they really moved to this new refuge. The gentle insect lands right on the nose cheeks of the giant man-eater, and he snores in his sleep, twitches, and quietly delights her as she watches the contours emerge on his massive features. Suddenly, a cruel explosion shatters the silence boards and stones fly in all directions. Somewhere further away, several pairs of boots crunch on the forest floor, making their way through thick thickets and dappled sunlight clearly, with purpose. It turns out to be a knight, a young elf, and a schoolboy. They are making their way through the forest as they follow their own path to an unknown destination. She listens as the scholar explains the elder's decision to settle an orc and a child in the old windmill. She was assigned to guide them through the forest and teach the village laws, but in her heart, a wave of doubt still rises. Was it worth calling such creatures into their midst? While they walk, her companion throws in a comment about a quite unexpected side of events, and he finds it hard to believe that the hero who once saved humanity could fall in love with an orc. The scholar continues, and her voice softens as she recalls how this orc was a protector for all of them, so she begins to believe that he might not be the monster everyone fears. But Alicia quickly interrupts, warning her sister. Such naivety is dangerous, and says that many people in the village still leave confused after the elder's choice. Her words are cut off by a sharp, bloody explosion echoing through the forest. Hearing the deafening thunder, she and her companions realize everything is coming from there, from the windmill side. The young elf immediately becomes frightened. What if the orc has finally broken free and started a massacre? They rush to the source of the sound, but find only what remained. A ruined structure collapsed into a chaotic heap of shattered wood and stone. Reaching the ruins, the young elf woman screamed in disbelief upon seeing the house leveled to the ground, her eyes wide open in shock. In the rubble, they find a huge ogre who is shamefully cowering, and next to him a young girl bursting into laughter. She happily explains, it was not ill will, but the result of a giant sneeze that turned out to be much stronger than the fragile house could withstand. He stands like a barricade of muscle, and the young girl holds onto his leg. Opposite them, two elves watch with visible anxiety, not knowing how to act after the chaotic destruction of the home. Peeks from a safe hiding place at his huge figure. The child is silent, and her eyes are full of both curiosity and still unrelieved fear of strangers. Reading her hesitation, the giant gently places his hand on her head. His voice is quiet and supportive as he explains that these are the ones who helped her recover after the illness. He asks if she can greet properly. Nearby, the younger elf suspiciously peers into the ruins, wondering if a stranger is hiding somewhere there. The frightened girl suddenly changes. She steps forward as if straightening her shoulders and meets everyone with a bright smile. She loudly states her name and proudly declares that she is 4 years old. Her energy throws the elves off balance. After her appearance, she makes a deep, respectful bow and formally asks for their friendship. The sharp transition from a quiet, shadowed figure to a polite, lively child throws two women off balance. This stunning spectacle of innocence is too much for the elves. Their previous fatigue instantly melts away. They are clearly moved. Their faces glow as they try with all their might to contain their delight at the incredible charm of the girl. The ogre praises her for such a polite introduction, and the elf scholar finally finds her voice. She introduces herself Estelle and gestures toward her younger sister, Alicia, as they stand among the windmill ruins. She gives a warm, motherly smile, greeting the young girl, who responds with a look of pure joy. Nearby, Alicia is still a bit stunned by the sudden turn of events. Her cheeks still burn from this meeting. The presence of the young girl still gnaws at Alicia from within, and she sternly tells herself, Manhwa is half demon and her potential cruelty could explode at any moment, so this cannot be ignored. Her fist clenches tightly and she decides to stay vigilant, not to lower her guard, even despite the innocent appearance of the child. Returning to the group, she informs them that the elder asked her to be their guide through the forest and urges everyone, prepare to depart right now. As they begin their journey into the lush forest of blessings, Estelle explains, the elves live in harmony with nature, following strict rules to avoid disturbing the environment unnecessarily. She talks about their communal hunting practices, emphasizing that by respecting the forest's balance, the forest in return provides them with sustenance, deer and rabbits. Hearing the mention of animals, the young girl exclaims that she loves rabbits, and from the elven researcher, who smiles warmer than ever, comes agreement. Their cuteness is undeniable. She explains that hunting animals is strictly regulated, but the group can gather as many mushrooms as they need, so because of the child's remark, "See me so" leaves everyone is momentarily puzzled. They lead them to a dense patch of mushrooms. Alicia holds individual samples up to the light and challenges the newcomers to determine which of them is safe to eat and which is deadly. She freezes in stunned silence when a huge ogre snatches both mushrooms from her hands and, without thinking for a second, throws them into his mouth. In response to his reckless act, she screamed convulsively in horror while he chewed the mushrooms with a dull crunch, showing that both samples she offered him were actually deadly. While she contemplates the legendary resilience of his kind to toxins, the elven chronicler rushes forward. Her face pales with anxiety as she checks the burly warrior. Ignoring her concern, the giant ogre glances down at the little human girl beside him and growls hoarsely, explaining that he just wants to know which plants are safe to feed her without fear. Under the influence of his words, her expression changes as if softening, and she solemnly promises to teach him the secrets of the forest so he can protect his ward. As she makes the promise, a pair of sharp-eyed elven scouts watch from the shadow of thick trunks. Their faces twist with a mixture of suspicion and disdain. While they observe from the trees nearby, a young girl begins her own exploration. Her face contorts in a grimace of pure shock as she bites into a cluster of mountain peppers with a sharp, acrid smell. She reacts to the burning sensation of the spices, and the elder scholar leads on, boasting with a gesture toward a sunlit glade and a lush grove of fruiting trees. The massive creature stood in the very center of the lively glade, a true flower field that seemed out of place in the dense forests. He wore an elegant crown and a heavy wreath of white flowers, but he stood frozen, not moving, his entire gaze fixed on a single dragonfly circling in the air. It was a deep, quiet moment of calm, sharply contrasting with his bulky, monstrous figure. Estelle says that the riverbank is the perfect place to stop for a midday meal, as the water is abundant with chub and trout. She adds that she brought her own spices to prepare the catch. While the group contemplates the plan, a huge ogre steps forward and catches the elf women by surprise. Little Nunoa beams with delight, and Zaid announces that he will prepare dinner himself and begins wading, heading to the stream. He abruptly steps into the shallow water, and his bulky figure casts a long shadow on the surface. With a sudden explosive movement, he raises his huge hand and slams it onto the riverbed with a thud. Thunderous strike, it tears the current with wild, merciless force, and water splashes, like from a cannon, fly high into the sky. In an instant, the water surface is covered with fish floating belly up after being stunned by the impact pressure. Elven women freeze in stunned silence, amazed at how skillfully the hunt continues. Estelle marvels at the size of the prey, while Alicia already begins to wonder if the ogre has any culinary skills at all. After some time spent preparing the ingredients with bare hands, the warrior looks around and proclaims that the dish is finally ready. A strange dish emerges, stargazy hamburger made from trout which he ground using the force of his own grip. He arranged the fish heads so that they peeked out of the meat and looked upwards, aiming to create a festive atmosphere for the company. The huge ogre creature causes an immediate, physical reaction in the two elves. Their faces contort with a mixture of horror and disbelief as they stare at this unconventional being. Unfazed by shock, the young girl kindly offers the blonde elf a portion, encouraging her to try the dish. She had helped prepare it. She shines with innocent pride while the elf warrior stares fixedly down at the bowl, covered in cold sweat. Her companion behind her turns pale and is about to faint just from the sight of it. Despite her doubts, the warrior woman still dares a cautious bite. Her cheeks puff out as she forces herself to chew the morsel through the polished, delicate texture. Tears well up in her eyes as soon as the reality of this dish reaches her brain. The crushed bone crunches, a sharp taste of fish scales bites in the mouth, and along with it comes an incredible smell of raw organs. This show is too much for a scientist. He finally bursts out with an attack of righteous indignation and declares that this creation can no longer be called food. It is a blatant insult to the sanctity of life. She directs her irritation at the child and insists that the girl was misled about what constitutes proper food, although she still eats with blissful indifference. Dragging herself forward by the force of sheer determination, she regains self-control. The priestess raises her commanding finger and declares that she will now show what real cooking is, ordering the giant to bring her even more fresh fish so she can do everything correctly. She begins by carefully removing the scales from the fish. Her movements are precise. She pulls out the entrails and cuts at the level of the fillet. Next, she grinds a mixture of mountain pepper and salt, mixes the spices into olive oil, and adds the juice of freshly picked fruits to create a fragrant marinade. When the liquid is ready, she carefully immerses the fillet, ensuring that every inch of the meat absorbs the complex flavors. Moving on to the heat, she places the fish skin side down on a flat stone and grills it until the aroma fills the air, announcing that the food is finally ready. The result is a true masterpiece. Grilled trout with a bright citrus note, the skin perfectly crispy, and the meat tender and flac-seasoned with wild garlic greens and a distinct pinch of salt. She lifts a hot dish to the girl, who immediately freezes from the heavenly aroma before carefully, then eagerly, beginning to eat. As soon as the flavors touched her tongue, the child is instantly transported, her eyes open wide, and a universe of taste literally explodes in her head. At that moment of culinary revelation, she froze with an empty gaze and finally had to admit to herself, the dish her brother served was actually terrible. She continues to eat with delight, ignoring the shock frozen on the giant's face when he realized the scale of his culinary defeat. After she finishes eating, the young girl yawns widely, her eyes dimming from a full stomach, and her giant companion collapses helplessly as if crushed by the weight of newly grasped truth. Seeing her exhaustion, the elven scholar asks if she is ready to go to sleep, and her companion remarks, "No wonder considering how much that child managed to eat." When the survey of the surroundings is complete, the group sets off back to the village. The child sleeps in the ogre's hand, holds her carefully, gently, like a cradle. They move quietly through the forest, where the sun paints patches on the ground, and the silence in the thicket reflects the thoughtful mood of the party. His thoughts again drift to the human knight who once praised his cooking, and he begins to wonder, was her standard simply different, or did he completely misunderstand what truly good food is? The knight even compared his cooking to army rations, claiming they tasted like fresh organs. This phrase leaves the elven scholar deeply embarrassed by the hints at human military cuisine. She slightly tilts her head, sincerely apologizing for how she previously disdainfully rejected the orc culinary tradition. Zaid listens silently as she admits her narrow-mindedness and expresses regret for her behavior. When the ogre looks down at the sleeping child in his giant hands, he acknowledges his limits and explains, he was raised by orcs, so he only knows their customs. He understands that he cannot give Manhwa the upbringing a human child needs. Relying solely on himself, his knowledge is insufficient. He acknowledges the human blood flowing in her veins, thereby giving her a chance to live among her own kind if she wishes. Two elven women watch him, moved by the depth of his care for the girl's future and the weight of the responsibility he bears. Casting a glance at them, he quietly and humbly asks to be taught human ways, their cuisine, their diet, and even their clothing. Alicia listens without looking away while he speaks of a desperate thirst for knowledge to better care for the child and strives to understand every aspect of human life. He steps right at the very edge of the forest boundary. The giant warrior explains his ultimate goal. He wants Nanoya to have the freedom to choose her own path and be ready to live as a human if that is ultimately what she desires. He will not let his past limit her future possibilities. She responds with a warm, supportive smile and immediately agrees to help, reminding that they are all comrades living in the same village, so cooperation among those who share a home is completely natural. Her gaze softens, a new meaning and connection with this unusual family before her appears, and in it is seen a deep empathy for their satisfaction. She remembered the image of the elven warrior who once promised to fight for their future and then went to battle from which he never returned. The memory for his daughter was bitter. She felt a deep resentment for being left behind. Standing nearby, the scholar observed how the young girl was increasingly declining, feeling a storm of emotions rising within her. The girl's attention sharply shifted to the dark-skinned cannibal, and her face froze in an expression of pure, unadulterated pain. In a fit of rage, she accused him of her father's death. Her words struck like a physical blow and hit him with a look. The baby in his arms looked at her wide-eyed and frightened. Frightened by the scream and palpable tension, the young human girl began to cry uncontrollably. Her loud sobs filled the air. Then she looked at the ogre, and her voice softened with pity as she apologized for the outburst, saying that the girl had always been extremely close to her father. She watches as the huge ogre remains motionless while the young human girl he cares for sobs. Now she understands how deeply he cherishes the child, a bond that goes beyond the history of their races. Far from others, a young elf sits curled up by a tree in the silence of the forest. She is consumed by self-contempt. She whispers to herself how miserable she is for losing control and lashing out, how it happened even before such a small child. Her prolonged shudder is interrupted by a familiar voice. He acknowledges that her pain has been heard. Confused, she raises her eyes, trying to see the one who found her in this loneliness. To her shock, a large group of her relatives gathered nearby, even including the village elder. She stammers, trying to understand why they all came here specifically. One of the women steps forward, her voice trembles with rage and sorrow as she confesses that she prowled the forest after the ogre, intending to take his life. She says that the demonic clan took her husband and son, and no elder's order will make her forgive them. Next to her, a man closes his eyes, and on his face is the burden of his own grief, which he never spoke of. He admits, despite his intention, he never managed to strike. He explains to the gathered crowd and the stunned girl. After witnessing the ogre carefully caring for a human child, he finally understood the depth of the creature's heart. The realization that an orc can feel such all-consuming love overturned his own foundation. She can only look back, tears flow down her face as the weight of his words sinks into her mind. The hatred she held as a shield begins to crumble under the burden of a truth she can no longer deny. She stood silently while her father confessed the burden that weighed heavily on the village. He admitted, realizing that their supposed enemy was no different from themselves meant losing the comfort of simple hatred, and now they were confused, not knowing how to act next. Wiping tears from her eyes, she raised her gaze to the gathered Elvis with new determination. She solemnly asked if they would agree to hear the proposal she had kept in mind, a way forward for all of them. The sun continued to slowly cross the sky, casting long shadows on the mountain peaks that vigilantly guarded the ancient forest. Beside her, a huge ogre and a young girl were making their way through the forest, but she suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened in shock when a scene she could not believe opened before her. Before them stood an old stone tower, not a ruin anymore, but a fully restored house. She screamed with joy, and her voice echoed through the glade as she realized their home was whole again. The elves stood by the entrance, and Waded, the warrior who had spoken earlier, led them. He explained that they had managed to fix the exterior, but inside everything remained bare and unfinished, and there was not a trace of anger in his tone. Suddenly, so many strangers said she was overwhelmed by a wave of confusion. The little girl stepped back behind the giant ogre figure, peeking through the gap, curiosity and fear that had not yet faded mixed in her gaze. With a gentle expression, she stepped forward, sat down to meet the girl's gaze, sincerely apologized for her outburst yesterday, admitting she knew from the start the child was not to blame, only her own pain had clouded her mind. She stands silently while her father speaks on behalf of the entire group. His voice is heavy with regret as he admits the former attitude towards the newcomers was unacceptable. He stopped in front of the giant warrior and the little girl. The elves explained, this new home is both an apology and a sign of gratitude for protecting their house, a sincere invitation from the village. He lowers his gaze and his voice rumbles hoarsely as he asks if they are truly capable of finding it in their hearts to forgive someone like him, while the young elf watches his reaction intently. She admits directly without any tricks that she does not yet have a clear answer, and her face softens as she weighs the weight of his question. Continuing her thought, she explains that she simply refuses to be the adult who humiliates parents in front of the child, so she chooses the path of maturity rather than lingering in phantom suspicions. A young girl lifts her gaze upward, her large eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and quiet understanding of the kindness shown to her protector. Nearby, the village elder and a bunch of craftsmen assure the giant his new house will be ready in 3 days. They boast that it will stand firm, it will withstand even his strongest sneeze, and invite the pair to stay for now in the elder's house. While the giant and the girl stand nearby, she calls them once more. Her gaze lingers on this incredible pair, and the tension of the past days finally begins to ease. She watches as a young human girl beams with pure, genuine joy. Nanoha shouts words of thanks to her at the top of her lungs and thanks the villagers for fixing her house, then bows so low she almost touches the ground with her forehead. This sincere expression of gratitude momentarily stuns the gathered elves. They fall into a silent line, their faces showing surprise and quiet concentration as they watch the child's heartfelt gesture. Seeing a bridge finally being built between their peoples, the young elf woman bursts into tears. A bright, sincere smile lights up her face that reflects the deep relief and happiness she feels at this very moment of reconciliation. While work on the new stone housing continues in the background, the feeling returns with the same warmth. The peasants accept the gratitude, and their own thankfulness for this new beginning echoes in the air as they work together, building the future for their new neighbors. A massive creature sits just outside the stone tower. Its gigantic body hunches over a stump, and it methodically splits logs for the village. He effortlessly snaps the thick branch in two with a crisp crack. Then, with a single light wrist movement, he flips the shattered pieces onto a growing pile. From a close distance, the elvish men observe. His efficiency is impressive, and the pace easily carries the work like 10 ordinary workers. They approach him with a request. Since they lost the equipment during the recent conflict, they will need his help to transport heavy building materials as soon as he finishes with the wood. He solemnly nods. Soon he lifts a colossal weight of timber onto his broad shoulder and moves toward the massive logs as if they were just twigs. When he confidently walks to the construction site, the elves notice that his arrival has accelerated the village's restoration, and now they are filled with hope. Their homes will soon be returned. From the shadows near the forest, a young elf watches him intently. Her eyes are filled with quiet, growing affection for the mighty stranger. She whispers his name under her breath as he passes by. He continues doing his work and promises to return quickly, leaving her to linger in the silence of the forest. Like that maiden who watched from the shadows, he stood, captivated by the gaze, holding in memory the wild might of the orc, recalling the incredible spectacle. A warrior locked in combat with his skeletal monster. His eyes flashed with a new goal, and he whispered to himself about the desire to become like that one. Strong, reliable, someone respected by everyone in the village. From the shelter in the shadow of the bending tree, the boy watched as the orc effortlessly dragged a huge load of timber, wondering if there was any way to be accepted as an apprentice to learn the secrets of such strength. Suddenly, the massive warrior felt a presence, sharply turned his head and fixed a fierce, vigilant gaze, and the young elf shuddered from the instant flash of fear. York looked intently toward the bush with a confused face, unaware that just beyond sight the boy's heart was wildly beating against his ribson, a mixture of fear and excitement. Jumping out from behind the rough bark, he realized courage had failed. The barrier between them was too great to overcome with words right now. While the boy remained hidden, a group of village scouts approached the orc. Anxiety was frozen on their faces as they asked if he knew the dangerous creature named Greed Grizzly. They explained that during patrol they had come across unmistakable tracks of a fierce, ravenous beast. It was dangerously close to the village borders. He listened carefully as the scouts described the critical situation. A veteran with an eye patch explained, the monster was not a local threat but rather a lost creature from the northern dungeon. Its very presence alone could destroy the fragile forest ecosystem. Given this threat, the veteran made an official appeal. Usually they relied on Alicia's skill in adventures, but now they were convinced he was the only one capable of ensuring a swift and unquestionable victory over such a high-level beast. He considered the request, shifting the weight of the log onto his shoulders. The scouts again assured him of their trust in his strength, convinced he would end this threat with a single decisive strike. Briefly nodding, he accepted the task, seeing in it support for his resolve. The men from the village quickly approached and relieved him of the burden. They took the logs so he could set out on the hunt immediately. Hiding in the shadows, the young boy cannot contain his excitement. The news shakes the ground beneath his feet. He even jumps for joy, eagerly wanting to see the legendary strength of the orc warrior finally tested. His face shines with a mixture of delight and anticipation. The chance to witness a real monster hunt a dream come true, and a wave of courage rises in his chest. For a moment he weighs the risk, knowing his sisters will scold him if he goes to face danger alone. But he understands, if he lets fear stop him now, he will never become the powerful man he aspires to be. He steals the last of his nerves and begins to follow the warrior into the thick forest. He is determined not to miss a single move, hoping that by watching the orc's actions, he will find the true path to strength. From the darkness beyond the village, someone watches him. Nano appears from behind a wooden fence and notices that her brother has been watching the huge orc for some time. Suddenly, she is struck by realization as she watches their figures disappear into the alley of trees. She remembers simpler times when everyone played together, even calling the giant warrior into their games of red light, green light. Back then, his presence was more a reason to laugh than the grim purpose he carries now. Deep in the forest, the boy continues his shadowy pursuit, but an unusual silence grows heavier over him. Not a single bird calls, and he realizes how eerie this land has become. Meanwhile, in the village, his sister remains angry and irritated, feeling abandoned in the very center of the adventure. Ahead of him, the giant hunter freezes in a small clearing, his mighty figure carving a frame against the dense thickets. He does not move, and his senses sharpen as he scans the surrounding underbrush. His gaze is fixed and stubborn, beastly features are frozen in a mask of stern concentration. He is no longer the gentle giant from the village. He is a predator waiting for his prey. Sneaking from behind a thick trunk, the boy freezes. His eyes widen as he sees deep, fiercely carved grooves on a huge rocky boulder. Now he finally understands why the forest is so silent. All living things tremble from the beast that left these marks, and the warrior knows it. Ignoring the scars on the stone, the warrior sits on the nearest rock and begins to untie a large, heavy bag. His movements are precise and practiced, no sign of fear that grips the hidden observer. Holding his breath, the boy realizes this is where the confrontation will happen. He stares at the bag and his thoughts race wildly. What kinds of weapons or traps has the hunter brought to face such a nightmare? He looks and freezes in silence as the massive dark hands of the orc undoubtedly craft a pair of slender knitting needles. This place is so harsh to the ear that he cannot hold back and exclaims in shock and genuine surprise, a warrior like Exiled is carrying a knitting set into the very heart of the dangerous forest. He watches as the orc skillfully takes up the threads, recalling Estella's advice. Simple crafts like knitting are invaluable skills for any traveler. But how Exiled behaves with the monster's territory as if it were his own living room baffles him. He is not worried about the boy's anxiety, but the youth is still petrified with fear, remembering the terrible descriptions of predatory grizzlies, claws that tear iron, and impenetrable hide. He wonders if any mighty orc could survive such a creature without holding a weapon in hand. While he twitches with anxiety, the orc remains seated on a large stone. All his attention is on the rhythmic clicking of the needles. Among the tall grass, curious ears peek out. Soon life surrounds him. The once silent glade begins to chatter with birds and squirrels descending from the trees to perch on the shoulders of the huge warrior, is drawn by the strange, quiet aura he radiates. His presence seems to calm the forest, and the boy freezes and studies the scene, enchanted by how the forest dwellers who previously hid in fear now side with the orc. He tries to understand where this sudden change came from. He gazes into the orc's calm face and finally understands. Exild's strength is not only in his muscles but in the balanced dignity from which everyone and everything feels safe enough to rely on him. He looks with wide-open eyes, sparkling with light as he watches the orc. To him, this is the embodiment of what it means to be an adult man, a powerful yet calm presence. Hiding behind the thick trunk of a tree, he does not step out of the shadow, and his thoughts turn to the father he never knew, a man who died before his birth. Somewhere in the distance, a young girl plays carefree in the forest, unaware of his silent echo. Watching her play beside the gentle giant, he cannot help but wonder if his own father once had such a calm, unchanging face. It is a quiet flash of longing, compares the legend of the lost father with the reality of the orc standing before him. Suddenly, the boy's thoughtful silence breaks as the girl sneaks up from behind and makes a light, playful touch, shouting that she has caught him. He bursts into a frightened scream and twitches from surprise. Nearby, the orc calmly watches while birds flutter and chirp around his horns. The girl raises her hands in a victorious shout, declaring that she has won their game of hide and seek. Young elven boy Cress flinched from shock, eyes wide, and his voice broke as he awkwardly blurted out a question about the presence of an orc. He could not comprehend why they were here. His voice trembled between confusion and growing terror. Next to him, the young human girl Manhwa tilted her head in confusion, her innocent gaze fixed on him. She remembered the game they were already playing and carelessly said she wanted to join the fun, not noticing his despair. He tried to hide in the tall grass, but his heart pounded in his chest when he realized she had followed him. He wanted to explain that this was not just a game, but suddenly a heavy, muffled rustling nearby in the bushes and his blood froze. Shiny drops of sweat rolled down his face as he tossed about, considering his next move. The fear of being discovered and the burden of his secret mission weighed on him. He froze, paralyzed by doubts, thinking about how to handle this. He stole a nervous glance toward the source of the sound, and the air stuck in his throat as the leaves parted. From the shadow of the trees emerged a monster, a huge, stocky bear. A white, X-shaped wound crossed its massive chest. It stood motionless, a silent, terrifying synonym of the forest, towering over the small boy frozen before it. The beast loomed over both children, a solid mountain of dark fur and raw power. Cress shuddered, realizing this was not just a creature but a deadly predator. Manhwa, however, strangely remained calm. Her youthful ignorance seemed to shield her from instant horror. The forest was torn by a deafening roar as the bear bared its fangs, and Cress, in blind panic, dashed backward, displaying reckless bravery or simply misunderstanding everything. Manhwa also bared her teeth and let out a tiny scream, even as an icy certainty flashed in Cress' mind. They were about to be eaten. The beast towers over the little girl, its gigantic figure casting a long shadow on the forest floor. Cress watches from afar, frozen by the sheer majesty of the predator. She squints, fire in her gaze burning with predatory hunger, and all eyes are fixed on the defenseless child before us. Seeing the imminent danger, the boy jerks a wooden stick. His hands shake so wildly he barely holds the grip. Sweat streams down his face as he realizes only he can act. He fiercely shouts a desperate spell, and a burst of flame shoots from the tip of the staff, hitting the creature right in the face. The strike explodes in a tiny wave of heat and light. He freezes in horror as the monster, even with its singed fur, raises its heavy paw to strike. He yells at the girl to run back to her father while there is still time, and she looks back at him, her face only pure astonishment. He tries to summon a protective barrier, but understanding strikes him. He is too slow. When the shadow of the beast, vomiting claws, descends, he submits. His end has already been paid for. Suddenly, a huge fist crashes into the bear's jaw and throws it back. The children freeze in stunned silence, and the orc they feared steps forward to protect them, and the young girl screams in recognition. The warrior holds position against the forest titan, meeting its primal fury with a hail of powerful blows echoing among the trees. He clenches his teeth, sweat streams down his forehead as he prepares for the final confrontation. His eyes do not leave the predator. Standing before the huge beast, both the orc and the bear breathe heavily. Exhaustion is visible in the cold air. They study each other to deliver the final blow. With a sharp, explosive movement, he drives a massive fist into the bear's skull. The blow echoes across the clearing, and the beast falls. He straightens up, glances back to make sure the children are unharmed. On the ground, the boy trembles, his legs buckling from fear and relief after the narrow escape. He barely finds words to express gratitude. Later, the forest's fury changes to the soft rustling of the Rivera quiet camp, and laundry hanging to dry in the wind. Standing waist-deep in cool water, the boy lowers his gaze with shame while the orc demands why he followed him into such danger. The warrior insists on knowing why the boy risks his own life so recklessly. He raises his gaze, the voice is quiet but stubborn. He admits that he actually just wanted to become strong like the warrior who saved them. He openly says that he admires the strength of the orc and wants to emulate it. He explains, after his father's death, he remained the only man in the house, so the duty to protect his sisters falls on him. From this duty grows his request. He asks the orc to take him as an apprentice so that he gains the strength needed to fulfill his role. He freezes in silent anticipation as the giant orc again utters the word apprentice, and on his face is genuine surprise. The request clearly throws the warrior off balance. The clumsy warrior watches as the boys untie, and this tension shatters into tears. Cress lowers his head, choking on sobs. Someone as miserable as he, who lost control of himself in fear, will never truly become strong. In response to the child's self-deprecation, the orc crosses his mighty arms and categorically denies it in an even tone, without any judgment. He leans closer, and his gaze cuts through as he reminds the boy of his simple truth. Despite the fear, he stood firm to protect Nanoe. The young girl picks up the thread herself. Shining with excitement, she talks about the explosion of magic and says her brother is incredible, but Cress does not believe it. After all, in his opinion, he did nothing on his own. The season's fighter looks down at him and offers a new perspective. A man's true strength is not measured only by brute force, but by the courage to act even when trembling with fear. His words strike straight to the boy's heart. His eyes widen suddenly, and when the weight of orcish wisdom reaches him, he suddenly understands everything. Placing a gentle hand on the boy's head, the giant thanks him and sincerely invites him. He tells Cress that next time he doesn't need to follow him secretly, he should just visit his home. He is immediately met by Cress's explosive shout, "Master," although he quickly clarifies, he really never agreed to take the boy as an apprentice. The conversation continues as they approach the sturdy wooden facade of the village elder's dwelling. Entering inside, Alicia bows her head in apology for the trouble her brother caused, and the elder expresses sincere gratitude for the speed and efficiency of the recent work. The fighter stands up for the boy, hinting that Alicia should not be too harsh because he is already a young man and has his own pride. Alicia quietly agrees to keep her reproaches within limits. While they continue to argue, the elder notices, using such colossal physical strength just to rebuild their small village is wasteful. Then he asks a question that changes life, whether the warrior agrees to go to the city to become a professional adventurer, and he freezes for a moment, stunned. Before his eyes emerges the sprawling port croft. Multi-level architecture rises from the very edge of the water under a clear sky. Its streets are a bustling hive. Stone buildings and wooden piers stretch along the lively streets. Nearby on the ground, a bright flickering geometric pattern flashes, indicating the end of a magical trance. Alicia and her companion finally reach the gates, where she announces, "This is the port city Croft." She explains that it was once a military outpost during the Great War, but now grand projects have extensively transformed it into a thriving center of trade and logistics. As they make their way through the noisy streets, she notices, wherever people and wealth cluster together, conflict and trouble are always nearby. She continues her explanation and says that the national army, exhausted by years of war, can no longer cope, so travelers have become necessary to keep ordinary people safe. In response to her explanation, he doubts whether an orc like him can truly fulfill such a role, but she immediately reassures him. She reveals, for this, she was given a special piece of equipment. Blacksmith Lauren forged it specifically for this purpose. He tightens the strong, custom-fitted helmet. The polished metal gleams in the light as he prepares to step into his new life. He stands upright. The new iron helmet hides his hideous face as they make their way through the city streets. Alicia leans closer and whispers the legend they have created. He's to be known as a shy veteran of the Great War, and he hides a terrible facial wound behind the steel. She emphasizes, under no circumstances should he remove the helmet in public, so that his true identity remains a secret. Walking through the noisy district, she stops in front of a shop with a sign, Elven Magic General Store. She asks him to wait outside for a moment while she completes a delivery her sister requested, and promises to return quickly before they head to Adventurers Guilds. Standing alone, he unfolds his enormous figurine. Involuntarily, immediately attracts uncomfortable glances from passing residents. He feels the weight of their stares, but suddenly a sharp cry for help from the nearest alley cuts through the market noise and breaks his train of thought. There, a man with a torn scar across his cheek clings to a young woman. She begs him to stop, her voice trembling with despair, but he brushes off her discomfort with a nasty smirk, as if to say he only invited her for tea and she got offended by refusing him. The aggressor's companions jump into the conversation and boast about his status as a B-rank adventurer and a decorated frontline veteran. The man himself shows his scar, using it to cover his past service and as a shield for his current bravado, demanding respect for his supposed heroism. He continues his tirade even louder, loudly declaring that he fought in the Great War to protect those he considers weak, insisting that even now, as a wanderer, he is the one who keeps the peace, and demands to know why she does not show him the gratitude he believes he deserves. The woman is pressed against the wall and clearly trembling. Stammering, she babbles that she is truly grateful for the protection of the travelers, but right now she is in the middle of work. Her eyes are full of fear as she tries to maintain a polite distance from the growing aggression. He ignores her pleas. He reaches out and grabs her shoulder. His face contorts. A contemptuous grimace grows. He orders her to stop pretending to be difficult and to show gratitude with her attitude. Aggression builds. He looms over her, unaware that a giant figure watches them from the shadows behind. He turned around with a contemptuous grimace, and his irritation only grew. Somion dared to interrupt his bullying of the saleswoman. But his ostentatious bravery immediately vanished as soon as he looked up and saw a gigantic, horned ogre figure looming over him like a mountain of dark muscles. While the traveler froze in shock at the incredible size of the creature, the giant man-eater calmly told the frightened woman to run while there was still time. She barely managed to stammer a short "thank you" and dashed away, leaving the stuntman to face the giant alone. Gathering the remnants of courage, the maimed man began to shout and demand an explanation for why the beast was interfering, but the ogre just poked with his thick finger and said that the girl clearly did not enjoy his company. Towering above the crowd, the ogre repeated his sharp phrase "Aganin," a calm voice that easily carried through the travelers' bustling protests. A shockwave of public humiliation overwhelmed him completely, and the nearby residents, encouraged by the intervention of the ogre, burst into mocking laughter. They openly began to mock him, attacking him, saying that someone like him is not a match for this girl, and advised him to go look in the mirror to understand why he is rejected. His face flashed with a mixture of rage and shame. The guide fiercely looked down at his feet, and while he was laughing at the blow to his pride, his eyes narrowed. He reaches for his weapon, the glove grips the hilt, and patience finally snaps. With a furious kick, the hot-tempered traveler smashes a nearby wooden shop. Splinters fly in all directions, and the crowd around jumps back in shock. He continues to escalate his attack, growling at the giant, armor-clad figure before him and accusing the giant of excessive arrogance just because of his size. Behind him, his companions are already drawing their own blades, ready to sharply raise the intensity of the clash. The silent giant did not move an inch, his face hidden behind the cold slit visor of a steel helmet, while he stares at his agitator. The tension breaks instantly when Alicia rushes in and demands in a ringing voice to say what the hell he thinks he is doing. She does not stop, scolding him for the disgrace, drawing a sword in the middle of the street, and warns that if this foolishness continues, she will immediately report him to the guild branch leader. Grumbling through his teeth, the man slowly slides the blade back into its sheath, a sharp metallic click, acknowledging the weight of her thread. Turning to leave, he spits out one last poisonous insult, orders the elf to keep her opinion to herself, and calls her a disgusting half-human, which makes her tremble with indignation. She watches as the maimed traveler retreats into the crowd, leaving behind a heavy silence, while the giant armored figure Zaid stands beside her like a silent synonym. She shifts her gaze to her companion, quietly apologizes for her interference, and aloud wonders whether her help was unwanted or maybe she crossed the line by intervening while he had his back turned. The armored warrior admits with incredible frankness that her help truly became a relief. He honestly did not know how to act in this situation without causing unnecessary problems. At his confession, she lets out a loud, sincere laugh. She finds it funny at the very thought that such a powerful person as he could worry that if he tried to resist, he might accidentally crush a too weak opponent. They continue walking through the city streets, and she explains that such unpleasant encounters have become common, especially after the Great War, and that she has learned to let insults pass by without dwelling on them. Their path leads to a large, well-maintained building, the Croft branch of the Adventurers Guild, which operates as a center of events and order against the backdrop of the bustling city. As soon as Elle enters the establishment, she is immediately greeted by a noisy middle-aged man behind the counter. He waves his hands, smiles broadly, and shouts a greeting to the young Elle. The man, the branch manager of the guild, notes how quiet it is today, then shifts his gaze to the newcomer. He thanks for the help and admits that he has long been eagerly awaiting this promising recruit. He looks up at the bulky armored figure before him, comparing details with Alicia's report. He notices the incredible stature of the man. He does not feel magical power, but the mere physical presence is beyond human limits, like that of an orc or troll. Loud laughter breaks out. The manager continues the comparison, finding the situation surprisingly amusing. Alicia joins in the chuckle, while the silent warrior remains motionless, she's face hidden behind the cold steel of a bucket helmet. The director's tone sharply changes to a more professional one as soon as he takes up a quill and prepares to begin the formal procedure. He looks directly at the recruit and asks the main question: what drives a person of his status to seek the life of an adventurer? In a low, even voice, the warrior reveals his motivation. He has a 4-year-old daughter, and he decided to raise her a life without hardships. When asked about his family, he answers that his wife died, and now the child is under the care of an elven elder. Rand, the manager, understanding this, nods sympathetically, pondering how lonely such a little one must feel. Sensing logistical difficulties, Alicia intervenes and explains that the newcomer will not live within the city walls. She says she will personally take care of his transportation using her teleportation. Magican, the manager, considers this a perfectly reasonable decision. When the matter of travel is settled, the manager returns to the papers, confident that the arrangement is practical. For a moment, he steals another curious glance at the majestic figurine, proceeds with the final steps of registration. But one important point remains, and the manager leans forward, a polite but firm demand. He says that for a proper interview it is quite fair he must see the face of the person he is hiring, so he finally asks to remove the heavy helmet. The request hangs in the air, and a heavy silence hangs between the three of them. Alicia looks at the companion in her eyes both anticipation and anxiety. The warrior does not move, but his true nature, revealed only halfway, teeters on the edge of revelation. He is silent for a long time, and the metal of his helmet glistens under the office lamp's light, until finally he dares to say that he is simply too shy to show his face. His massive, muscular frame looms over the table, sharply contrasting with the small, cluttered office where the guild manager and a young elf await his next move. The manager suddenly bursts out laughing loudly, points at the giant, and says it's absurd how such a thug warrior claims to be shy. The official laughs. Tuhai's face reddens as he tries to catch his breath. He finally pulls himself together and announces that the interview section in the statement went successfully, and this noticeably relieves the elf standing nearby. Clicking his meter one final time, the official explains. The practical exam is still required, but there is almost no doubt about the candidate's physical fitness due to a high-ranking recommendation from an adventurer of Class A. He shifts his attention to the elf and asks if she agrees to become an opponent for the upcoming training duel. She accepts without any hesitation. He is suddenly interrupted by a voice from the door. A young elf looks back in surprise, and the pace of the conversation changes. With scars on his body, the traveler leaned on the frame and argued with confident self-satisfaction on his lips. A fight between friends would not be a proper test. He offered himself as a far more worthy opponent, was eager to find out what the newcomer was really capable of. He threw down the challenge so headlong that the young elf, shocked, began to stammer, calling his name. But the guild leader paused for a moment and finally decided that a fight with an experienced traveler was a great way to test the true abilities of the novice. He watched as the manager gestured for the whole group to follow and announced. The duel would take place on the training ground behind the guild building. While the scarred warrior stood ready for battle, a massive, armored figure stood motionless, just as menacing as before, next to Alicia, who was still anxious. He led them into an open courtyard, a dusty parade ground overlooked from above by a tall clock tower among timber-framed houses. While birds circled overhead, two men took positions on opposite sides of the field, and the air crackled with the silent anticipation of a fight about to begin. The guild leader stands between the two fighters. Alicia watches from the side. He reminds them that this is only a training fight, so serious injuries must be avoided, although he believes in their skills. Gino draws his sword, holding it confidently. He raises his hand and gives the signal to Starthai's voice echoes with authority. The adventurer-seeker suddenly leaps forward with a fierce battle cry, his blade slicing through the air as he closes the distance. In the center of the arena, two meet face to face. One is pure acceleration and movement, the other stands motionless like an immovable mountain. She watches with a barely noticeable smile, certain that her companion will quickly deal with the opponent, reducing the armored fighter to nothing as if he were no more dangerous than an ordinary commoner. A downpour of metal fragments crashes onto heavy armor. Sparks fly with every strike. The swordsman boldly taunts the opponent, and the manager notices a strange lack of precision in the attack. The giant warrior is silent and frozen behind the steel visor. Merciless blows find no gap and do not make him flinch. Her confidence begins to crack as the manager voices increasing confusion, realizing the fight is much more uneven than they expected. She watches as the armed giant effortlessly dodges the clumsy strikes of the adventurer. Gino lunges forward sharply, but his opponent simply shifts his weight and the blade passes by without causing harm. Because of this agility, he gets irritated. Laughter breaks off, turning into a mocking screech as the sword uselessly clangs against the heavy plate. He mocks the silent warrior, ridicules his uncertain stance, and calls him a coward because he does not respond with a strike. He continues the verbal attack, but the armored figure neither lowers nor moves. Narrow slits in the helmet reveal no thought. It seems he is bound by hesitation. He does not understand how to act in this twisted confrontation. Noticing this stalemate pause, the young elf suddenly takes a sharp breath and everything becomes clear. She understands. The giant is not trying to defend himself, but is paralyzed by fear that even the slightest counterattack would inflict a deadly serious injury on his fragile opponent. In a moment, she grabs her head in despair, and the guild manager looks with an exhausted expression. He notes, shyness is one thing, but the lack of fighting spirit and determination makes a warrior completely useless on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Gino continues to boast, stands proudly and mocks the huge warrior for being nothing more than a heavy drudge with an impressive body but no heart, scornfully laughing at the idea that such a cowardly creature could become a real threat. When the tension reaches its limit, he leans in very close, his face twisted into a cruel smile, and he delivers the final ultimatum. He says that cowards like him have no place among travelers and warns the giant never to cross his path again. He had not finished uttering the threat when the giant's patience snapped. He reached out and lifted the traveler into the air by the head, so he hung helplessly until his true power finally revealed itself. He holds a position against the smaller fighter's blade. High's gigantic figure reduces the opponent to nothing. Watching him press his face right against the blade, she clasps her hands and shouts while the guide manager nearby fusses, sensing that everything is already getting out of control. She continues her desperate plea, shouting that it is not really necessary to defeat this man. It is enough just to show how true his strength is to fulfill the guild's demands. These words seem to be etched into the cold metal of his visor, and suddenly his mind cleared. He sharply turns away from the stunned traveler, completely ignoring the threat while shifting his attention to something else. Turning his back, the boy next to him flashed pure joy. He spread his arms as if in innocent delight. The giant easily tosses her high above his head, and her joyful cries echo through the hall as she marvels at his incredible strength and begs him to do it again. While he lifts the child, the maimed man watches, grimacing in a malicious sneer, and curiously observes whether the giant has simply given up, but he is immediately silenced by a single heavy step that shatters the stone floor beneath them. He unleashes an unrelenting barrage of sword strikes. His voice jumps in a series of aggressive shouts as he tries to overwhelm his opponent with speed and fury. Despite the fury of the assault, the giant warrior remains motionless. The blades only slide over his dark, hardened skin as if cutting into solid stone. The excessive force of the strike proves too much for the weapon. With a sharp crack, the blade shatters into fragments. The warrior shudders, gasps hoarsely for air, and disbelieving his eyes, looks at the broken hilt still clutched in his hand. Without retreating, he grits his teeth and reaches for the dagger at his belt. The boiling frustration bursts into a desperate growl. He suddenly lunges forward and drives the small blade into the giant's chest, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. He roars at the silent figure, demanding that he stop acting so arrogantly and finally fight back. In a reckless final attempt, he pours the last of his strength into a burn/a strike blazing with magical fire, and his hand disappears in the flames. From the guild's side, the leader freezes in horror. He fears the consequences of such a dangerous technique used indoors. A powerful explosion bursts outward, engulfing the area in smoke and flames. When the dust settles, the exhausted adventurer searches the ruins for any signs of damage, but the manager feels his heart sink. The attack left not a scratch on the dark warrior. In a trembling haze stands the giant figure. His helmet bears only a barely noticeable hairline crack. He looks down at his opponent and calmly says that it was nothing more than a light pinch. He suddenly lunged forward. Huge hands tightly grabbed the adventurer's shoulders before he could realize what was happening. Gino could only utter a confused sound as he found himself firmly trapped in the ogre's claws. With incredible, terrible strength, the giant figure lifts the man high above his head, ignoring the stunned spectators standing aside. The ogre then sharply throws him upward with a powerful thrust, and the opponent swiftly flies into the clouds. Panic thoughts strike the adventurer's mind. He cannot comprehend that he is truly in the air and seems unable to stop the ascent, wondering how high he will be thrown. He rises higher and higher, the earth rapidly receding beneath him, until the entire town stretches out below like a miniature model. At the highest point of his involuntary flight, the traveler freezes, staring down with wide-open eyes, pleading desperately for this acceleration to stop, only then realizing how high he really is. In a moment, gravity takes over and he begins a terrifying descent back to stone-paved square, with buildings rushing forward, blowing towards him. A primal scream of pure terror bursts from his throat as he falls down, certain that his life will end with a sharp, dirty impact on the hard ground. Just before the deadly collision, a giant warrior grabs him by the collar of his cloak with one hand and throws Gino to hang in the balance as if paralyzed. With a calm, almost indifferent face, the ogre asks if his victim wants to go for another round, and he can only stare blankly as foam bubbles at the corners of his mouth. He stands over the fallen traveler. The latter shudders on the cobblestones and is completely broken after the terrible ordeal. This sight causes the guild manager to burst into loud laughter. He finds the whole situation simply incredible. He continues shouting with excitement and points, launching a person to such heights without a single drop of magic. This is pure, raw power that defies common sense. While they laugh together at the absurdity, the huge warrior still stands impassively behind the new metal helmet visor. The older man jokingly notes that his new recruit looks amazingly shy. Then he switches to a more professional tone. The strength is impressive, but what decides is that the warrior can shrug off direct magical attacks without a scratch, and that finally settles the matter, giving him unconditional admission. He admits that having someone of this level join them is a huge relief, especially given the current state of affairs when every drop of help is needed. Formalities are over, he raises a finger. The work starts right now because there is already an urgent demand for the two of them to get to work. He explains that the client is none other than St. Cross Church, the very institution that was the vanguard of humanity in the ancient, devastating war against demonkind. He explains that the request from St. Cross Church is a matter of extraordinary priority, and full cooperation from the guild is needed for success. Alicia listens silently, and with each phrase her anxiety grows, her eyes wide open as she comprehends the weight of the task. Zed stands motionless, his thoughts unreadable behind the iron helmet he just put on. As the weight of the mission descends on them, the town's silence maintains calm. Sunlit roofs and wooden facades give no hint of the dangers already waiting for the new recruits. A horse-drawn cart rolls quietly along a path under the trees toward the distant mountains. It continues on a steady path, the wheels crunching on the dirt road as it enters through a lush forest. Inside the cramped wooden womb of the carriage next to Alicia sits the giant frame of the ogre, Kuroki, and the cart sways with every bump in the road. She silently gazes into the distance. A calm concentration on her face reveals that her thoughts seem far from the conversation between the companions and the guild manager. Listening, the guild leader talks about the current state of affairs. Recently, a fire dragon settled in the southern mountain pass that connects this town with the capital. He adds that a caravan of merchants from the capital was attacked literally last week, causing great damage. Hearing this, the elf widens his eyes in surprise, and the ogre rages, demanding to know where such a creature could have appeared so suddenly. They stand together outside. The manager continues the explanation, suggesting that the dragon is one of many used by the Demon King's army, and after the war ended, they broke free. He emphasizes the full seriousness of the request from St. Cross Church. They must ensure the road's safety before the bishop's visit next week. He warns, the beast is 20 meters long, adult, capable of flight and deadly breath, a threat at a level far exceeding the current strength of the local guild branch without S-rank adventures. He immediately made clear what he expected, so the guild had to take on logistics, and the other travelers except for the reluctant one, Gino, have already begun setting up the base for dragon hunt. Despite the terrifying one-week deadline, circumstances demanded urgency and left no room for hesitation. As soon as they stepped outside into the icy fresh air, the blonde elf voiced her doubts about the manager's optimistic timeline, emphasizing that a mere one-week pause was dangerously short when the enemy was a fire dragon, a creature of incredible power. She continued the analysis and explained that dragons usually patrol fixed routes, so this should allow for establishing fortified positions and bringing in heavy artillery, but without such luxury, she warned. Preparations would have to be made for a tough, direct confrontation. The massive warrior is silent. His gaze peers forward through the narrow slits of his helmet as he processes the weight of her words. Noticing his stoic silence, she asked if something was troubling him. He was only considering the specific parameters of the mission, whether their goal was the complete destruction of the beast or its forced relocation. She clarified that the main goal is to ensure road safety, so driving away the dragon will be enough. She added, although dragons do not have human civilization, they are extremely intelligent and almost never return to the territory if they have been defeated and driven out. Although she admitted that killing the creature was the best outcome, she sighed and said, under these time constraints, they were unlikely to be able to accomplish such a feat. He nodded intermittently as if understanding while they were breaking it down into parts. Despite his outward restraint, a doubt still gripped her heart. Could even a warrior of such scale withstand the full power of the dragon? He sits down next to Alice in the carriage, and suddenly both catch a sharp, sudden realization from which their gazes stick to the horizon. Through the thick black smoke rising from their base, she sharply pulls the reins with desperate haste, forcing the horses to run faster until a terrible suspicion takes hold in her mind. Where they reach, it is complete ruin. Once a fortified camp has turned into smoldering remains, and around it is scattered trash under a suffocating sky. When the carriage, trembling, stops amid the ruins, the heavy silence is broken only by the crackling of fire and the grim sight of fallen comrades scattered in the mud. She froze in shocked stupor, and her voice trembled as she tried to comprehend the scale of the disaster that had unfolded while they were away. Without a single pause, she jumps out of the transport, notices that there is no trace of the dragon, and shouts to immediately provide help to those who survived. Among the wounded, she finds a familiar face and reaches out to the maimed traveler, her fingers already shining, preparing to cast a healing spell on his utterly battered appearance. But he is gasping for air and tears out a desperate warning, his eyes wide with horror, and he shouts for them to run. The monster has not yet left this zone. Barely had he managed to utter the warning when the very air seemed to twitch in a wave, revealing the nightmare hiding right before their eyes. Next to Alice appeared a huge dragon, dark scales and fiery eyes burning with a predatory intent. The young elf froze, a gulp of air stuck in her chest because the size of the beast blocked the sun. The creature loomed over the ruins of the camp. Its massive wings cast a shadow of death on the scorched earth. It looked at the survivors with the cold indifference of a reptile. Its mere presence was enough to break the spirit of any seasonal warrior. She stared frozen upward at the beast. Paralyzing terror gripped her body, and sweat poured down her forehead like rain as the realization hit her like a physical shove. This was not just a beast, a monster capable of high-level magic. It used a heat haze spell to distort light and hide its approach. And the fact that such a gigantic creature could move so quietly was a terrifying testament to its power. When the dragon lowered its head toward her, its gaze fixed unblinkingly, and she frantically tried to summon magic. With trembling hands, she began weaving a protective shield, but the arcane symbols flashed and appeared, yet the pressure of the dragon's deadly intent disrupted her concentration. It did not wait for her defense to strengthen. Its jaws opened, revealing rows of saw-like teeth, and its throat flared with heat, the embers of an impending fire. Seeing the monsters about to lunge, he dashed forward with a speed that contradicted his huge stature. He pushed Alice and the wounded Gino away and threw them out of the killing zone. In that half-second, he already understood there was no escape back. The dragon was too fast and the distance too short. The monster's jaws snapped shut on him with bone-crushing force. Instead of the elf, it grabbed a burly man-eater, his teeth deeply embedded in his powerful shoulders as he struggled with all his might against the predator's overwhelming strength. It threw its head back and lifted the warrior off the ground as if he weighed nothing. The fight continued while he was held in the dragon's maw, a desperate battle for survival against an ancient horror. He was trapped in the dragon's deadly embrace, and Alicia screamed, struggling free, begging that he be all right. He is not finished yet, showing bare, monstrous strength. He presses his hands against the colossal teeth of the dragon and cuts open the jaws from the inside, prying them apart. Calmly assures her that he is finished from this. Visible confusion seizes the very creature itself. The Revolutionary Committee soldier jumps out of the dragon's mouth, lands on the ground whole and safe. He repeats again that he is unharmed, and the elven girl trembles relief and disbelief in his survival mix within her. While he flees, the dragon takes a deep breath and its throat ignites with destructive energy. It releases a devastating blast of power, a true dragon's breath, meant to burn to ashes everything in its path. Before the explosion could reach them, the armored heroine bursts forward through the line of fire. She throws her hand forward and hums a protective spell to manifest a radiant geometric force shield. She holds the line as the dragon's beam crashes into the magical wall with a deafening roar, and the barrier does not flinch. The energy disperses and redirects, protecting the group from the deadly barrage, while the knight stands firm and restrains the destructive force. Alicia gasps sharply, her whole body trembling from the tension of battle. She understands. An ordinary barrier would not withstand the dragon's flame, and then everyone would be dead. Only a high-level reactive barrier gave her a chance to save them, but these efforts almost wore her out completely. While she is fainting and trying to come to, the dragon hovers overhead. Its jaws flare with a familiar, threatening light. When the beast is already ready for the second strike, she is suddenly gripped by a wave of panic. She knows the mana reserves are dangerously depleted, and attempting to cast another complex barrier so quickly may be impossible. Suddenly, a huge shadow looms over her. A burly armored figure steps forward to intercept the explosion, telling her to leave everything else to him. The long-row armored giant met the dragon's breath up close and shattered the energy beam into pieces with a single thunderous strike. While he stands firm, she breaks her gaze in complete stupor, and thoughts wildly race. How is it possible? With nothing but pure physical strength, the immortal can neutralize the dragon's roar. Even the great beast freezes for a moment at the sight of such power. Despite the creature's shock, the warrior clenches his massive fist. His determination is as unshakable as the iron of his helmet. He bursts upward with an explosive surge of speed and delivers a devastating blow to the dragon's jaw. The giant creature staggers as if shaken. A shockwave ripples through its massive skull. The beast emits a piercing scream of pain, recoiling from the incredible force of the strike, and its scales ring from the vibrations. Standing proudly amid the settling dust, the giant warrior raises his fist, a silent declaration of victory. He calls out to his comrades, his voice muffled but firm behind the cold steel of his new helmet, to make sure they are all right. In a moment, the once mighty predator has turned into a pitiful, writhing lizard in his huge palm. He looks at the creature with detached indifference. Its former grandeur is now just a memory as it weakly struggles, trying to break free from his grip. The dragon, or what remains of its pride, wildly beats its wings, trying to escape the trap. Its cries of defeat echo through the valley as it disappears into the distance, leaving the battlefield behind in a desperate flight for survival. Watching the retreat, Alicia and her companions stand in stunned silence. She finds it hard to believe that a single man, by sheer brute force alone, could repel the threat that pushed them to the brink, and she quietly shares her admiration at his feet. As night falls over the jagged, uneven terrain, the tension of battle recedes into silence. Only the soft crackling of the campfire remains. The group sets up a secure safety ring, and the flickering light of their tents becomes a small beacon in the boundless dark wilderness. Juicy pieces of meat sizzle over the open fire, and a spicy aroma fills the air. It is a well-deserved feast moment, a rest for the exhausted travelers after their grim encounter with death earlier in the day. The camp erupts with applause and joyful shouts as the travelers raise their glasses in honor of their savior. They call him a hero, laugh, and drink, guessing that even S-rank is not far off for a man of such caliber. They encourage him, eat and drink to your heart's content, reassuring that their supplies will last a week. And he sits quietly like the stone heart of their noisy joy. He stands amid the celebration, still squeezed into his heavy horned helmet. Dea approaches and nudges him to remove the suffocating headgear now that the danger has passed, while Alicia quietly explains to the others, their savior is simply very shy. Relenting stubbornness, the giant warrior raises his hands to unfasten the metal plating. Just as he begins to lift it, Dasha offers him a generous portion of meat, eager to see the face of the man who saved them all. The helmet is finally thrown off, and before their eyes appear features that suddenly take the viewer's breath away and paralyze them with fear. Gino inhales sharply through his teeth in disbelief. His eyes flash as he stares at the face. It has a terrifying, truly bizarre, monstrous resemblance to an orc. A heavy silence quickly falls over the gathered adventurers, immediately pierced by a wave of uncertain whispers. Gino barely finds his voice and stammers the word orc just as their hero has taken on his true form. It finally dawns on them. A massive figure stands in plain sight among the crowd, silent. He grips the drumstick that was just handed to him. The air is thick with tension. Everyone awaits a reaction from the man who was just proclaimed a hero. He calmly, deliberately tears off another piece of meat as if their shock does not affect him. With a hoarse grumble, he simply says that he is constantly told he looks like pig-headed monsters. He acts like a pressure relief valve, and the group bursts into loud, relieved laughter. Gino and the others laugh uncontrollably, confident that he is just a man with an unfortunate similar face, not a real threat. The celebration resumes with renewed vigor. The initial fear completely disappears. They joke among themselves that a real demon simply cannot exist and that there definitely cannot be a relative among them. Moreover, none of them would waste energy to go to their rescue. He remains the subject of their playful banter while Alicia and Daria laugh together. Daria recalls how Alicia called him Orkson and wonders if it is a nickname. The elven lady nods ecstatically. Absolutely. She laughs, gathering her laughter because he looks too strangely like monsters from legends. Late that night, the crackling of the campfire is the only sound in the quiet camp where the others have already dispersed to sleep. He sits alone, a giant silhouette against the flickering flames, quietly sipping a drink while the whole world rests. Loneliness is cut short when Alicia approaches them. Her voice is gentle. She quietly asks permission to sit nearby. Settling by the warmth of the fire with her mug, she buys time, and he looks at her, his face unreadable, shadows dancing and shifting on it. She breaks the silence to express sincere gratitude, attributing their survival that day entirely to his strength. She reflects, after his clash with the legendary hero, an ordinary fire dragon is hardly capable of posing a threat to a person of that level. He does not give an immediate answer, his gaze fixed on the ground, and he absorbs the praise in heavy, thoughtful silence. Hearing his hesitation, she presses further, questioning why he was so uncertain and anxious about whether he could defeat the monster during their journey there. He takes another long sip from the mug before finally speaking. His voice is low and firm. He explains, when dealing with an enemy you cannot negotiate with, almost like a maimed animal that once scared these forests, there is only one option left: to kill. He continues a silent, somber conversation with the fire, explaining that enemies driven by anger must be tamed, but even creatures like war dragons can sometimes be persuaded with simple commands. He insists, knowing the nature of your opponent is just as important as strength to defeat them. The giant warrior shifts his gaze to the young elf and says that unnecessary killing is a bad influence for raising a child. She listens attentively. Her face softens as she contemplates his unexpected thought about mercy and the moral weight of their path. Silence settles between them while the fire crackles and weighty words hang in the cool night air. They sit in shared quiet, each lost in their own thoughts about the road ahead. Breaking the silence, she lets out a clear, sincere laugh and finds in his harsh but principled stance on life and death a strange relief. She admits his arguments, though severe, sound quite logical to her. Her eyes flare with new warmth as she takes a sip from her mug, and the bond between this unlikely pair strengthens in the camp's silence. For a moment, the dangers of the world recede far away. Far from the wilderness, the morning sun rises over a bustling city, illuminating its elegant timber-framed houses and a huge clock tower dominating the skyline. The quiet atmosphere of the camp is replaced by the clear order of civilization. A luxurious horse-drawn carriage clatters over the cobblestones and stops before an official who waits and bows low. He greets the honored guests and sincerely thanks them for their arrival after such a long and exhausting journey. He steps into the light. A tall, stately man in lavish church robes and a massive mitre surveys the landscape. This is Bishop Belzel, a figure of great authority whose arrival in the city signals a turning point in political and spiritual winds. He descends from the carriage and is immediately met by the local official, bowing at the waist in greeting. The official expresses deep gratitude and emphasizes how honored he is that such a high-ranking person has come not during a festival. While they exchange polite words, the official silently notes, despite his formidable, majestic stature, the man carries himself remarkably modestly and courteously. He feels his way toward the visit and asks if there is any matter of extraordinary importance that brought the holy man to their city. He responds with a subtle, practiced smile and explains that his purpose is to convey a new interpretation about half-humans, as recently ordered by the newly crowned Pope, Saint Theodoric. Each word lands heavily, and the smile slipping between phrases hints that behind the official decree may lie a much deeper, possibly more troubling plan. The morning sun stretches long shadows over the quiet inhabitants, so a new day of renewal and learning is about to begin. Inside, the young elf Alicia approaches the bulky Zid with a cautious proposal. She asks if she can spend time while he is at work teaching Lil Nagnoa the basics of match. He pauses, weighing the gravity of the request, and realizes this girl is Dara's daughter. He recognizes the colossal, hidden magical power sleeping within her and concludes that the more skills she has, the better her future will be. After a solemn nod, he entrusts the task to Alicia, asking her to take care of the child. Later, under the open sky of the garden, the teacher gathers her young students. Nanwa and Cress stand before her, burning with impatience to hear what she will say. The young girl tilts her head, wide-eyed with delight, and asks what magic really is. She begins her explanation by recalling the fiery arrows used against the Great Bear and how magic can control the very elements fire and water. Then she says that magic itself healed Nanano's illness. It is the ability to rewrite the world with one's own will, or simply put the power that embodies desire. To prove her words, the elf weaves mana into the air, raising soft, ghostly figures floating above them like clouds. The children freeze in complete awe as the garden fills with these magical manifestations. Seeing this spectacle, the girl exclaims with delight. The prospect of learning such a wonderful art fills her with joy, and she declares her passionate desire to master magic herself. She reacts quickly to the instruction, darting to a pile lying nearby, rustling across the floor, and picking up one of the flower pots just as the lesson begins. Alicia decides. They will start by opening the seal and orders the little girl to prepare for the first step of her training. As soon as the elf witch takes the cauldron in her hands, the blonde elf gives the next instructions. He tells her to close her eyes and imagine a misty, smoky stream filling her body inside. The girl lifts the heavy ceramic pot, holds it with both hands, and gets ready to channel her energy. Her eyebrows furrow in deep concentration, her eyes narrow as she searches for that inner spark Alicia spoke of. Seeing that she is trying, the teacher instructs her to slowly push that inner haze through her palms to wrap the pot. The child groans from the physical strain of this exercise with thoughts. Her face twitches from the effort as she tries to push the energy outward. Standing alone in the center of the garden, she becomes the focal point of flickering light. Just as the first signs of her hidden power appear, she manifests around the vessel she carries. Suddenly, with a series of quiet pops, a small green sprout breaks through the dry soil, stretching upward toward the light. Caught up in instant success, Alicia urges her to maintain the strong image of a flower blooming right now. The young girl's face flashes deep red, eyes wide open. She puts all her willpower into the tiny plant. She directs every particle of her being toward the small sprout. Her eyebrows knit in deep concentration as a soft, ethereal glow begins to crown her head. Looking at the screen, the young elf girl freezes in place. Her eyes widen as the entire uncollected power that has flared in potential unfolds before her. Her breath catches in her throat, stunned by the incredible scale of the magical resonance she feels. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of energy bursts from the little girl. It spreads outward in a dazzling wave and covers the clearing. In a moment, the still sleeping shoot and pot burst into a luxurious cluster bright, fully bloomed buds. This does not end here. The homestead meadow changes completely. Countless flowers bloom simultaneously, and everything bursts into an incredible spectacle of light. The boy from the village can barely contain his excitement. He shouts in disbelief and asks if she is really responsible for the entire field changing. The elf confirms his suspicion with a heavy, solemn nod, acknowledging the incredible feat. Turning to the child, she commands her to look at her own hands, explaining that magic is an action when one forces their imagination to latch onto the reality of the world. She watches as a shimmering mist rises from the girl's palms and explains, "This is the essence of manam, manifesting in the physical world." Continuing the lesson, she tells the children, as soon as they feel this power, it will become an extension of their own being, allowing them to command the elements themselves: fire, water, and wind. Turning back to the young girl, she asks what magical wonder she now dreams of mastering, now that the path is open. The child's face lights up with genuine joy as she declares that she wants to use magic to heal the sick like the legendary magi. Her dream is simple but profound. She aspires to become a mage who brings relief to others, not destruction. During this, the elf's eyes widen sharply, a silent shock. The girl desires so sincerely and innocently, he is deeply moved. While her soul trembles with feelings, a shadow of doubt crosses her mind. Her own mastery is only in the magic of war, a sharp contrast to the gentle path the girl chooses. Memories of a fierce warrior and spiked armor flicker before her eyes, and she reflects on her own limits as a teacher of peace. Despite the inner conflict, she gently takes the girl's hands in hers, deciding they will begin the journey together with the very first of the healing arts. The scene shifts to the quiet outskirts of the village, where the calm of the day has not yet lifted the burden of heavy decisions. There, by the path, an elderly elf woman rests. Her posture trembles from the fatigue accumulated over years of labor. A man with a worried expression approaches her and asks if her recurring back pain has returned to plague her again. She leans on her cane with her whole body, her face carved by centuries of weariness. Nearby, a man offers to carry her on his back, saying he has a lunch break, but she gently refuses. She insists that a short rest will be enough to move on again. Next to her, a young girl watches, eyes wide open, anxiously sensing how hard the elder struggles. The child asks if she is unwell. The old woman smiles warmly and immediately changes the subject. After all, the weather is pleasant. The man recognizes the girl, the same little one from the ogre's place, and asks if she went out for a walk. Barely audible giggling, the elder explains that even for their kind, 200 years of life inevitably bring aches and pains to the body. At these words, the girl beams with admiration and impressive age, as if seeing it with her own eyes. A boy joins them. He enthusiastically tells that the village elder has just taught the girl the secrets of healing magic, and she now literally glows with new confidence. She declares that she herself will cure the old woman of all her ailments. The elder reacts with slight surprise and gently points out that the magic of the inexperienced boy might not be very strong. In response, the girl puffs out her chest and declares, "This is a trial run, so the condition is special." She laughs at the child's enthusiasm and agrees to the deal, thinking aloud whether to accept such a generous offer. The girl cheerfully encourages Reddy to immediately put the lessons into practice. While the man watches with a distrustfully clenched face and warns the girl not to make things worse with any strange magic, she dismisses doubts and gently takes the old woman's hand to begin. She raises her gaze with a bright, determined expression and assures the doubting man, "Everything will be fine." The boy nearby supports her, adding that even the village elder praised her abilities. But the man remains uncertain, crossing his arms and questioning the elder's decision. The connection is established. She gently takes the old elf's hand in her palms. As soon as their skin touches, a barely noticeable magical shimmer flashes at the point of contact. The healing has just begun. Playfully smiling, she hums a simple children's rhyme to drive away the pain, treating serious magic as if it were a game. The elderly woman watches her intently with a nostalgic look, quietly chuckling, remembering how, a century ago, she was very young and also played the same doctor games. Suddenly, the soft shimmer explodes with a flash of dazzling light that permeates the entire square. The full force of the magical discharge confuses the man and makes him flinch in complete shocked amazement. Against the fading glow, the elderly woman's eyes widen sharply from complete, incredible shock. A sharp breath escapes and she feels a deep, incomprehensible change that waves through her wrinkled, old body. Noticing her reaction, the man screams in fright and rushes forward to check if the sudden magical flash harmed her. He calls her by name, his face a mask of anxiety and confusion. Instead of pain, she begins to jump and spin with a strength she hasn't felt in decades. She shouts with happiness. The chronic back pain that tormented her for 30 years disappeared instantly and her body feels lighter than she remembers. He freezes in place, his lower jaw literally dropping as he witnesses the impossible recovery. Nearby, the young boy simply smiles. From the very beginning he believed in the strange power of the young girl much more. He looked down as the young girl noticed the mark on his face. Her eyes flashed a plea she demanded. Surprised, he explained that the scar remained from the war 7 years ago and hardly bothered him, but she was already reaching out with determination. Between them exploded a sudden, dazzling flash of lightning, and the air trembled from the rapid release of magical energy. Because of this, he froze in place. His hands trembled as he ran his fingers over the smooth skin where a torn scar had been just a moment ago. Nearby, a young elf woman beamed with pride, confirming that their little friend was truly working miracles, while an elderly woman silently stood in poignant admiration, watching as the old woman disappeared. The man's face blossomed with a warm, grateful smile as he thanked the child for kindness. Others whispered among themselves, wondering if this miracle was the result of her heroic lineage or if a wonderful healer had simply been born among them. While the praise continued, she simply stretched out her small, open palms to him and looked expectantly. With a joyful smile, she asked for payment for her service so much that he was completely flustered. He blinked in surprise and absent-mindedly touched his chin while processing the sudden shift, from a miracle to an ordinary business deal. He cautiously asked if there was a trial period or a free sample of her services. She shook her head and explained, free treatment was a one-time offer, so it was given strictly to the first patient. Having accepted the conditions he dared to impose, he reached into his pocket and placed a wrapped candy in her palm while she waited. While the exhausted elf human watched them leave, the young boy walked beside the girl and did not hide his sincere admiration for her skills. He said her magic was incredible. Elves, he said, were extremely difficult to heal, so her own feat became even more impressive. But he quickly fell silent, twitched her finger and cast a glance with playful confidence. She insisted he must stop addressing her so simply and instead call her Master Nanoe. Probably she had a habit of letting praise go to her head, a trait that both amused him and touched his heart as he watched her stride forward with new confidence. Her proud stride suddenly stopped when they came across a small feathery creature curled up in the grass. Looking down at the trembling bird, she realized, even in the quiet outskirts of the village, there are those who need her care and help. She followed the boy's gaze as he looked up at those huge trees and understood. Poor thing, he probably fell out of the nest high above the ground. She sat down beside the injured bird and quietly hummed a simple rhymed verse to ease its pain and direct her own restorative dimension. Her efforts worked instantly. The bird let out a whole series of energetic chirps and became steady and healthy again under her watchful eye. She smiles confidently, assuring her companion that everything will be fine while preparing to return the little creature to the nest. But Krez insists that he must lead. He says the height is too dangerous for her and, grabbing a stick, prepares to cast a spell. Because of his persistence, he casts a levitation spell. The body becomes weightless and he slowly rises up to the very crown. Nanoe watches from the forest floor, her eyes wide with amazement as he ascends and the birds safely lie in his palm. Reaching the high branches, he carefully brings the chick to its home, encouraging the little one to return safely to its family. Suddenly, a piercing screech tears the silence. A large bird bursts from the darkness of the leaves. Its beak opens wide in territorial rage. A sharp attack knocks him off his feet. The parent bird pecks him, and the chick relentlessly strikes while he hoarsely cries out in pain and confusion. He manages to quickly descend and land back on the grass where Nanoe rushes to him. Without catching his breath, he explains, the mother bird was not protecting the chick, she was actually attacking him. As he recovers, she looks down at the tiny bird still held in her fist, and a grim realization begins to take root in her mind. Suddenly it occurs to her, perhaps the creature was not just accidentally dropped, it was deliberately driven out by its own mother. This small, fragile life looks back at her and she recalls stories about how nature can be cruel. Sometimes it leaves the weak or sick behind so that others, the wild, the rest survive. They both look at the chick with new pity and he warns, if they forcibly shove it back into the nest now, it will almost certainly end in death at the hands of its own unconscious father. She stands firm, her gaze fixed straight ahead, a sharp surge of tension. The weight of what is happening has already fallen on her. Her former anxiety has vanished, giving way to calm, unbreakable determination. Orich walks through the quiet streets of the town, dragging a heavy sack over his shoulder. His steady step is interrupted by a joyful shout from behind. His father is calling him. He turns around and sees a young girl, Manhwa. She shines with joy and a tiny bird sits on her head. Manhwa greets him at home with a wide, toothy smile, and the little creature utters its own joyful hello, and the giant warrior freezes for a moment, stunned. She introduces the new companion to her guardian and nudges the bird to greet the father. The bird eagerly responds with another joyful chirp. The orc Wacheshi's face reveals nothing as he gets used to the strange sight, the child and her feathered friend. His gaze fixed on the small creature, he frowns and questions the girl about the reason for the appearance of this bird. The orc's size looms over the tiny bird, making the contrast between his rough features and the delicate figure striking. Because the mother abandoned the chick, he has nowhere to return to. She says she wants to raise him herself. She lifts her eyes to him full of pleading and asks if the little one can stay with them. He thinks over the request for a moment, then gives a simple, rough nod of approval. His consent brings relief. He admits that maybe the bird nearby is not such a bad idea after all. She bursts with joy, thanks endlessly, and decides to name the new favorite yakitori. The orc, hearing the name of the popular grilled chicken dish, sincerely and confusedly asks if she intends to eat this creature like that. And they walk home together. He mumbles that they will decide the fate of the chick as soon as it grows a little. The incredible pair disappears into the distance. The little bird still sits safely on the girl's crown. He became a constant presence in the young girl's life, watching over her as she joyfully explores her world with her new fluffy companion. Whether cooking in the kitchen or simply standing nearby, the giant warrior wove himself into the rhythm of their shared days. This new life is filled with simple wonders, from learning under the watchful eyes of elves to loud splashes while bathing with friends. When the sun sets, the girl falls into a quiet sleep. A little bird has cozily settled nearby, safe and sound. Outside, the stone tower stands silent under the endless starry sky, and the night silence envelops the house with deceptive calm. Suddenly, silence explodes. He jerks upright on the bed, eyes wide open from a sharp, alert fright. He lowers his gaze and sees a young girl standing by his bed. Her face is drawn with deep, quiet sorrow as she gently strokes a small bird in trembling hands. Feeling her anxiety, he gently asks what happened for her to come here in the middle of the night. Starting to cry, she explains that her little companion, Yakitori, no longer moves at all. She is confused and frightened because she cannot understand why the bird does not wake up despite all her efforts. Her eyes, usually so bright and full of life, now fill with tears as the weight of the situation finally begins to sink in. The warrior is silent, his face remaining impassive as he stares back at her. The burden of the moment hangs between them in the air. He silently stands aside while Nanoe brings the small, lifeless bird to Alicia outside, near their home, and pleads for help in the dim morning light. Inside her, the young elf looks down at the creature she holds in her hands, a heavy, quiet, somber awareness frozen on her face. She feels the weight of the girl's desperate pleas pressing on her as Nanoe blames herself for her own inability. But Alicia can only close her eyes and admit, even she is powerless. She looks away, her voice becoming quiet as she utters the final devastating truth: the little life has already faded. Her words hang in the air, and the child freezes with wide eyes as the reality of loss slowly begins to sink in. She watches as the elf presses the bird to her chest and explains the limits of her craft. Magic can heal flesh and dull pain through compassion, but no spell in this world can call back a soul once it has flown away. She loses her train of thought because of these heavy words. She looks up and asks to explain what such a thing really means. Suddenly, she is overwhelmed by a sudden, painful realization. To disappear means for the little bird to disappear to the same place where her mother is. She stands silently while the burden of truth falls on the group, and Zaid looks at her with a heavy, wordless gaze. When she reaches out, Alicia gently places the small, lifeless body in her palms. The girl looks up, her voice trembling as she asks if this means she will never see her friend again. Holding the small creature in her hands, she listens as the elf explains. It must be laid to rest by her own hands because the bird would seek peace through her care. She feels these words strike heavily right in the heart, and her wide-open eyes sharply reflect the sudden sharp understanding of what true loss is. Her vision begins to blur as the first glimmer of moisture appears. The overwhelming pain finally rises to the surface. Then the dam breaks. She sobs uncontrollably, clutching the tiny body to her chest as the realization of death becomes an unbearable burden. While she mourns, her companions stand nearby in sorrowful vigil, offering her their silent presence as she accepts this first, cruel lesson of the world. When the tears subside, a small wooden cross is raised over the fresh mound of earth. It is adorned with bright flowers to mark the place where the little life was returned to the earth. The huge orc and the little girl remain by the fresh grave, bowing their heads in a moment of final quiet prayer. She tightly closes her eyes, her small palms pressed together as she quietly says goodbye to her feathered friend. When the ceremony ends, he lifts her onto his broad shoulders and carries her away from the village as the stars begin to pierce the twilight. She holds on to him, her voice trembling as she calls to him, and this prompts the giant to ask a gentle question. While they make their way through the silence of the forest, she asks a heavy question and wonders if he felt the same sorrow when her mother died. She rests her head against him, seeking comfort in his presence as she waits for an answer. He looks up at the boundless, shimmering sky and with a heavy heart admits, yes, he is truly overwhelmed by grief. She picks up on this and asks if this sorrow grows from the love he felt for her mother. He closes his eyes for a moment, confirming her suspicion with a simple, solemn nod. Tears well up in her eyes. She listens as he explains. The depth of his grief was a direct reflection of the great love he felt. No, they share this burden under the stars. He walks alone through the silence of the night. His towering figure stands out against the distant mountains and starry sky, sprinkled with dust. A heaviness pulls at his mind as he contemplates the bittersweet nature of feelings. It gives warmth that you so long for, yet at the same time leaves a hidden taste of lingering sadness. This duality is reflected in how the young girl clings to him. Her tears are a silent proof of the bond between them. He gives her an equal presence, a silent anchor for her grief. She hides her face in him, seeking solace in his strength. Far from the quiet path, Alicia sits alone inside a wooden house, a shadow of deep thoughts on her face. The weight of recent events seems to press down on her as she gazes into the distance, her mind clearly already far away. Her gaze narrows as she contemplates the fragility of life, the very bird they encountered. She understands, its time probably ended long before this day. Its brief existence was cut short by a force too powerful for its small body. This leads her to a shocking conclusion about the angel's shining needle she saw. She thinks the power of this girl as an angel might even surpass the strength of Daria, manifesting with such force that it requires careful consideration and perhaps a bit of caution. The warrior stands at the threshold of a demonic village, hands steady on the hilt of the blade, and she carefully surveys the path ahead upward into the mountain pass. Suddenly, from the darkness bursts a wave of rotting flesh and bones, a mindless army of the dead, hungry for life. Behind them, shadows stir even more in the stone halls. Their evil glances are fixed on the newcomers. The warrior does not lose stability. Her concentration sharpens as soon as the first of the monsters enters the range of her steel. Breathing deeply, she gathers light within herself and prepares to strike, to turn the tide of the battle. She commands the holy flame. Her sword explodes with purifying fire that sweeps away the ranks of the undead, and bones instantly turn to ash. Turning to her companion, she nods. The time has come. The giant ogre, Exiled, responds. He lifts a boulder the size of an entire mountain above his armored head. He lashes the boulders against the cave's mouth. The blow echoes through the valley until the entrance is sealed under tons of solid stone. He stands with the group behind, like a stone boulder imprint of their victory, that they indeed sealed the cave. Gino pats his shoulder and praises how smoothly everything went while he was around. In the abandoned mine where the monster nest ruled, everything was finally cleaned up in advance. Scarred Adventurer says now it's time for everyone to head out for a celebratory drink. The heavyweight warrior remains unmoved under the heavy helmet with slits and refuses, explaining that his daughter is waiting at home. Gino can't help but smile and remarks that despite his terrifying appearance, he is truly the most devoted family man. Alicia joins the conversation, her expression stern. She warns the men not to waste time wandering and to return immediately to their families. Darian nods in agreement, and her thoughts are already wandering to the comfort of a warm, homemade dinner that her mother will prepare. Far from the dusty mines, the camera switches to the majestic and formidable architecture of the mayor's residence in Croft City. In the quiet corridors of the estate, a frightened maid approaches the mayor. He sits exhausted at the table, his head buried in his hands. She reports a troubling event, and her voice fades as she sees his obvious despair. He raises his gaze, his face pale, sweat streaming down as he bears the burden of recent political changes. He had heard rumors that the new emperor holds radical views, but this extreme situation is worse than he ever could have imagined. A creak cuts into the heavy office. Dorothy opened just as Bishop Belzel bursts into the room. His tall mitre and ceremonial staff clearly mark his high rank. The major stands to greet him, but the tension in the air does not dissipate. Sitting opposite the high-ranking clergyman, the mayor listens, and with each phrase his anxiety grows, because the conversation turns to the treatment of other races. He questions how the bishop uses the word demi-human when talking about elves and dwarves, emphasizing that such language is increasingly becoming a vessel for dangerous discrimination in the streets. He silently watched as the bishop sat calmly, sipping from a small cup, while the weight of their conversation hung heavily in the air. The bishop explained, during the recent coronation of Holy Emperor Swedrich, an official formal decree was issued. Demi-humans, such as elves and dwarves, are now officially classified as demons. This revelation clearly threw the officials off track. While the bishop continued, he emphasized that this city is especially famous for its close ties with elves. Elves teach medicine and magic and also work side by side with human travelers. Leaning forward, he smiled thinly and confidently and said it coldly and bluntly. The Pope fears that this city has become a refuge for heretics who threaten the safety of all humanity. The official representative flinched and raised his hand, resorting to a desperate gesture to stop the conversation and ask for a moment to process the full weight of these accusations. He finally found his voice, shouted in shock, and demanded to know what evidence the new emperor could have to justify the label monsters for such peaceful people. To the question about evidence, the bishop only snorted with laughter and asked what else needed to be proven besides their own terrifying human. Aish said, they themselves, without any doubt, are the sign of a demon. When the official palace cooled from the cold sweat, the bishop added that the Pope was ready to forgive the city's old ties, attributing everything to a simple misunderstanding in the laws of the previous emperor. He listens, frozen in stunned silence, while the bishop aloud lays out the treacherous path to save the city. Bezel suggests, if Croft captures the elven inhabitants and hands them over to the Order of Training Knights, the city's past crimes will officially become part of. Glasses flash in the bishop's eyes as he lays out the terrible truth of this pardon letter on the shelves. He says, prisoners will face exhausting interrogations until they confess to being demons, and then they will be executed to enlighten the world with supposed truth. This cold-blooded proposal makes the mayor slam his fist on the table. The wood creaks from the force of his outrage. He shouts that such an idea is absurd, but the bishop does not budge. He calmly demands that the mayor prove his faith through this action. Leaping from his seat in a fit of righteous anger, the mayor reminds those present, these half-humans are veterans of the Great War. He insists that victory would have been impossible without the gnome equipment, and also that the High Elf even served as the hero's mentor. He continues a fiery defense, claiming that betraying and persecuting his comrades in arms for such a baseless, senseless reason is unthinkable. Outside, the maid watches the scuffle, and her horror grows. In response to this flash, the bishop's gaze remains fixed, firm, and unyielding. The face weighs like a silent, looming threat. In the air of the room, a sharp tension thickens. The power of the church presses down when it clashes with the mayor's morality. Bending forward so that they are almost nose to nose, the bishop looms over the mayor, his presence oppressive like suffocation. He looks the man straight in the eyes, preparing to deliver the final, devastating ultimatum to the one who dared to defy the new imperial order. He squints behind his glasses, and his voice sharply drops to a dangerous whisper as he repeats the mayor's expulsion again. His words are absurd. Leaping up from his seat with sudden, furious energy, the bishop looms over the trembling official and demands that he explain how he dares to call the divine decrees of the Pope God's own voice on earth nonsense. His face twists into a mask of righteous anger. He leans closer, clenches his jaws, and his fangs bare as one devastating question sounds: is the person before him an heir? Seeing the accusations, the mayor jerked back, sweat pouring down his face, and he desperately denied, swearing that he was not like that and that his faith in the Almighty was still unshaken. Seeing the man's fear, the bishop softens his tone but maintains his oppressive presence. He says that many in this town have already allied with elves and dwarves, and warns that if these people follow the mayor's example and rebel, the consequences will be inevitable and catastrophic. He looks down for a long time at the broken man. The silence in the room thickens, burdened by his threats, which he does not utter. A thin, anxious smile slowly spreads across his lips, as if he has just realized how to turn the mayor's own morality against him. He begins to weave a dark theological justification, admitting, betraying those you love is painful, but such a sacrifice is the highest proof of devotion, like the ancient saint who remained faithful when God took away his wealth, family, and even his health. He continues his sermon, standing with his back turned, and explains that a true believer never curses God even when incredible trials befall him. Such unconditional service, he says, is what truly brings joy to the divine. A faintly terrifying smile tightens his lips, and he explains in detail, the value of judgment is measured by the strength of the pain it inflicts. To surrender to this agony and not falter means to walk the path of God's will, giving everything to his grace. He spreads his arms to the sides, his voice rising in a chillingly ecstatic tone as he proclaims that the torments themselves are something to be celebrated. Below, the mayor can only silently freeze in horror. Cold sweat pours down his forehead like hail until finally the full weight of the bishop's fanaticism crashes down on him. Later, already in the relative silence of his office, the official sits hunched over the desk. The heavy silence in the room cuts the ears, a sharp contrast to the bishop's cell. Nearby stands his maid, her presence quietly supporting the way the storm is building. She breaks the silence. Her voice barely trembles as she admits she cannot believe that elves truly belong to a demonic race. She reminds him that so many people in their town live thanks to the medicines the elves provide, even her mother, and the thought of betraying them is unbearable. The official listens silently and gloomily. He tightly clasps his hands in front of his face while acknowledging the truth of her words. But he reminds her that their opponent is not just an enemy, but the St. Cross Church itself, an institution whose influence and reach are almost absolute. As he looks at the city, he recalls the times when the church grew too powerful. After the Great War, it united humanity under one banner across many lands. Now the Pope's authority surpasses that of kings, and opposing the church essentially means rising against all humanity. With sudden, resolute determination, he slaps his palm on the table and declares that this burden is too heavy for an ordinary mayor. He orders the maid to prepare the carriage immediately. He will set out for the royal capital to place this impossible decision in the king's hands. He freezes and looks outside, his gaze mixed with awe and determination, and the physical weight of his choice causes sweat to appear on his temple. As he leaves, behind him stretches the village of Croft, a peaceful landscape of winding paths and sturdy buildings, for the protection of which he now risks everything. Children sit quietly in a locked room, listening attentively as the lesson begins, while sunlight breaks through the windows of the small classroom. Their teacher explains the true power of magic lies in the depths of feelings. She clarifies that when hostility enhances battle spells, it is love that grants the power of healing. Hearing this, a young girl shakes her head, trying to understand what hostility is. She listens as the elf explains. Hostility is simply an overly strong feeling of dislike or hatred towards something. Her companion tries to help and asks if there are any insects or something unpleasant to her, but she remains uncertain. She cannot find an equivalent for such a strong emotion. With a heavy heart, she quietly mutters that she simply does not like magic as such. The admission causes the boy beside her to open his eyes wide shock. The teacher gives her a gentle smile, assuring her that such difficult burdens are meant for adults and that her current feelings are completely acceptable. Then suddenly an epiphany or unexpected sensation strips the elf of his mask and his face turns into a flash of pure, wide-eyed anxiety. She sharply turns to the children, her voice rings with urgency. She orders Nanoe and Cress to immediately hide in the underground storeroom, and they remain confused by her sudden change in behavior. Turning her attention back to her companion, she commands Estelle to use a teleportation spell to reach the city, and immediately calls Ide and his team back. Estelle, stunned by the weight of the request, can only freeze and gasp in surprise. With a flash of light, the elf scholar disappears and the room empties under a dull hum. Outside, near the village gates, heavy rhythmic footsteps sound. An armed squad is about to arrive. A knightly phalanx with the gleam of white and golden armor moves forward, led by the tall, powerful figure of Bishop Belzel. On the shields is the emblem of St. Cross Church, a sign of divine authority that now casts a long shadow over the peaceful village. The bishop's gaze flickers behind his glasses, thin lips twitching into a smile cold, full of intent. It seems he savors the moment of his appearance. From the side, the local elves watch the procession, in their eyes surprise and misunderstanding. They note how rarely the holy knights venture so far into the rural outskirts. They whisper among themselves and wonder if the soldiers are chasing the remnants of a band of robbers recently defeated. Approaching the locals, the bishop greets them reservedly and asks if they are just passing through. After that, he shifts the conversation to a darker topic, saying they have heard rumors about a dangerous demon hiding nearby. One of the villagers, unaware of the bishop's true intent, tries to calm him with words, saying the threat has already been neutralized by a local ally. The bishop listens attentively, not averting his gaze, and asks if they are truly safe. The bishop stands before his armored army. A thin, anxious smile plays on his lips as he notices the presence of the very creatures they came to seek. And with eerie calm, he says that the demons are right here. Their pointed ears are a clear sign of their nature. Listening closely, he peers through his glasses and his eyes gleam when he sees their multitude. For him, the village is not a home for people, but a nest of monsters that has grown too far. Without warning, the relic cracks just as one of his knights lunges forward. A heavy shield crashes into a stunned elf man. The villager barely has time to gasp in surprise before the force knocks him to the ground, and blood sprays right at the scene of the clash. Seeing the sudden brutality, Alicia lets out a piercing scream of fear. Nearby, another man is felled by a blow, and in the clearing echoes the sound of steel cutting into flesh as the knights begin their screaming work. The entire line of holy knights then tears forward like a steel wave, and as they fall upon the defenseless villagers, they draw their weapons. Cries of pain and panic fill the air, and the peaceful settlement in a moment turns into a meat grinder. In the whirl of slaughter, the bishop bows his head in feigned sorrow, adjusts his glasses with a heavy sigh. He laments the necessity of these actions, insisting that it is a tragedy. They were forced to wait so long to drive out this corruption. He continues his sermon of death, reflecting, although these creatures lack the faith to be saved, the church still has a duty to lead such lost souls, even if this guidance sounds on the edge of a blade. He looks, and the frozen hardness grows in his features. The guise of sorrow disappears as soon as he issues the final, merciless order to his training knights: burn the village to the ground and slaughter all the inhabitants, leaving only the high elves. He put his plan into action, and the armored ranks of the holy knights begin a grim advance. From afar, the elven peasants cry out in despair, trying to stop the irreversible march. At the invasion, the elven warrior defector steps forward. His voice trembles with rage as he asks how they could be called demons after fighting side by side in the Great War. He hurls a ball of flame at the attackers, but the leading knight raises a heavy shield. The fire disperses powerless against the enchanted metal. The knight stands motionless, an elegant cross on his helmet gleams coldly as the smoke from the failed attack disperses. When their magic failed so hopelessly, the elven defenders froze in shocked stupor. Pale faces revealed the realization that their main defense was futile. One of the knights snorts disdainfully at their efforts and declares that such cheap magic will never break the defense of those blessed by God. With a sharp metallic clang, he draws his blade and orders the long-eared demons to prepare for death. Suddenly, a cry of agony bursts from the front line. The knight throws back an unexpected flash of light. Even the bishop watching from the side is confused by the sudden change in the course of the battle. From there, a hail of shining shells covers the holy knights, scattering their formation and driving them into defensive positions. Amid the chaos, young Alicia grips her staff, and in her gaze burns a new, mighty power. She is already preparing to defend the home. She fiercely fixed her Gaza Ridius fury boiling. Her voice trembles with indignation as she demands, "How can those who call themselves defenders of the weak justify turning blades against the innocent?" High above the battlefield, she directs her gaze at the man leading the invasion, calls Bishop Belzel, and demands explanations for this unprovoked attack on her people. He remains unmoved before her challenge. His face is a mask of cold, calculated indifference. With a cold, self-confident smile, the bishop declares that their actions are beyond any mortal doubt, for they are merely fulfilling the divine will of God. Standing before his vast army of armored knights, he radiates an aura of unquestionable authority, and his conviction is unshakable as he leads the holy crusade forward. Far from the clash, the village remains eerily quiet under the silent eaves of the huts. In the safe shadow, a young girl raises her gaze with wide-open, frightened eyes and whispers a question. Why is she forbidden to go outside where the sunlight is? His companion, with a face drawn far beyond her years and maturity, admits she has never seen the village elder so grim, and urges her to stay hidden while the storm of conflict rages somewhere else. He remained silent in the storeroom, but this stillness suddenly broke. A disembodied voice asked if their current course of action was truly right. The young boy's eyes widened in pure horror as he sharply turned around, his voice trembling as he demanded to know who was there. Next to him, a little girl squeezed his hand in confusion. Before they could get an answer, a dark, thick substance began to emerge from between the floorboards. It bubbled and pulsed with unnatural energy. The mass quickly expanded, boiling and foaming, flowing and gathering on the wooden surface, growing in size with every passing second. It rose from the ground like a shadow feeling out its shape, looming over the frightened children who could only stare frozen in paralyzed silence at the dark monolith that was growing. From the depths of the dark sludge emerged a woman in a pointed hat. Her face was calm as she said they must hurry to help before it was too late, and the young girl froze, looking at her in awe and shock. The mysterious woman in the witch's hat stands before two children in a room full of herbs and bottles. She looks down at them calmly, with almost predatory grace. Her presence fills the cramped space. Leaning forward, she addresses the young girl, Manhwa, with eerie urgency. She says, if they do not go to help now, it may already be too late for those they care about. Next to him, a young guy, Krez, suddenly cannot move from the spot. His body grows heavy and becomes cottony, as if held by an invisible force. He looks around in panic, trying to understand where this force came from and who this woman really is. While he remains frozen, the witch does not take her eyes off the little girl. Her shadow looms over the child as she waits for an answer. The little girl freezes and stares back, her eyes wide open with fear and hesitation. She remembers being told never to follow strangers. This warning now rings loudly in her head as she struggles with the choice. Sensing her distrust, the woman responds with a calming smile and says there is nothing to fear. She claims to be a friend of Nanao's father, trying to build a bridge between them with a lie or a hidden truth. Watching the girl's reaction, the woman sees that the mention of her father struck a chord, and the child's expression shifts from fear to a barely noticeable hope and confusion. When the child remains silent, the witch continues her manipulation, painting a grim picture of the village's current state. She says that evil people have already come here, and although everyone is fighting hard, the whole village could perish if immediate action is not taken. She shows a dead bird in her palm, and the word death hangs in the air like a heavy stone, while the young girl freezes, staring wide-eyed into the cold truth of mortality. She watches as the child clenches her fists and shouts her refusal. Her small body trembles with defiance in contrast to the woman's stern performance and the dark future she promises. The woman meets her with a faint smile, one that reveals understanding, almost sympathy. She acknowledges that the girl's anger is born from a deep, desperate desire to protect those she loves. Leaning down to meet the child's gaze, she reassures her, everything will be fine, and promises to provide the necessary help to change the village's fate. Far from her presence, the village of Croft is already beginning to succumb to chaos. Thick plumes of black smoke rise into the sky from the once peaceful settlement. It has been captured by armored invaders. They have broken through the perimeter. Their blades are drawn, they set wooden structures on fire and march through the streets. She is attacked with fierce resistance, but the young elf resorts to her power. The blade explodes with a dazzling flash as she summons the prism's saber technique. The intensity of her counterattack confuses the soldiers. One of them lets out a hoarse roar as magical energy tears through their ranks. She stares with wide-open eyes. The weight of what is happening finally sinks in as the battlefield shifts. These opponents are not just soldiers, they are paladins, an elite church. They possess a terrible ability to stitch their flesh back together even after a deadly blow. Looking back at the chaos, she sees her comrades fighting and struggling with all their might. But the harsh reality is clear, they cannot hold this defense for long. Suddenly, the voice of Bishop Belzel cuts through the chaos. He addresses her as a high elven mage and reminds her of the legendary power she once had to freeze seas during the Great War, a power she has since lost. He snorts disdainfully, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses as he says, "Such colossal power cannot be regained in just 7 years." With a triumphant shout, the priest orders the paladins to seize the survivors, declaring that they are nothing more than a demonic race to be subdued. She remains silent, her expression sharpening as she contemplates his words about the dire fate of her people. Somewhere high above the storm, in the dark clouds, a single bright spark flashes, a harbinger of changes about to come. A stream of fierce light bursts from the heavens, cutting through the air and crashing into the ground with a roar. Debris flies from the impact, and between the elven girl and the advancing church forces rises a barrier of wild energy. After the explosion, everyone freezes in shock. She braces against the shockwave, and the bishop with his armored paladins retreats, their former confidence shattered by the sudden divine intervention. She fixed her gaze on the blinding light, her breath faltering until cold sweat appeared in drops on her forehead. The force of the blow was unlike anything she had ever imagined. Edge was momentarily paralyzed by shock and complete disbelief. Above the battlefield, amid clouds that endlessly swirl and tear like a storm, a small silhouette begins to descend. Above its head, a faint ghostly ring of light flickers, clearly marking its presence against the dark sky. When the figure approaches closer, the halo pulses with an even, otherworldly glow. It hovers just above the strand of dark hair, casting a soft light that pierces the darkness of the approaching storm. Light snatches a young girl from the darkness. Her delicate body hangs in the air effortlessly, and her gaze, once dimmed by illness, now blazes with a terrifying, dazzling brightness. Her simple tunic flutters in the wind as she looks down at the world below like a silent judge. Seeing how the child changes, she screams the girl's name with a voice thick with horror and confusion. What is before her? A skinny human girl she tried to protect, who now shows such heavenly power as a reality she is not yet able to comprehend. A young girl froze in icy horror, staring at the massacre before her. Knights led by a woman in armor stand among the fallen peasants. Their blades are still wet with the blood of those they were meant to protect. She lowers her gazeth, flickering glow flashes above her head when the heart breaks. With a small, trembling voice, she asks why they commit such cruel acts. Her innocence is shattered by the sight of senseless, bloody combat. A wave of tears covers her, they stream down her cheek while grief ferments into coarse, burning hatred. She whispers this word again and again, and her voice steadies with a new, freshly found, terrible resolve. This hatred bursts out in a dazzling explosion of power. Sparks of wide-eyed energy dance around her delicate figure. She screams her anger into the very sky, clutching a huge sphere of light between her outstretched palms. An explosion of celestial energy shakes the battlefield, forcing armored soldiers to shield their eyes. They watch, disbelieving their own sight, having no idea how an ordinary child can direct such a focused stream of lightning. Next to him, the high priest watches the spectacle, and fear grows in his chest. Self-control is fleeing. He understands even their enchanted armor cannot withstand a direct strike of such furious magical power. His eyes widen behind his glasses as he gazes at the glowing ring above the girl's head. The realization hits him like a physical blow. He recognizes this halo, the ancient divine power it embodies. Before he can recover, she releases all the power of light, screaming for her enemies to vanish from existence. A giant beam of energy burns the ground, covering the knights with a dazzling white flash as they scream in frantic terror. She stands in the center of blinding white light. The very force of her awakened power pushes back, repelling even the air, as the energy begins to converge into a single devastating point. As the light devours the battlefield, Alicia bursts into the fray. Her own mana takes shape in a complex, rotating geometric seal that directs a scorching beam of energy at the advancing knights. The young elf trembles under the burden of the spell. Her face reddens from the effort as she holds such a high incantation, while Nanoe still hangs behind in a trance-like state, the divine halo pulsing in rhythm. Seeing the devastating counterattack, the elven warriors cry out in shock and cannot understand why their leader risks everything to protect those who brought such ruin to their home. Ignoring the cries of her relatives, she grits her teeth and pours all her willpower into the staff, declaring that she has reached her limit and will no longer stand aside while the innocent suffer. Her heart breaks with pain for the human girl, and she bitterly laments. A child who has not yet known the warmth of true love is forced to suffer from such deep hatred and unbearable burden to kill. Sweat runs down her forehead and her eyes blaze with fierce, desperate determination. She swears, this cycle of tragedy will end here and never repeat again. Suddenly, the magic circle cracks under the pressure of colliding energies and shatters with a sharp burst of glass shards, throwing her back as if crushed by pain. She does not give up heaven when the magical pressure tears her body apart. With a defiant scream, she rejects the thought of defeat and vows to stop this onslaught with all her remaining strength, no matter what it costs her. Through this desperate intent from the place where she stands bursts a blinding pillar of light, a crude embodiment of her power rushing outward. The wave of impact is so colossal that it throws back the armored knights. Their shields barely protect them from the raw force of the explosion. In a moment the light fades and she appears hunched forward, her breath breaking into ragged, painful gasps. Blood streams from her eyes, a harsh proof of the cost of her last effort, while a young girl in the distance freezes as if in silent horror. Seeing the state of her protector, the child bursts into tears, her wide-open eyes full of confusion and sorrow. She barely finds the words to ask why such a sacrifice was necessary. Her voice trembles as she calls the woman. In response, the elf straightens a weak, bloodied smile and her gaze softens as she looks at the girl. She quietly explains that she has already told her. Such burdens are meant for adults, not for someone so young. With a gentle movement, she stretches forward with the staff and lightly touches the girl's head, a playful gesture meant to relieve tension and distract her from the slaughter. The girl shudders at the touch, tears still flow as she tries to comprehend the calm in the posture of the woman who just risked everything to save her. Finally, the elf gives the last advice, tells the child that she should not get involved in such dangerous matters. On the face maternal warmth, despite it being hidden by blood. A young elf sacrifices himself and a little girl freezes in shock, her eyes wide open, tears about to burst as she sees the cost of this battle. Her face shifts and the first drops of sorrow run down her cheeks as she looks at the one who protected her. Seeing the child's tears, the beaten mage grabs her and holds her tightly despite the blood still flowing from his own eyes. She quietly exhales and gently reproaches the girl for recklessness and for touching a power that the small body was not meant to contain. Pressing the girl to herself, the elf squeezes her tighter, her gaze hardening. Her vision swims from the crimson spots on her own face. She looks at the approaching army and with each moment feels increasing horror. Who, or what could have forcibly awakened such a sleeping and dangerous power in an ordinary child? Ahead of the fields, the high priest stands among his armored legionaries, not averting his gaze from the strange, ghostly glow rising from the steam. His jaw hangs incomplete, unconditional shockwords get stuck in his throat as he comprehends what he sees before him. Suddenly he bursts out with a mad scream. His face is twisted with a mixture of religious fanaticism and greed. He shouts that the light above the girl is unquestionably an angelic halo, and begins to weave a story about how she is a holy being held captive by the same elves who tried to protect her. This new divine obsessive plan pushed him to action. He ordered his knights to advance with renewed strength. He proclaims that the capture of the high elf is now a secondary matter. Their true prize is the angel herself. Only this matters. He roars at his men, ordering them to immediately seize the angel and demands, "Bring her to the Pope without delay." The knights respond with a thunderous battle cry. Their coordinated growls shake the air as they surge forward in a wave of steel. Feeling this devastating onslaught, she tightly presses the girl to her chest, her face bruised and bloody but her gaze sharp and unyielding. Beyond her, elven warriors watch the approaching knights with grim determination, weapons ready as they prepare to defend their home from fanatical invaders. She shifts her gaze to her kin. A brief moment of recognition and fatigue passes over her face as soon as she sees them preparing for the upcoming confrontation. But the knights show only contempt. They mock the elves, calling them riffraff, and declare that their goal is to slaughter all who dare stand in their way. Against such arrogance, elven men stand firm. They echo the determination of the village leader and swear they will not let the child bear the burden of their protection. They will become the shield for Nano. She throws people a soft word of thanks, speaks calmly despite the chaos, and quietly informs that their intervention is no longer needed. A dim, victorious smile barely touches her bloodied lips as she realizes, despite the cost, she has finally managed to buy time for their true defense to manifest. She really managed. In the moment, a brilliant magical circle flared on the battlefield. It stopped the knight's advance with a flash of light and confusion. From the very center of the arcane seal emerges a gigantic figure of a dark-skinned ogre alongside two elves. Their sudden arrival confuses everyone. Without stopping, the elf spirit caller summons the village elder and declares that she has managed to bring reinforcements with her. She, trembling, silently stares in horror at the ranks of armored teacher knights and demands an explanation of what happened in her absence. The knights react as expected with a preemptive hail of poisonous reproaches. Their suspicions seem confirmed when they see the elves openly consorting with the creature they consider a demonic beast. From afar, the bishop spat contemptuously at the newcomers, waved off the young women and the ogre, calling them merely low-level threats that pose no danger to his sacred order. While the ogre grimly surveys the dreadful scene with fallen peasants, a young elf pulls a fragile human girl into protective arms, shielding her from all the surrounding carnage. Safe in those arms, the child's eyes remain closed, yet tears still stream down her face. The weight of tragedy does not release even in unconsciousness. As the children's screams echoed faintly behind, the giant warrior stood unshakably, and his face hardened as he surveyed the battlefield. He admitted bluntly, without any embellishment, that he did not belong to people of great intellect. This confession left the young elf beside him momentarily speechless. With his gaze, he fixed on the self-satisfied bishop and his wall of armored knights, and the ogres, as if turning to stone, came to a firm decision. He might not understand their tangled justifications, but he knew exactly whom to strike down. With a thunderous crack of energy, he sharply clenched his fists. Muscles tensed, and from his very heart burst forth wild, primal power. The paladins, the elite force of St. Cross, stand in iron formation. They are the pinnacle of all military might, selected through the most impossible and harshest trials the church can offer. They are chosen from the very heart of the religious order. Every night they become a living symbol of divine authority and unyielding discipline. Their equipment is made from forged sacred silver, a metal so strong that it effortlessly deflects the blows of heavy cannon volleys. Moreover, having consumed the sacred dish, the blood of angels, they gain a semblance of immortality. Their bodies instantly stitch back together, even if their hearts are pierced. These legendary warriors were world-renowned heroes of the Great Demonic War, a gathering of the unparalleled, who achieved countless victories and engraved a legacy of invincibility. One such night he returned in thought to the deep pride he felt during the initiation into their ranks. And with this divine power, he was certain he could become the foremost vanguard of the heavens, proving complete devotion through fearless and relentless battle. He held this conviction as absolute truth, an unshakable pillar of faith that defined his entire existence. But his steadfastness breaks in an instant. Charanagar Zed raises a primal, thunderous roar, standing proudly and immovably in the very heart of the circle of elite warriors. He tears through their ranks with frightening ease. His fists shatter the seemingly unbreakable sacred silver and send the immortal knights flying like broken dolls. Their divine protection does not withstand his devastating power. He stares forward motionlessly with cold, unblinking eyes. His porcine features are frozen in a mask of cold indifference. Clenching his enormous fist against fist, the beast knows neither divine healing of their sacred dishes nor the supposed invincibility of their silver armor will save them. He exists only to crush everything in his path. With stunning brutality, he drives his fist into a heavy shield. The metal cracks like glass, and the darkness behind it scatters like dust. The momentum of his attack does not wane. He swings his massive arm in a wide arc, and from the sheer force the fight scatters elite warriors like autumn leaves in a storm. Bodies are torn to pieces and armor turns to scrap. The air fills with splashes of blood and the piercing screech of dying metal. Standing upright amid the ruins of the sacred order, he ignores the desperate cries of survivors who saw their comrades fall in heaps. Even when a spear strikes his dark skin, the weapon cannot bite in. The tip only scratches his impenetrable muscles, causing no harm. Seeing this, the last knight shudders in pure horror. Cursing the heavens, he understands their holy silver has no power against this monster. He screams in terror as a giant fist crashes down, unable to comprehend the incredible monstrosity before him. With a bone-crushing blow, the black ogre drives the warrior into the ground. The earth cracks and sinks under the force of the assault. The strike destroys everything. Even through the supposedly impenetrable holy silver armor, the blunt force hits so hard that the wounds become unbearably severe. Divine healing no longer cures them. Blood splashes on the pure metal, a bitter proof of the ogre's furious wild strength. Amid the carnage, the ogre rises and towers like an unstoppable force of nature. Those knights who survived freeze. Victory is impossible, and if they remain, death is inevitable. Their armor rattles with the staccato clinking of hammered knees as the weight of their situation sinks in. One of them, staring directly into the ogre's impassive face, feels a cold horror, and a deeply buried memory begins to surface. Through a narrow slit in his visor, his eyes widen sharply. He recognizes what he saw in a terrible nightmare. Finally, he names their creature. Before them stands the legendary Black Ogre. Seeing her people on the brink of collapse, Dea decisively steps forward. Her voice cuts through the panic as she orders them to retreat. She insists, their lives here will simply be wasted until another knight falls and his sword clangs uselessly against stone. She stands her ground against the huge monster, shouting for the others to save themselves while they still can. She warns, this creature is a true monster, capable of matching the hero himself, and none who dared challenge him lived to tell the tale. Looking back at her retreating comrades, she calls them to move faster. She knows the ogre rarely chases those who show not a drop of will to fight. Is this their only chance to survive the slaughter? She watches as her unit falters and breaks apart right before the legendary monsters. Despite her orders, the retreat turns into chaos. Armored knights fluster, trying to move as far away as possible from the giant's overwhelming presence. But their retreat is suddenly halted by a deafening roar of condemnation from Bishop Belzel. He stands boldly between the retreating soldiers and the giant beast, shouting that such cowardice is an insult to their fate. He brandishes a ceremonial scepter. His face is twisted with fanatical obsession as he declares that they cannot abandon the mission while the angel remains in the claws of demonic forces. The bishop's eyes swell with fanatical light as he promises that their sacrifice guarantees the angel's continued guidance, and as proof of divine favor, he cites his own past successes with the gifts. In response, she can only freeze and stare in shock, unable to believe his dangerous obsession. In the whirl of religious fervor, the Black Ogre remains a silent, immovable wall of muscle. His gaze is frozen, unfathomable, and emotionless. He slowly and purposefully begins the assault. Heavy steps echo dully as he looms over the relatively weak bishop. Facing inevitable death, the old man does not flinch. Instead, a grim, triumphant smile spreads across his face as he reveals a radiant, sacred pendant, hinting that he has one last desperate maneuver left. He holds the diamond-shaped relic high above his head and says that this fragment of divine power was given to him on the day he ascended to his kingdom. A sudden, wildly uncontrollable lunging, the artifact explodes in a pillar of dazzling light and scorching heat, a manifestation of what he calls the fourth miracle. The giant ogre stands in the very heart of hell. Smoke swirling in a vortex around him is unshaken, and his bestial features are petrified as the ground cracks and splits beneath the force of the explosion. Continuing the attack, the bishop channels holy energy through his staff. A complex magical sigil forms in the air to precisely focus the destructive force. He laughs with fanatical joy, mocks the demon, and praises the power of the church, while a witness nearby looks on in complete disbelief at the sheer scale of the untamable flame. In response, the giant ogre's eyes flare with a fierce inner spark, and with a thunderous snort, he exhales a gust of wind so powerful it extinguishes the holy flame. The bishop's face pales, his jaw drops in utter shock. He realizes that his divine miracle has been neutralized by nothing other than a single breath. Before he even manages to realize defeat, the ogre suddenly lunges forward. His gigantic hand grabs the old man by the face and effortlessly tosses him into the air. He holds the bishop with a death grip on the face. His huge fingers dig into the skull while the clergyman's hands twitch convulsively and vainly grasp the thick, dark forearm. He looks down from above with a hint of pity and cold fury. He whispers that this man knows none of the truth he supposedly represents. Nearby, the warrior froze in silence and stared at the screen as if struck by thunder. Tears streamed down his face, and as soon as the weight of the situation caught up, she lost self-control. The giant's eyes flash with a blinding white glow as he leans in very close. His voice trembles hoarsely, dangerously, and slowly warning the bishop never to utter the name Dara so lightly again. The bishop's legs twitch weakly in the air, his body hangs limp and helpless, without any support, held only by the ogre's single, devastating strength. Snorting contemptuously, the gigantic beast snarled at the restrained ranks of armored knights and effortlessly hurled the dignified cleric into the air like a rag. The man screams in frantic horror, crashing into the paladin ranks, and the force of the blow throws several holy warriors backward. They fall and scatter in disorder. Growing up against the backdrop of the village, the cannibal voices the final rustling command: "Take your broken leader and get out," swearing never to dare show your faces on these lands again. He froze in place, a silent sentinel watching as the armored knights hurriedly scattered in a panicked retreat. The heavy clinking of their boots and the clatter of silver armor faded into the distance, leaving only settling dust behind. When the last invaders vanished beyond the horizon, several columns of dark smoke still lazily stretched toward the clouds. The fires of the brief skirmish were already beginning to die out. Thus ended the unwanted invasion of the church. He finally returned to the village. The quiet houses stood motionless under the wide, open sky. The immediate threat was repelled, so the settlement was left to recover in the newly found silence. She moves slowly and her eyes tremble, opening as the fog of unconsciousness begins to recede. A quiet moan escapes from her lips as she tries to comprehend where she has ended up. The dim light in the room gradually sharpens. Above her looms a giant figure of an ogre. His usually frightening features soften with genuine concern. He watches her intently, waiting for a sign of recognition or a return to full clarity. He speaks quietly. A deep voice rumbles as he asks if she has finally returned to the waking world. Confused, she only whispers his name, and he immediately asks if she still feels any pain from her ordeal. She freezes in place, her gaze sticks to him as she considers his question. Here and there, she voices aloud whether she should feel pain at all. Memories of recent events still blur like in a fog. A sudden spark of clarity flashes in her eyes. Memories of chaos begin to surge like a wave, breaking the quiet confusion and replacing it with an increasingly strong sense of horror. With a friend to cry with, she abruptly sits up in bed. Her voice cracks as she screams at the top of her lungs, calling for her father and her friends. The ogre quickly approaches to calm her. He points across the room, letting her know she is not alone and that the danger has passed. In a plush chair, reclining and resting, the young elf Meggie offers a weary yet soothing smile. Her face is covered in bandages, but her eyes hold an unbreakable spirit. She quietly tells the girl that everything is fine and explains that thanks to the ogre's timely intervention and treatment, everyone survived the clash. Suddenly she is confused. A child throws herself into her arms and clings convulsively, begging for protection. She holds the girl tightly and the mage's face becomes serious. The conversation shifts to a mysterious woman who, it is said, infiltrated the warehouse. She watches as Nanoe breaks down in tears of pure relief. The young girl's wail fills the room, and only now do they finally grasp the weight of having survived. Nearby stands a giant ogre like a rock. His presence silently holds the silence in this room as he agrees, at this moment only this matters. He watches as the young girl gradually sinks into a deep, restorative sleep while the elf remains standing, her small body tightly wrapped in a cloak, vigilantly guarding her companion. A warm hand reaches out to stroke the sleeping girl's hair, a gentle gesture of support after the terrible ordeal or the deal they have had to endure. The elf shifts his gaze to the giant figure, and she does not movingly sincerely thanks him for protecting the child. But he immediately rejects the praise, insisting that the true credit belongs to her. He looks down at her with a gloomy expression and admits, although he defended the village, it was her actions that truly saved the future of the young girl. The word hangs in the air, and for a moment there is silence as she contemplates the weight of the responsibility she has taken upon herself. She listens while he continues to speak. Although battles to protect others are inevitable, these burdens should not yet fall on someone so young. She nods at his words with a silent, resolute look. She stands before the huge ogre while he gives sincere thanks and notes that the knight Daria also shares his gratitude for everything that happened. Her gaze softens the weight of his words, and he settles into it as she realizes this rare display of vulnerability and gratitude from this burly warrior. Next to her, a young girl Nanue gives a soft and calm smile. On her face shines found peace and happiness, for the danger has already passed. Turning her attention to the matter itself, the elf woman becomes pensive. Her brow slightly furrows as a specific concern about their recent guests just arises. She interrogates him about the mysterious woman who approached Nanoha, claiming he was her friend, and asks if he has the slightest idea who she might be. The question hangs in the air, thick with possible hidden threats. He is silent for a moment, and his features harden a mask of stern, unquestionable certainty. And cutting off abruptly, he says that he has nothing lowly to boast about up close, no friends to speak of, without a trace of doubt in his voice. Memories of a darker time surfaced, and cruel voices of his own kind flared up in his mind. They saw him only as a tool of war. They demanded that he fight to his last breath, insisting that his only value lay in raw, destructive power. Looking back at her, he acknowledges the empty truth of his existence. No one ever asked for anything except his strength. He lived in constant fear. If he failed, he would become completely worthless and everyone would abandon him. He had just finished the confession, and she could only quietly confirm how heavy the burden lay on him. Her face was still bandaged after recent trials, so she directed her thoughts to the mysterious invader, who they were and why they attacked Nanoa. She realized the truth could only be obtained one way: to meet this person directly. Standing next to her, he did not move. The giant warrior felt a presence in the room and ordered the hidden observer to appear. Suddenly, from the floor between the boards, a viscous, black, bubbling liquid began to ooze. He did not even have time to recover. From the dark pool, the mysterious woman they had already met appeared again. Her witch's clothes dripped with a strange liquid as she rose to her feet. She let out a quiet, knowing laugh, and her eyes sparkled with confidence worthy of the one called Thousand-Year Wish. While the young elf watched everything warily and at the same time resolutely, the ogre narrowed his eyes and his muscles tensed as if a fight was about to begin. The witch addressed them both, admitting that she still regretted she had failed to recruit the elves to the side of the Demon King. She stands before them. Her appearance evokes tired recognition in Alicia, the young elf. She, with a broken face and a fresh bandage on her cheek, raises her eyes with a heavy gaze and asks if she is really the one they were looking for. While the elf speaks, the woman simply smiles. Her fingers almost touch the edge of her pointed hat, movements precise and light. This is no random traveler, but Astaroth of the Hissing Serpent, the powerful chief of staff of the Demon King's army. Under the boundless, star-studded sky, a solitary two-story house stands quietly against the backdrop of distant mountains. Inside, a young boy with a key on his forehead lies in a deep, peaceful sleep, breathing evenly as he recovers from the last trial. Watching over him, two women share a moment of silence. They look attentively, and on their faces freeze both relief and still unrelieved anxieties. They whisper to each other, noting that after all the traumatic events of the day, he seems to have finally fallen into a peaceful sleep. While one expresses gratitude for surviving such a terrible encounter, the other still carries the memory of the mystery you showed them. Suddenly the calm is shattered. Both women freeze and their senses are seized by a sharp, alarming feeling. Her eyes widen sharply with anxiety as soon as she recognizes the unmistakable pressure of a powerful presence nearby. Understanding where the disturbance comes from, she gasps convulsively and casts a glance toward the elder's house. Her eyes dart to the ceiling, as if she could see what is happening even through the roof. Their intuition did not fail. In the old man's home, the secret of the powerful presence was revealed. There stood a mysterious figure with the appearance of unquestionable authority, and behind him a huge ogre looming over a small, completely battered figure. This tired girl, her face was battered with bandages, and her gaze was heavy with exhaustion, turned out to be none other than the Demon King's own strategist, a high-ranking official who miraculously survived the recent cataclysm. Looking down at the survivor, the witch spoke in a mocking tone, emphasizing how the strategist managed to cling to life despite the hero's devastating victory and the complete destruction of her forces. She continued her taunts, laughing at the irony of the situation and dismissing the hero's assumptions about preferences, while the silent ogre watched the exchange with a stone, unreadable face. Her gaze narrowed slightly, and in her features for a moment flashed something cautiously calculated as she steered the conversation toward a clearer goal. She glanced at the bed where a young human girl slept a heavy, healing sleep. She questioned the giant man-eater about the role he played in the child's condition and what care he provided her. The witch then confessed her true intentions. She intervened only because she wanted to see the hidden power of the one whose veins run with the blood of angels, hoping that later the girl would be able to protect herself and what was most precious to her. Hearing this, the strategist froze in silence, struck to the bone by the terrible measure of power that the legendary thousand-year possessed, the power held by her hidden intentions. She remains motionless while the witch continues her explanation. Her voice flows evenly and confidently as she says that the events have already exceeded her expectations. Turning her gaze to the sleeping child, the sorceress thoughtfully tells herself that the girl is the perfect candidate for the role of the new king. This statement makes the ogre Colossus standing nearby twitch all over. His eyes flash with a fierce, predatory spark, and he looms over the room. His muscles ripple and swell with tension. The air thickens with silent aggression as he prepares for a possible confrontation. Hearing his hostility, she calmly advises him to steady his breathing and assures him there is no need for such radical measures as kidnapping. She lets out a quiet, contemptuous laugh and points out that both the child and the elf she cares about have long been expelled by human society, so they have nowhere else to go. The ogre shivers from the cold, his eyes widen as he realizes the weight of her words finally sinks in. Nearby, the wounded strategist remains silent. Her face is unreadable beneath the bandages as she processes the witch's cold dwelling. She stands before the enormous ogre, and her voice echoes dully in the cramped room as she tells the cold truth about the New World Order. After the fall of the Demon King, the new pope painted demi-humans as a common enemy to keep humans united, and they were chosen for this role. She tightens her argument. On her lips is an eerily calm smile, and she insists that creating an external threat is the most effective way to maintain internal peace. She continues the manipulation and points out that people have already turned away from him. With a gesture inviting, she calls the man-eater to join her crusade to exterminate the people who abandoned them. The heavy warrior stops and weighs her words. He admits that the hidden power of the young girl can indeed give the monsters the final victory, but he responds to her sharply, and without any hesitation he refuses. Sudden disobedience forces her composure to waver. The confident expression on her face hardens, turning into a mask of cold calculation. He squints his icy gaze filled with quiet, unwavering strength that no promises of revenge can shake. She quickly recovers and reminds, as a member of the monster race, he has no luxury of choice in a world that has already sentenced him. Standing upright, he states his path is determined, but the girl is different. She has the power to become a human, an angel, or even a monster, and he will not let her fate be stolen. He sticks to his firm position. The future of Nano belongs only to her. Whether she becomes a heroine, demon king, or simply lives as an ordinary woman, the choice must be hers and hers alone. Hearing this, the witch acknowledges the validity of his words, agreeing, freedom to choose one's path is truly a fundamental right. Yet in her gaze there still remains a shadow of doubt as she weighs the weight this freedom carries. Next to her, a young girl remains lost in a deep, quiet sleep, completely unaware of the harsh fates unfolding above her head. She is still a child, and the orc believes that no parents have the right to predetermine a child's face. He looks intently ahead with unwavering concentration, declaring that he will never allow a life defined by the hatred of others to be imposed on her. Joining the conversation, the elven strategist stands straight, leaning on her staff. She makes it clear they will not surrender or become easy prey, but they also have no intention of joining the Demon King and his genocidal campaign for the complete extermination of humans. She looks through everything with a tired but determined gaze. Her bandaged face testifies to past trials as she explains, their only true dream is a simple hope for a peaceful tomorrow. The witch responds with a barely noticeable, mysterious smile. Her eyes flash with hidden understanding as she watches the unexpected determination of those she came to recruit. The strategist and scientist burst through the door. Panic froze on their faces as they shouted after the elder fighting to save him. Instead of the elder, they find a mysterious woman in a wide-brimmed hat standing among the shelves in a quiet room. She meets their gaze with an amazingly calm face. Her dark eyes give no hint of anxiety at their sudden intrusion. Realizing the true nature of the stranger, the strategist's eyes widen sharply and he understands. The woman is a representative of a demonic race. Without hesitation, she draws her blade and lunges forward, the steel ringing as she prepares to strike and destroy the threat. The blade passes through the witch's body with disgusting ease, but instead of blood, her body explodes into a dark, viscous mass of trembling orbs. As the dark liquid bubbles and swirls, the witch begins to regenerate, her physical presence seemingly unaffected by the mortal blow. She turns to the stunned elves and the huge orc, indifferently remarks that there is too much space even for her taste, and decides to leave for today. She stands straight, her face unreadable, as she addresses the monstrous figure before her. Slightly tilting her head, she asks why he allowed the child to walk such a dark path, and aloud wonders if he truly intended to let her become the demon king without any interference. The massive warrior freezes for a moment in silence, not averting his gaze forward as he processes her words. Finally, he speaks. His voice rumbles dully as he declares that if the young girl Manhwa truly desires this future, you will not stand in her way. Realizing this, the sorceress lets out a quiet, confident snort as if to say, if so, the girl will inevitably emerge as a demon lord and later come for their help. Nearby, the young human girl still lies in a deep, feverish sleep, unaware of the serious conversation happening behind her back, while the elven scholars watch and grow increasingly worried. Then she bursts out with mocking laughter, covering her mouth with her palm, and emphasizes the cruel truth. People will never truly accept that they are stained with the blood of an orc. While the warrior silently drills her with his gaze, she does not stop. She continues to criticize, accusing him of looking at human nature too naively. She says that people lack the inner strength to accept someone who is truly different from them. Her gaze betrays a cold calculation, and she says that St. Cross Church is only a sign of a much deeper problem. Turning away with a sharp, piercing gaze, she concludes that human tendency to reject others is born entirely from their own natural weakness. She continues the exterminatory accusation. Her voice is cold as she declares that people are by nature weak, cowardly, and cruel. The group stands before her and swallows every word as she dismisses humanity as a bunch of miserable creatures. Developing her dark prophecy, she claims, even in a world without monsters, people will still find a reason to exterminate each other over trivial differences, skin color, or origin. She warns that as Nanawa grows, she will inevitably have to endure persecution, causing the girl to hate her own fate and eventually want to destroy the very humanity that rejected her. As if to emphasize the urgency of this dire future, the focus shifts to a young girl Nunoe. She sleeps peacefully, unaware that only a decade must pass before the child reaches adulthood and faces such a harsh reality. With a cold, composed expression, only that they will wait and watch how the seeds of hatred sprout in the child. Since for a demon a whole decade is just a moment, she begins to dissolve, turning into a cluster of dark, flickering spheres. Her body disintegrates right before their eyes as she prepares to depart. In a matter of seconds, the space she occupied emptied. Only a few faint traces remained on the wooden floor, dissolving into oblivion. The sudden disappearance plunges the companions into a stunned silence until the elf scholar breaks it, demanding an explanation of what just happened. The strategist, focused and solemn, offers to explain the nature of the meeting and the witch's true intentions. She glanced at the others and admitted, although not all people, she knows this, are hopeless, she cannot find fault in the cynical assessment of the demon regarding their nature, acknowledging the dark truth in the witch's words. Elf Strategist 1, she remains a silent observer next to Scholar. Elfwoman 1 recounts the grim facts of the Holy Knight's attack. Scholar acknowledges, the attack was an undeniable act of aggression, and the absence of casualties on their side is entirely thanks to the ogre's strength, and still she shivers at the thought of what would have happened if he had been delayed even a little. Strategist ELF Strategist 1, and then she turns her thoughts to the future, understanding, their relations with human society must change. She realizes that the way forward depends on how many people decide to side with the church's strict doctrines and how the elves must adapt to this. She continues her reasoning, explaining, the era of a united front against the Demon King is over, and the old isolationist methods are no longer suitable. Instead, she emphasizes how they are already woven into the very fabric of human life, acting as healers, travelers, and workers to maintain key points of connection. Continuing the analysis, she asserts, the Church's influence is not absolute because many people likely harbor their own doubts about its most radical interpretations. She emphasizes, humanity consists of different groups, each with its own motives and views which they need to learn to navigate and distinguish. Ignoring her complex theories, the man-eater with black inner loneliness finds this political dispute increasingly exhausting, heavy brows knit into a frown expressing tired boredom. He bluntly asks if the conversation will last much longer, and it is clear, his patience is already at its limit while the others silently watch him. His true focus turns out to be much more personal. Nano's birthday is only a week away. He admits that the scarf he intended to give her is still far from ready, and he openly says that he urgently needs to return home immediately to continue working on the gift. Watching him nervously fidget over the gift, the young elf girl one remains in stunned silence. She can only stare, mouth agape, at the place of the fearsome warrior fussing over the knitting project, while the strategist looks on from the side with a completely blank face. While the young elf remains silent, the scholar, ELF woman one, is much less patient. Her face twists with annoyance and she begins to scold him. She sharply reminds him that she gave him the necessary instructions a month ago, while the ogre can only offer a guilty excuse. He was distracted by the desire to add a cute pattern to the work. The strategist emits a ringing, enduring laugh. The tension from that moment dissipates, and everything dissolves into genuine merriment. Because of this light-hearted change in tone, the huge Ogreseed emphasizes, a birthday is a serious matter. He says that Nanua will be terribly sad if she is brought nothing. Nanua sits calmly, composed, agrees, and commands. Everything else is on her, and they must first focus on preparing for the birthday. In response to this decision, Alicia asks if it is truly wise when such a threat from the knights hangs overhead. She reassures the young elf and explains, she has not been idle, she has already taken measures to monitor the situation. A few moments later, she closely watches Nanoe while the young girl peacefully sleeps in her bed. Outside these walls, chaos has momentarily receded. Looking at the child's calm face, she reflects, in this world there is nothing more precious than a child's smile. As the night thickens, she raises her gaze to the moon, remembers Mandaria, whom she loved, and decides that this might be the perfect moment for her to finally understand the truth. Meanwhile, far across the landscape, the spires of the kingdom of Antares rise under the same silvery moon. Within the castle walls at night, Daria stands alone by the window, her silhouette carved by moonlight as she looks into the darkness of the night. She stands silently. Her gaze is fixed on the distant horizon, and the crown presses on her head heavier than ever. Behind her, a loyal official kneels, waiting for her word, but it does not come, and the night air chills the balcony. Sitting on her throne, she listens as a man explains the Holy Emperor's interpretation about elves and the demon race. The political map changes before their eyes, and he warns, the current structure is much more fragile than it seems. He continues speaking, and his worry-lined forehead reveals his tension as he talks about the precarious situation concerning the dwarves. The complexity of alliances and the threat of clashes clearly exhaust him. His voice trembles slightly as he reads the report. Later, she holds a sealed letter, a wax seal with a grim coat of arms warning of its contents. Her maid, Eris, watches closely as the queen realizes her deepest fears about the prophecy have finally materialized into a cold, undeniable reality. Suddenly, she rises with a sharp command, making the maid startle. She demands that the crew be prepared immediately and insists everything must be kept secret from the other ministers so that no one interferes. As Queen of Antares, she knows the truth must be seen by herself. The legend of the hero and the demon and the child born from their union is no longer just a tale. It is a matter of state, and she must personally investigate before the world descends into chaos. The group gathers in the sunny village square, preparing for the day's tasks under the clear morning sky. She looks at the children and swears to return before the sun sets and the evening shadows grow long. Nanohi's eyes flash with excitement as she tells that she found huge mushrooms to fill their stomachs, and Cress, cautious as always, reminds, do not touch anything without their guardian's permission. Nearby, Estelle calls to get Alicia's attention. She entrusts the safety of the two young elves to one elf, who responds with a confident smile and a reassuring gesture, showing everything is under control. When the plans are set, the trio sets off away from the safety of the buildings towards the dense trees darkening in the distance. On the outskirts of the village, a massive ogre and a scholar watch as a small group departs. Their faces reveal nothing, and the morning silence settles around them. From above, the village square looks lively yet orderly. The rest of the inhabitants are busy with their affairs, while the central figures remain in place. A pack of grim-faced men with stone faces gathers. One of them cracks his knuckles with a sharp hop. They acknowledge the escape on a leash will buy them time until evening, and they need to finish preparations before she returns. The plan is already underway, and the village square erupts with applause as the men gather together. Someone raises a fist and declares with infectious enthusiasm that they must immediately start preparing for Nananao's birthday. While the bustle swirled around, a large orc quietly expressed thanks to one of the elf humans. The elf waved off the thanks with a warm smile and insisted the orc leave the square's decorations to them. After all, elven children are rare, so the whole village rejoices in celebrating the birth of any child. The elf warlock quietly watches the exchange with a soft smile, her eyes hidden behind the rays on her glasses as she says there really is no need for him to feel guilty or indebted. Nearby, these men gathered and froze for a moment in silent agreement. They say the young girl recently suffered fear, and they decided to make sure that during all the celebrations she would have only fun all day. While the orc is silent, absorbing the kindness of his neighbors, the elf scholar announces she will leave and begin preparing the feast for the celebration. Soon the harvest of this land will be laid out in stunning detail. Baskets bursting with juicy, crunchy carrots, full of onions and fresh greens. Nearby stand piles of eggs, fish, and the best cuts of meat. Standing before the impressive quantity of ingredients, the elf scholar begins to assess the task ahead, her thoughts already running through the logistics of how to feed the entire community. Given such a number of guests, she considers that a barbecue is the most practical option, when suddenly she shudders as huge orcs silently appear behind her. He silently looms in the kitchen, and this makes Estelle shudder and jump back with a frightened cry. Her heart pounds against her ribs as she asks what, damn it, could have happened. He remains calm and explains that he wants to prepare a special lunch for the child specifically for Nanoe. His request strikes Estelle as strange for an experienced traveler, and she asks why he suddenly became interested in such a dish. He only replies that he heard it is a favorite meal of children. She listens as he explains. Nanoe's recent refusal to eat her vegetables has become a problem, and he hopes to hide them in a hamburger steak to encourage her to eat. He sees how his caring touches her. She immediately agrees, so he hints that a separate portion must be prepared just for the young girl. She watches as he puts on a simple apron and begins cooking under her guidance. She explains that the main thing is to chop the vegetables so finely that they become invisible, then fry them until their natural sweetness is released. He lowers the heavy knife to the carrot, and she gasps with a shudder, anxiously watching the dangerous positioning of his hand. She quickly urges him to tuck his fingers into a cat's paw to prevent a bloody accident. The massive blade continues its work, rhythmically striking the board as he focuses on the task and is stubbornly determined to master the technique. He stared intently at the kitchen tool in his hand, and a soft surprise froze on his face when he announced that it simply broke. Nearby, the elven researcher could only gape in disbelief. Her voice rose increasingly as she, in shock, questioned how he could have broken that very part of the equipment. He silently watched as she quickly turned to the next stage of the lesson and spread fresh pieces of meat on the wooden table. She explained that although people's tastes differ, a mixture of beef and poultry would give a much richer flavor to the dish they were preparing. She continued to explain, the meat had to be continuously pounded until it lost its original texture and could be molded into spheres. He immediately got to work. His heavy hands began evenly pounding the pile of protein. She laughed because the very amount of effort made him immediately start talking about the complexity of the process. His eyebrows furrowed as he contemplated this manual work. She admitted that preparing large batches could really leave the hands aching, and he began to clarify. Supposedly, it was only about mixing everything into one uniform, dirty stick. He looked at the large bowl now full to the brim as she nodded to confirm his conclusion. The task seemed simple in theory, but the scale of preparation frightened any ordinary cook. She silently watched as he, without any hesitation, put his natural advantages into action, plunging his huge, bandaged fist into the bowl with a series of wet, heavy, muffled blows. The unhidden, wild strength in his hands pinned her to the spot. He listened while she moved on to the final shaping and explained that now they would add eggs and breadcrumbs to form flat cutlets. She warned that if air remained inside the meat, the steaks would fall apart during frying and ruin all their work. She demonstrated the necessary technique to prevent such a failure. She ordered him to forcibly strike the formed cutlet against the cutting board. The meat hit the wood with a sharp, clear slap and air escaped from it. He raises the meat high, his massive arm tenses as he prepares to strike with full force, carrying out the order to act mercilessly. The impact is too strong, only a smeared trace remains on the wooden table. Seeing the result, his mentor admits that her hints were insufficient and advises acting much more gently next time. After refining the technique, the final cutlet is fried to a perfect crust, and the shiny meat is poured with a rich sauce made from wine and juices from the roasting pan, bringing the dish to completion. The first bite and the warrior shudders, the taste proves profound. The dish is at once sweet and incredibly juicy, satiating while they sit together in the quiet kitchen. His companion explains, the whole point is the natural sweetness of the vegetables that is the secret. And she says that the best way to cure a picky child is simply to make the dish truly irresistible. Hearing this, he hopes that young Nanoe will find it just as tasty. She meets him with a warm, supportive smile and confidently says, "The child will definitely like it after all, he prepared it with sincere care and effort." A cozy silence falls over the room as soon as they both finish eating, and the bond between teacher and student strengthens through their shared work. He slowly and solemnly nods, the words weigh heavily on him as he thoughtfully catches the simple joy of being able to care for others. He maintained his usual stoicism, but Estelle suddenly felt that something had changed between them. She realized with surprise the orc had just smiled. His features were still as hard as stone, but Estelle somehow felt genuine warmth in his eyes as they stood before the houses in the village. The low sun hung over the quiet settlement, jagged, snow-covered peaks stretching to the horizon bathed the boundless wilderness in calm and eternal light. This silence was suddenly broken by a burst of youthful energy. Nanava, noticeably coming to life, dashed to the edge of the clearing. Her voice rang with joy as she called her father to come and see what she had found. She shines with pure, unconditional joy, tightly holding a mushroom almost as big as her own small figure. Triumphantly shouting, she announces her find to the whole world, and in her eyes sparks of simple childlike pride from the successful caught prey. Holding her prize, the young girl wanders along the dirt path. The giant mushroom casts a shadow over her as she returns to the heart of the settlement. Her face soon appears in a bright arch of roses. Her smile widens as she realizes the village has gathered for a special occasion. The entire community crowd bursts into applause. Their shouts roll through the valley as they celebrate her 5th birthday. Flags flutter in the wind above the gathering of people, elves and orcs all together, united in this moment of peace. Despite the festivities, she freezes. A look of innocent confusion flashes across her face as she wonders what the word birthday means, still tightly clutching the leg of her giant mushroom. Her thoughts are interrupted by a sudden revelation, and she lets out a piercing cry of recognition. Her eyes widen with delight as she spots a familiar face among the guests. Leaving her quiet thoughts behind, she rushes abruptly to the giant orcs at the edge of the crowd and shouts at the top of her voice that she has finally reached 5 years old. Raising her eyes to the burly warrior and with wide open, expectant eyes, she asks if this new milestone means that she has finally become an adult seeking confirmation from someone she clearly and unconditionally respects. He looks at the little girl and explains that adulthood means being able to eat her vegetables. Nanoa shines with pride, takes the challenge to heart, and feels a wave of determination. Turning away from him, she looks at the gathered elves and feels a new maturity within herself, ready to show herself as a true adult. She bows low, introducing herself with learned politeness, but due to nervous trembling mistakenly states that she is only 4 years old. The surrounding elves immediately break out in a cold sweat. She has just rejected her own age achievement, confusing it. When a nearby young boy asks if she really hates vegetables that much, her fragile composure breaks instantly. She whines and kicks, falling to the ground in an angry tantrum, insisting that they are bitter and grassy, and refuses to accept them as food despite her previous results. Seeing the commotion, an elf scholar approaches with a soothing smile and brings a hot dish. She comforts the girl and advises, since this is a special day, they should focus on the celebration she loves so much, not on the bitter greens. She adjusts her glasses and the tension on her face fades as she explains to the child, this is a grand banquet just for her 5th birthday, it must be savored fully. The dish is a true masterpiece of gastronomic delight, a juicy portion of meat, fresh fruits, and a small dessert topped with a tiny flag, all arranged as if it were a miniature fortress. The girl's eyes widen in amazement as she sits before the dish and exclaims that it looks just like a huge castle. Her former despair disappears, replaced by pure childlike joy as she prepares to dig into the food. She lifts her head to the figure towering above everything and looks at the scholar with wide open eyes. She asks if the celebration is really for her. They both nod warmly, encouraging her to enjoy every bite of the special dish. Taking a cautious bite, she freezes, and just as the flavors explode on her tongue, nearby stand a huge ogre and an elf, frozen in anticipation. Their hearts pound wildly until a sparkle of tears of pure delight appears in her eyes. With a joyful exclamation, she proclaims that this dish is much better even than the most exquisite delicacies she has ever tasted. Her face shines with a radiant, toothy smile. Seeing the girl shining with happiness, the scientist throws a triumphant wave to the giant. Meanwhile, the giant has already started digging into his portion. His attention is completely and entirely on the juicy food. Their joint success ends with a loud high five. The small palm of the elf meets the huge palm of the ogre, and it looks like perfect teamwork. The whole village erupts with joyful shouts and applause, and the festive atmosphere accelerates to a feverish peak. Against the backdrop of sudden rumbling, the young girl freezes mid-bite, looks around embarrassed but curious. While the banquet continues, the ogre suddenly finds himself surrounded by elves who are briskly filling a huge wooden barrel with beer for their formidable guests. Finally, the village elder approaches the honored guest and carefully places a crown of bright wildflowers on her head, while she, raising her gaze, looks up in fascination. She bursts through the crowd and laughter jingles in the air as she waves a brightly patterned fabric like a flag. Behind her, the massive giant ogre watches her intently with a protective gaze, while the elven men raise their glasses and loudly toast to the joy of the young girl. This bright celebration fills the village square. Tables tremble under the weight of the feast, and the community gathers in a rare moment of shared peace between races. Above the entire celebration, a warrior woman stands on a stone balcony, her silent watch sharply contrasting with the revelry below. Nearby, a young elf woman also does not take her eyes off the scene, her face unreadable as they watch what is happening below. She is silent, and her sharp gaze is softened by a barely noticeable poignant melancholy as she watches the child. The elf girl only glances at her companion from the corner of her eye, sensing the heavy knot of thoughts turning behind those determined eyes. Down in the square, the child shines with genuine joy and presses the gift to her chest. The elf girl notices how her hair perfectly matches the hero's, a detail no one nearby misses. They continue their private conversation, and the elf looks at the reality of what happened with surprise, unable to believe that the hero really had a child, and one born from a union with a demonic race. Then she focuses entirely on the warrior. Her voice barely trembles as she quietly asks if she is ready to tell about the past and the secrets they carry. The warrior meets her gaze. The cheerful murmur of the village recedes into the background as she prepares to finally tell the truth that has weighed on her heart. She closes her eyes for a moment, and the burden of her duties is visible in the barely noticeable lowering of the corners of her lips. Sitting opposite the bandaged strategist on the sunny terrace, with a calm voice she explains her decision to remain in the shadows. She fears that as a stranger her presence might overshadow the joy won by the villagers after their recent trials with the church. Looking directly at her companion, she asks to convey this remark specifically to Magi. Listening to her request, the strategist nods and promises to pass on the words, while sincerely thanking the queen for her willingness to hear the requests of the elderly people. The strategist pretends to have heard, and she sends his words of thanks away. Her face becomes stone-like as she admits that her people consider the new interpretations of this law absolutely unacceptable. When the conversation ends, she rises from the table, moves toward the building, and leaves the strategist alone with the remains of their tea. Leaving her behind, the table remains silent, and between two cups lies a document with an ornamental frame. The apartment turns out to be a formal recommendation for admission to the Royal Ingrid Magic Academy, a key step for the one destined to carry it. The town lies quietly under the shadow of large, snow-covered mountains, and sturdy wooden buildings hide the secrets of a changing world. It is here that the influence of the official letter of recommendation will soon be felt. It will mark the beginning of a new chapter in the region's history. The night over the village is quiet. In the dark sky, the warm lights of a large building where people gather flicker. In the air inside, there is thick distrust. The elf scholar shudders and grabs her face in shock. Nearby, a giant man-eater stands at eye level, his gaze equally stunned as they process the news. The queen herself has honored them with a personal visit. Sitting on the high back of the chair, the young strategist calmly and confidently looks around, explaining the situation in detail. She says that the kingdom has apologized to the church for its past offenses and promised to issue a decree banning anti-Demohaman activity until their demands for equality are met. This openness throws a spark of joy into the scholar's eyes, and she impatiently asks if the kingdom is truly becoming their ally. The strategist confirms her influence, reminding that she is a veteran of the Great War and now an advisor to the queen, so their interests cannot be so easily ignored. To solidify this new scheme, they create a formal document. Its surface is covered with exquisite writing. Glancing at the small gathering of people, the strategist addresses the orc and the young girl standing before her. She extends a parchment and explains that she has something important to entrust to SH. Then she sets out in the letter the specific content and official recommendation for Ingrid Magic Academy in the royal capital. Ogre silently observes, and the weight of this opportunity settles in the room. She explains that the letter was written at her own request, and this shocks the huge ogre. He asks if she talked about it with Nanoha or with the orcs. His eyebrows furrow in confusion. Continuing the explanation, she lowers her gaze solemnly and says that she considers such a step necessary, although other personal circumstances also influence the decision. A memory of the queen end in conversation, Daria flickers repeatedly. The queen looked at her as if Daria were her older sister, a bond that reached deep and largely sustained her resolve. The ogre's eyes suddenly widen. It just dawns on him. The weight of her words begins to settle, and his face shifts from confusion to a grim, harsh clarity. With a bandaged face and a heavy heart, the strategist reveals, the queen bears the burden of grief, thinking she allowed Daria to die under the weight of her own duties. She only wanted to convey one thing: there is a man who will try to save her. Then she shows him a specific letter addressed to Zed, the one that was among the documents. The scientist elf watches the exchange of a restrained, anxious glance, feeling the full weight of the moment. He takes the parchment with his large hands and for a long time, without looking away, stares at the letters, then suddenly admits he cannot read what is written. Carefully examining her, he asks if the queen's name is Enro. This question confuses the strategist. Her eyes widen in shock, and she wonders how he could have known this name at all. He sat next to the young girl. His large figure looming over her and recalled the past. He remembered how Daria once spoke about a younger girl named Enro with such warmth that her voice remained in his heart. His face remains impassive, but the clarity of the memory was undeniable as soon as he confirmed that the name had etched itself into his memory. Opposite him, the strategist absorbed this news. Her gaze softened, and she quietly whispered a restrained acknowledgement of the connection. She rose from her seat and, solemnly looking at the thunderer looming over her, admitted, despite the tragedy of this moment, the words once spoken by the witch truly turned out to be true. Her attention shifted to the future of the young girl. As soon as the divine halo first appeared around Nanoa, it became clear her presence could no longer be hidden from the whole world. Because of this power, the girl will inevitably have to become a lightning rod for others' strong emotions, both good and cruel. The strategist emphasized that Nanoa must learn to navigate the complexities of human society to survive. Although she had the knowledge to teach the girl arcane arts, she admitted, the nuances of communication and how to find one's place among others are lessons she could not provide. Therefore, she suggested sending the children to a normal school where they could grow up alongside peers. She added that by next year, young Cress would enter the same class, so in the new environment, they would have a familiar face. She presents the situation as a choice, not an order, emphasizing, the final decision rests entirely with the great warrior. Her words prompt Estelle to ask whether to address the young girl directly, but he remains silent. His gaze is fixed on the document in his hands. He understands it is enough to just mention school, and usually a refusal follows immediately. This is exactly the attitude voiced by the young boy with a loud, energetic shout of joy. The energetic outburst fades when the warrior finds silence and remains alone, looking heavily at the parchment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Despite his strength, he reveals a painful truth to others, but due to lack of education, he cannot even decipher the words on the paper given to him. Because of this decision, he declares that the girl must attend school to avoid such senseless wanderings, and she quietly nods, accepting his choice. She is quickly warned by the strategist. The upcoming entrance exam has a special trap. It tests not the child, but the parents. His explanation completely throws the warrior off track. His eyes are wide open, and the unexpected burden of responsibility finally settles in his mind. He stood in the middle of the sprawling city, timber-framed houses and narrow streets, a sharp reminder of the civilized world. Now he had to pass through it to secure Nana's future. A product of impeccable quality is presented sewn from the famous Nodia silk. The collar is made in a deep royal blue, a shade that suits only those who hold high standards. Its fine gold embroidery was ordered from a master at Barrietta Workshop, the same hands that once wove the legendary Unity flag during the Great Human-Demon War. Even the buttons are crafted from polished shells without any shoddy work. In a well-equipped tailor's shop, the nobleman admires the fit of this masterpiece. Standing nearby is the tailor with a face full of professional pride, watching his client's reaction. He is absolutely delighted and declares the coat a wonderful work of art, perfectly suited for his future social debut. In a burst of joy, he throws extra coins to the tailor, insisting that he keep the change for such exceptional service as. When the satisfied client leaves, the tailor bows low, expresses gratitude, and says he hopes for a future visit. A moment with the enchanted door puts a full stop to a very profitable deal. She, however, does not react, only leans back on the counter and sighs heavily. When the door closes, she mutters how easily her partner can, with a straight face, weave a web of lies, calling him a real swindler. He responds with a sly smile, deflecting his sales pitch with technical details. He shows the fabric is indeed noxious silk, but he never directly claimed it was the famous wind-dyed, and the embroidery is truly a former member of a prestigious workshop. The man waves his hand at the criticism. The craftsman's skill does not disappear just because they have left their post. For him, it was not a balanced selection of truth to please the ready buyer. He continues his boastful tirade, emphasizing that he technically did not lie about the pearls not being included because they were not part of the original quote. He believes that his prices are completely justified. Supposedly, it is a fair exchange for clothing suitable for a frivolous young man, otherwise he himself would have been embarrassed. His thoughts are torn by the bell ringing when a new client enters, but both he and his assistant freeze for a moment. The figure in the doorway stops them, a warrior in heavy armor made of silver plates. His commanding figure makes a nearby woman scream in fear. She mistakes the knight for an ordinary thief, but the tailor quickly manages to intervene and calmly diffuse the conflict. His panic is met with a polite apology. He gestures for the giant warrior to enter and raises his eyebrows inquisitively. What could such a man need from a tailor? A knight addresses him, explaining his unusual request. He needs a suit for his daughter's upcoming entrance exam, so the tailor is forced to consider the complexity of a full custom-made garment for such a large size. He reveals that his village elder gave him 20,000 gold coins for the task, the amount he is willing to pay. His explanation is met with a bow, and the tailor accepts the order, ready to immediately undertake the terrifyingly complex task of measuring the gigantic armor. Hey, the tailor politely asks the powerful client to remove the helmet, explaining that it is necessary to take accurate measurements of the neckline and overall silhouette. Before simply agreeing to the request, the armored giant hesitates for a moment. Hey, the knight lifts the heavy metal helmet and reveals the unmistakable features of the orc, a pig-like nose and prominent tusks. The creature stands calmly, showing its true face in the light of the flashes. Seeing him, the tailor and the client nearby recoiled in absolute horror, their faces twisted, and they shouted in unison, laughing at the sight of the beast. The sudden thought that a monster stood among them sent a wave of panic through the entire room. They are still huddled together in fear while the orc calmly notes that such reactions are usual for him, his voice deep and even. The woman can only barely, with a broken voice, apologize, trying to comprehend that a monster stands before her. He, the orc, watches as the woman tries to suppress her fear with forced laughter and loudly insists that an orc cannot be a real customer in such a shop. Nearby, the tailor is silent. His forehead shines with cold sweat as he struggles to keep himself together. The tailor raises an empty gaze at his client, and a bitter thought rushes through his mind. It is pointless to offer luxurious fashion to a creature of such a kind. He reflects on the old saying about casting pearls before swine and feels that his craft is wasted. Clenching the tape measure with both hands, he decides that this whole affair is a complete farce and sets out to do the job as carelessly as possible, as quickly as possible. For him, servicing such a monstrosity well is like a personal insult to his profession. The tailor stands behind this bulky giant and begins to measure the broad, muscular shoulders. Although he grumbles inside and is indifferent to everything, it is the physical work on the order that finally begins. He broke the pause and his eyes narrowed as he examined the huge, scarred back of the orc before him. It felt like the posture of this creature was not what he expected. It carried not only a physical burden but a deeply personal one. He was sharply jerked by an unexpected call from the client. He jumped up and rustled, mixing up words, politely responding while waiting for the next demand of the orcs. The tension in the room twisted as this giant creature prepared to speak. York began to speak, admitting that he did not understand fashion and had hardly ever cared about his appearance before. But he honestly confessed in a new insight. His lack of sophistication forces his daughter to endure unnecessary difficulties, and he can no longer ignore the social consequences of his negligence. Taylor looked him straight in the eyes. The giant creature explained that it refused to be a father who would stand in the way of the happiness or future of his child. He conveyed trust to the master heavily and sincerely, asking him to do the best job so that his daughter could walk with pride. 2 weeks past, and the transformation was complete. The orc stood straight in impeccably tailored black tuxedos, leaving Nanoe and her companions behind. Alicia, Estelle, and Krez watched with wide-open eyes full of wonder. The young girl barely contained her joy. Her face lit up as soon as she saw her father's new dignified appearance. In the bustling shop, a group showered him with praise, noting how the sharp lines of the black suit emphasized his strength and made him incredibly handsome. Even the elves, usually reserved, were impressed by the very grandeur he now wore, calling him cool and... Approaching his client, the tailor inquired whether the outfit met his expectations. The orc remained reserved and humbly repeated that he still knew nothing about the subtleties of noble attire and could not appreciate the technical skill invested in such work. Despite his lack of expertise, he glanced at his reflection and acknowledged the undeniable quality of the work. A rare flash of softness in his gaze, and he conveyed sincere thanks to the tailor, appreciating all the effort put into the suit. He watches as the giant figure and the children disappear far away, and at the end politely sees off the departing group. But the partner is clearly not thrilled about this, calculating how much the black velvet and solid gold buttons which replaced the usual covering cost. She figures out the colossal losses caused by a single item and doubts the logic of such extravagance for an average client. He is silent for a moment. Standing with his back to her, he looks out at the street where the orc had just stood. Returning, he explains that Ingrid Magic Academy is a prestigious institution attended by the nobility, where appearance decides everything. He insists, so that the girl would not be humiliated by her peers, her father had to display an image of official wealthone where the quality of materials could no longer be compromised. Even as she continues grumbling behind the counter, he remains steadfast in his decision, his face calm and firm. His gaze softens as he recalls the moment he measured the orc and remembers the physical evidence of that man's history lying beneath the surface. He saw countless scars on that broad, muscular back and noted with professional respect. None of them appeared because he fled the scene and escaped the fight. With a proud smile, he declares that creating a cover worthy of such a man is the very essence of his craft, and this is far more important than any simple calculations of profit and loss. He wears a satisfied smile, eyes closed for a moment of silence and proud confidence as he contemplates his decision. Nearby, the partner can only sigh wearily. Her hand touches her cheek, and she asks him to be quiet. It is clear she is already fed up with his naive excuses. Silence in the tailor's shop melts away. The morning sun rises over the bustling city of Croft. Here stand timber-framed houses and clock towers stretching upward against the clear sky. The royal capital Ilarion rises majestically. White spires reach into the sky above the bustling city, marking the entrance to the gate of qualification. Along the cobblestone streets, a horse-drawn carriage rumbles, tossing passengers over bumps and rushes them to the heart of the capital. Inside, a young girl, Nagnoa, presses her face to the glass, her eyes wide with delight at the crowd filling all the streets. She turns to her companions and aloud wonders whether the city is celebrating someone's birthday because of the lively atmosphere. This thought brings a soft smile to Alicia's face. Seeing how far she leaned, the orc Zaid warns, "Stay away from the edge to be safe." Meanwhile, Alicia finds a moment to tell the girl that her new dress suits her incredibly well. The girl beams with joy and asks if it was really okay to receive such a gift. Alicia reassures her. She says the dress no longer fits her and in fact was originally passed down from her own sister. A wave of nostalgia washes over the elf as she recalls her own journey to Illyria years ago, how she arrived in that very dress with her father for the entrance exams. Worried about the future, the girl asks if the school is really as exciting as people say. With a warm, supportive look, her mentor confirms, yes, it truly is a wonderful experience. Alicia leans toward Cress and on her face is warm support. She paints a bright picture of the future. If they pass the exam, the class will be full of new friends their age and they will have a chance to stay together. Then she shifts her gaze to the thick tome and together with Manhwa checks the complex magical formulas. Nearby, Cress looks like a portrait of suffering, pale face and sweat running down his cheeks as he agonizes over the thought that he might fail on the day of the big event. She notices how his anxiety spirals and gently intervenes, saying there is no need to be so tense. With a smile, she playfully suggests that Manhwa should help him relax a bit, entrusting the energy of the young girl to melt away this gloom. A young girl takes the advice literally. She rushes forward and starts tickling Zaid. The orc bursts out laughing and protests, shouting frantically for her to stop because the tickling might make him forget all the formulas he has so diligently memorized. The orc finally regains composure and addresses the group, explaining that Ingrid Magic School highly values natural abilities inherited by lineage. He reassures them, children capable of controlling magic at such a young age are a true rarity, so their failure is almost impossible. While their carriage clatters over the cobblestones on the streets of the capital, he continues his internal reflections. His fame as a traveler and the Queen's recommendation help them pass the initial document check, but he remains cautious. Even the absence of detectable magic could result in rejection. She lifts her gaze to him. Frowning with concern, she asks if the village elder has given any specific countermeasures for such a case. He holds her gaze restrained and unwavering, promising that he will find a way to handle it. His attention is cut off by the coachman's shout. They have finally arrived at the school. Nodding sharply, he orders the children to gather their belongings and prepare for the upcoming trial. Carefully lifting the heavy helmet with horns, he prepares for the performance that lies ahead. Wearing the metal mask and formal suit, he adjusts the fit, unusual weight of the armor and the tight bow tie not making him feel out of place. Next to him, the young elf girl's face is distorted by anxiety. She whispers quietly. She fears failing the interview even before the practical test begins. Outside, the clock tower of Ingrid Magic School rises over the grounds, while inside, in silence and impatient anticipation, the reliable applicants stand in rows. A stern official with luxurious mustaches steps to the front of the hall and formally greets the gathered crowd before today's entrance exams. He proudly speaks of the institution's 30-year legacy, asserting that it has produced countless legends and provides the best magical education on the entire continent. His gaze sharpens as he declares, the premier school accepts only the most elite students, so the applicants face a high threshold. Holding the official ledger, he explains that the evaluation will consider both the candidates and their lineage before signaling the immediate start of the practical trials. He surveys the noisy crowd, sweat appearing on his forehead as he counts an unusually large number of applicants this year. In a stern voice, he orders both adults and children to follow the examiners to their testing grounds so that everything begins in an orderly manner. His gaze tightens, darting suspiciously as soon as he senses something amiss among the crowd of faces. His uncertainty gives rise to a giant, enormous figure in a formal suit, a head in a metallic, horned helmet, causing surprised gasps to break out in the crowd. Pointing at him with a trembling finger, the official demands an explanation for such a strange and threatening appearance, to which the giant only replies that he is simply very shy. This excuse only fuels the man's rage. He roars for the helmet to be removed immediately. He declares that this prestigious institution demands exemplary behavior, and that any violation of the social norms of this event will result in immediate disqualification. Silently acknowledging this, the large man extends his hand and pulls the metal frame off his head, revealing unmistakable, tusked features of an orc. The sight pushes the headmaster back in pure horror. The chair jerks and clatters, and he, screaming wildly, bursts out in disbelief at the monster standing before him. Unmoved by the panic, the orc simply says that he is often told he looks like such creatures. Nearby, the spectators begin to relax, laughing and dismissing the shock, deciding that it is only a creepy resemblance, not the truth. He stands before the crowd that has erupted in laughter. The tension from the revelation has melted into a shared joke. The spectators believe that a real orc is trying to take the exam at the entrance to the magical school, an utterly ridiculous notion. Their laughter echoes through the hall as they dismiss it as a clever costume. Despite the crowd's laughter, the director is paralyzed by cold sweat, eyes wide open and fear genuine to the bone. He cannot shake the thought that he is seeing a real monster no matter how funny it looks to everyone else. His gaze flickers between the bulky figure and the young girl standing nearby, while thoughts race through his mind with frantic questions. He is unsettled by what this beast creature is doing in his academy, and most importantly who the hell this innocent child could be in relation to such a being. Turning away from the spectacle, he desperately calls out to Leo. His voice breaks from growing panic. The young employee maintains astonishing composure. He grips his tablet while the director wildly shouts orders, urgently call security. The elderly man is convinced the same intruder is about to attack the children any moment now. Leo meets him with a skeptical look, then calmly nods, suggesting maybe the director's eyesight is failing. When the employee insists it's just a striking resemblance, the director wildly gestures toward the stage and demands, "Where, damn it, in the world could a person with such a face exist?" The assistant does not falter for a moment and draws the director's attention to the stranger's attire. His suit is made of genuine velvet. Such luxury is so rare and expensive that even members of the royal family would find it hard to obtain. He continues the logical deconstruction, emphasizing that the buttons are carved from pure gold and the shoes are made from dragon leather. He reminds the stunned official in a trembling voice, "Orcs are usually wild and half-naked, by no means like the impeccably dressed gentleman standing before them." The head of the school is stuck in an indistinct silence. He stammers, confused. He presents the final, devastating proof. The man in question is the bearer of the royal recommendation letter itself. Upon hearing this news, the director seems physically struck. His eyes widen, he gasps for air and chokes from shock, trying to reconcile the high praise with the person he sees. Noticing the old man in despair, he raises his hand, a calming gesture, and asserts that everything is under control. He reasons, even if, in the incredible case, the visitor really is an orc, the school's security measures are infallible. Such a creature will not pass the upcoming test. He continues the explanation and says that every guardian must pass through the gate of qualification as a matter of course. The director only stares silently, frozen. A drop of sweat crawls down his face as he tries to grasp the significance of the queen's involvement. In their dispute, the one who is the subject of the conversation calmly waits at a distance. Ahead loom the massive, luxuriously decorated doors of the academy, restrained by a stone-carved face that seems to watch the corridor with silent judgments. Approaching the hall, young assistant Leo adjusts his glasses and solemnly announces the start of the gate of qualification trial, while the burly orc Kuroki stands ready in an uncharacteristically formal tailcoat. He explains this gigantic barrier is the entrance to the training lands for senior students. It yields only to those capable of passing a certain energy threshold through its magic and directing it into its frame. The assistant emphasizes the absoluteness of the trial. No other method, physical or otherwise, can move these doors even an inch. Reviewing his notes, he called the first candidate Alicia and ordered her to step forward while the guardians remained behind to observe the proceedings. She hesitates, her fingers nervously clutch the dress as she contemplates the previous dreadful task. Her thoughts are drawn by anxiety toward her companion, Kuroki. Suddenly, the stone eyes of the gates open, and the hall echoes with a deep, rumbling voice, a recognition that breaks the formal silence beneath their feet. The crowd erupts in shock and confusion as the seemingly soulless object speaks. Its gaze fixes on the young elf girl, and it calls her name with a feeling of long-lost, familiar warmth. It spoke with a voice as if grain were grinding stone, greeting the young elf with such familiarity that the witnesses froze in amazement. The giant face pondered how quickly time flies and noted that Alicia had already become a woman who could have her own children even since graduation. She quickly corrected the old prophecy, noting that only 2 years had passed since she left. Explaining her arrival, she said she came to oversee her brother's entrance exam and asked to open the barrier immediately. Instead of complying, the stone twisted into a strange, wrinkled grimace that broke its usual impassiveness. Alicia shuddered with distrust and demanded an explanation for this funny and eerie facial expression. The face, like stone, did not flinch at her protest. It unequivocally stated that Snow White lay in a deep sleep. It insisted only a kiss of awakening was needed to shift the magic inside and open the passage. A heavy silence fell as its face darkened and its eyes hid in the shadow of growing irritation over the gate's antics. Without a word, she gathered a flash of magical energy in her palms. The air crackled with power. Startled by the sudden threat, the gate howled and began fierce warnings, insisting that its previous demands were only a joke. The massive stone doors finally trembled and opened with a thunderous roar. The guardian grumbled about the lack of humor but still seemed to relent and allowed the group to pass. She sharply moved forward with a stern look, leaving behind the stone's chatter. The gates continued to mutter to themselves, acknowledging that for someone who had been here daily until 2 years ago, the formal test was almost unnecessary, and urging others to take it just as seriously. She had already cleared the way, so the head of the school and Leo were left to discuss the next unusual candidate. The head of the school acknowledged his assistant's concerns. Although an orc having magic was unheard of, the academy's protocols still required proceeding to the trial. While they talked, the orc named Eid stood in the shadow with such calmness that it defied his monstrous nature, and his tuxedo tightly hugged his massive body. While waiting for the signal, Leo checked his notebook and loudly called the next number, officially summoning candidate 13 to face his trial. Hearing his number, he moved with a heavy, measured step, and this immediately ignited Gino's anger, who was frankly disgusted that a monster had ended up in such a prestigious place. Because of his sudden appearance, the crippled traveler began shouting insults, mocking Zed's appearance and insisting that it was a comedy that an orc would even try to enter the school. He grew increasingly furious and demanded to call security to remove the beast before it caused trouble and urinated on the academy grounds. Despite loud objections, Zed simply tightened his grip even more and fixed his gaze only on the gate ahead, preparing to unleash his hidden power. He stood before the intelligent stone face, ready to prove that his presence here was not a mistake, despite the prejudices of those nearby. He stands before the gigantic stone face, the one that looks back with wide-open, unblinking eyes. The cursed gate breaks the silence with mocking laughter. Its stone features contort as it challenges the one who dares. "Try your worst, fool." In response, the orc tightens his grip even more. His knuckles crack as the gate boasts of its origin, claiming it was made 1,000 years ago and that no ordinary physical blow could ever shake it. His frame bursts with sudden explosive force. His formal clothes stretch and tear at the seams as he prepares to prove to the stone guardian that it is wrong. Exhaling sharply, he lunged forward. His fists struck the hard rock, demonstrating brutal, untamed strength. The blow leaves the carved face in stunned silence. Its mocking grimace changes to a look full of confused enlightenment. He quietly apologizes, says it's all for his daughter, then pulls back his hand for one last devastating strike. The corridor roars as he releases his full might. The gate's confident hypocrisy shatters into a scream of pure terror, and the academy's foundations tremble. He holds his fists tightly. The pressure of his intent forces the magical barrier to yield. The air around the knuckles crackles with an invisible, commanding force that seems to vibrate through the very stone of the academy. Keeping a cold, steady gaze, he watches as the heavy stone finally gives way and briefly, only in his thoughts, admits, the path is cleared. On the other side, the gate's stone face is soaked in cold, magical sweat. Breaths escape in ragged, frightened gasps as it trembles from the near-total destruction it has just felt. Stepping over the threshold, the warrior freezes for a moment, stunned by a strange sensation that just swept through him. It seems to him, maybe a moment flared so brightly that his own life flashed before his eyes, yet he does not guess the true impact he had on the construct he created. Behind him, the eye of the gate shudders in its nest. The construct, controlled by a creature, responds with unquestionable certainty. If he had not yielded at that very moment, the same pure physical pressure would have turned his ancient stone form into fine dust. The silence is broken by the director bursting into the hall, his eyes wide with disbelief. He frantically demands whether the legendary doors really open themselves for the giant orc, who just stands in place stoic, with an unreadable face. The wicket bursts into intrusive, hysterical laughter. It tries with all its might to hide the fear still pressing inside. It knows, as soon as the academic officials realize it opened out of pure cowardice, not for a proper reason, they will seize it and haul it away, then dismantle it like a defective tool. Shaking off his own shock, the director erupts into loud laughter, deciding his first assessment of the orc was a mistake. He believes the gate sensed hidden potential, while the warrior remains silent. The weight of this encounter still hangs in the air. He froze in place, cold sweat running down his forehead as he doubted what he was seeing himself. He became curious whether he alone was mistaken or if his very understanding of reality was fundamentally wrong. He tried very hard to convince himself. His vision was simply blurred while that huge figure was walking away. He reasoned like this: he was definitely wrong after all. Isn't it just a resemblance to pig-like features on a human face, not a real monster? He watched as the gigantic warrior stopped and glanced over his shoulder. He spoke softly, asking if he was allowed to enter inside. Panic washed over him like a wave as soon as the truth became undeniable. No matter how he tried to explain it, the creature before him was undoubtedly an orc. Despite the inner screams and all the absurdity of the situation, he forced out a trembling smile and stammered that the candidate had passed, so he needed to move on to the academy. He and his assistant could only watch and freeze in complete silence as the orc walked past them into the sacred corridors, and the weight of the decision hung in the air like a stone. Then he realized he could not hope for anyone to fix this situation. As the head of this institution, he silently and grimly vowed he himself would prove that this creature would ultimately be defeated. The grand clock tower of the academy looms over the grounds where entrance exams are taking place. While Exiled is undergoing his own trials somewhere else, the junior candidates wait their turn. In one of the testing halls, the junior candidates have gathered with them a little girl with a bright, hopeful gaze. The instructor addresses the audience. She smiles warmly and announces that they will now begin a simple test of their abilities. She supervises a number of different children as they wait in tense anticipation. Some look determined, while others, like the little boy next to the girl, seem to hold their breath and remain silent, nervous. The teacher places a simple flower pot and explains they need to direct their mana into the soil until a sprout emerges. Hearing this, the young girl lights up with confidence. She immediately understands that she has practiced exactly this technique before. The room fills with the quiet hum of magic and the clinking of small cauldrons. One student triumphantly calls the teacher as a green sprout appears, while another nearby whimpers in despair, unable to replicate the same, no matter how hard he tries. She reassures the class, "You can try as many times as you want, as many as needed," and asks not to rush. Sighing with relief, the young boy admits he expected the test to be much harder, and the girl's smiles sure success is already very close. A small elf in a hood watches the girl's progress with a keen, unfailing gaze. She notes, despite the child's raw and incredibly great strength, perhaps even too great, the main challenge for her will be to master the subtle art of control. She watches intently as the young girl concentrates, carefully tempering her colossal mana to avoid putting on a show, while at the same time drawing life from the soil. All the girl's willpower is focused on a single potch, decided that only this flower should bloom, and to cause no unnecessary disturbances. A young girl maintains concentration and the result bursts into a bright bloom. From the pot, softly, almost silently, grows a giant luxurious shoot, far surpassing what could be expected from a simple exercise. They shudder with delight, eyes wide open, admiring the size and beauty of the flower that appeared in an instant. Other children lean closer and whisper about how incredible this trick is. She is wildly happy with her successes and excitedly offers to help classmates blow up balloons on their plants, but her companion immediately interrupts, reminding her that this is an individual test, so she must not interfere. The instructor froze in shocked stupor, noting that such skill in such a short time was simply impossible. She recalls the girl's advice from the queen and realizes this child is truly exceptional, much more than just a talented student. They failed to grow even the smallest sprouts in the background, so the one and only magnificent flower in the foreground served as a sharp proof of strength that went far beyond the ordinary school classroom. One student snorts skeptically, pointing at the exhibit and shouting that simple flower blooming is not a true measure of magical power. He demands the teacher's attention, insisting that he knows real magic and wants to be judged by actual strength, not by a simple indicator like mana. His confidence affects her and she gives him permission to show what he is capable of. A bold smile flashes as the boy pulls out a slender rod, ready to take back the attention the girl so easily displays. He growls a spell for Firebolt, his face twisted by a mad smile as he channels mana into his wand. With a sharp flick of the wrist, the sphere of blazing flame snatches away from the tip, tearing across the entire classroom, and the teacher freezes, suddenly struck by anxiety. The projectile rushes straight towards the other students, but the boy from the village moves forward with incredible speed. He stands in front of his comrade and meets danger face to face. He throws his own wand forward and shouts a dispelling spell. It manifests as a shimmering geometric shield. The fireball hits the barrier and instantly scatters into safe sparks, while the attacker stands with wide eyes and cannot utter a single word due to the spell's failure. Lowering the magic wand, the boy sternly scolds his classmate and points out the blatant recklessness aiming deadly magic at another person. The student with spiky hair stammers out a defensive excuse. Supposedly, he was only following the instructor's orders to demonstrate his power, but his bravado has already clearly broken. The instructor intervenes, stopping the fight, gently pats the boy on the head, and praises his extraordinary mastery of dispelling magic, noting that such talent belongs to a representative of the Grand Burn dynasty. She shifts her gaze to the boy with spiky hair and sternly reminds him, using offensive magic without ensuring the safety of those nearby is unacceptable. Her facial features soften, and she thanks the young Barn Grand Heir for the swift intervention, noting his kindness. Her words spread through the classroom, and Alicia beams with pride, exclaiming how good and truly impressive her brother is. The other students whisper among themselves, holding their breath, captivated by the skill they have just witnessed. Returning to the lesson, the instructor explains that the technique was dispel magic, a complex process reading the opponent's spell backwards, unraveling its structure, and completely neutralizing it. She further notes, although he could have simply responded with his own firebolt, he chose the more difficult path to dispel so that no accidental spark would cause collateral damage. The boy lowers his gaze, his face reddening with shy embarrassment under the sunspot light. Watching him, she realizes his magical talent is at a level far surpassing the abilities of any human. This confirms in her mind that he has already earned his place at the academy. She notes to herself, he truly is the brother of the talented Alicia. While the brothers and sisters give a moment of relief to the silence, the arrogant student who started the fight grimaces and clicks his tongue, boiling with bitter resentment that he was so thoroughly outplayed. After an exhausting meeting, the boy seeks even a minute of solitude and retreats into the silence of the restroom. Outside the academy, majestic spires soar upward, a silent testament to the prestigious world he has just stepped into. He gazes intently at his reflection and sighs as the heavy moment of the day's events settles on his shoulders. He did not intend to attract so much attention and suddenly longs for a familiar patch of forest. His inner sorrow is interrupted. A voice calls him from behind. He flinches when he sees in the restroom the young elf he had seen before. He doesn't have time to say a word. The entrance is blocked by a confident boy from the exam and his bullcat companion, and their faces are already carved with mocking grimaces. The boy with spiky hair, Elric, growls that the elf tricked him but quickly takes the initiative, sharply throwing out that he was the first to rush into battle without any reason. His companion immediately tenses, demanding respect from the boy of the noble family who owns a sheep farm. Realizing the disobedience, Eric goes mad and roars, ordering them to be silent, then strikes a brutal demonstration of strength. The forceful blow lashes the small elf. He flies backward, his limbs twitching until he crashes into the hard floor at full speed. He looks up in horror as Elric looms over him, and his voice rings with venom as soon as he recognizes the boy's pointed ears. Standing over his victim, Elric repeats his mother's instructions and insists that elves are nothing more than monsters, and that the church itself has already sanctioned this view. His companion joins the bullying, mocking the very idea of a monster disguised as a human, while Elric clenches his fist and suggests doing people a public service to exterminate that threat. They begin a merciless assault, delivering kicks to the elf, finishing off the frightened one curled up in fear. Elric revels in the boy between blows, urging him to use his famed magic to defend himself, and calls him a pathetic coward. The cruel amusement of Nanai and his companions is interrupted by a joyful voice echoing down the corridor. Nanya quickly runs to the rooms, calls out to Cress, and says she also needs to use the restroom, but stumbles at the entrance, feeling that something is wrong. She peeks around the corner, her face flashes with a mixture of confusion and conscious horror as she sees what has happened. The boy with spiky hair frees she's foot, still hovering near the fallen elf, and quietly whispers her name in a tone mixed with surprise and guilt. Her face hardens, in place of innocent misunderstanding, slow, righteous anger. From her chest bursts a low, muffled sound of outrage, and she stares with hatred at the offenders. The small body trembles under the weight of her silent verdict. The tension in the cramped room suddenly contrasts with the grandeur of the central square of the academy. There, beneath the enormous spires of the institution, a diverse company of companions has gathered. Their presence sharply contrasts with the petty cruelty unfolding inside the stone walls. The employee addresses the successful candidates, announcing the start of the second exam. Towering among the contenders, the ogre listens as the official describes the tournament format to test their magical skill. He explains that pairings will depend on the types of magic, so everyone must declare their specialty. The orderly director watches with a cold, calculating gaze, convinced the past success is a coincidence he is about to expose. He is waiting for the moment when everyone will see the degenerate has no real magic. Despite everything, the mighty warrior raises his hand, giving a sign that he is ready. While the other students watch silently, he steps forward and voluntarily takes on leading the demonstrations. He clenches his thoughts into a fist and focuses on wind-based shock magic for the first move. He listens while the assistant considers the situation and wonders if there is any other candidate equally skilled in the same magical discipline to become a worthy opponent for the demonstration. The pan-aristocrat with self-satisfied arrogance steps forward, volunteers, and boasts that his family has long specialized in the refined arts of wind magic. The assistant immediately recognizes him as the current head of the prestigious Greenbell House and accepts the challenge. Standing in the spacious arena, the official announces the simple conditions of the clash to the gathered crowd. It will be a direct confrontation of magical power. The winner will be determined by who can better suppress the opponent's spells. Before the duel begins, the aristocrat disdainfully snorts at his opponent, mockingly apologizing in advance for the inevitable destruction of the fine suit, which he in his own way calls the orc-like gentleman. Raising his luxurious staff, the nobleman begins a swift incantation calling the spirits of the air to gather and whirl into a fierce, counterclockwise vortex. With a triumphant cry, he unleashes Dragon's Roar, the highest-level wind magic, rising as an angry whirlwind and flying straight at his silent opponent. A brutal gust of squall wind tears the stone floor of the arena to pieces. Fragments scatter, and the compressed airstrike bites into the place where the dark-skinned warrior stands. While she watched from the side, the young elf suddenly froze in disbelief. Her companion's opponent managed to summon such a devastatingly high level of spell in just 5 lines of incantation, incredible magical efficiency. She watches as a bulky figure in a formal suit, karaoke, prepares his moving to the crowd's confusion echoes within her. He firmly roots his feet in the ground under his colossal weight. The soil cracks. He barks a nonsensical, lengthy call, the super favorite Neo Armstrong 50 caliber ultracyclone magnum, and finally breaks off with a thunderous downpour. The collision turns catastrophic. A shockwave of pure physical force bursts out, and the arena explodes with a crack just as he sees his opponent flying backward. The winner was announced quickly officially, and this confused the fallen nobleman. He stands awkwardly while the spectators whisper, doubting the authenticity of the strange magic they have just seen. He swears and fires off another ridiculous name, Super Favorite Galactica Phantom Cannon 100, but the nobleman immediately notices the inconsistency. This desperate bluff grew out of the witch's previous advice. She suggested he simply name his devastating strikes to pass them off as magic, a plan she shared with the young man. The stubborn giant insists that his techniques were gifted by an elven mage noble. Nogo is struck by pure disbelief. The nobleman stammers convulsively, unable to comprehend that such a high-ranking mage is involved in the matter. He further spins his own inner turmoil, doubting the motives of the queen and the mages. Their sponsorship of the orc seems impossible. The lieutenant official contemplates darker theological consequences. He recalls the papal decree about the true nature of half-humans. He remains captive to his thoughts. Sweat appears on his forehead as the political weight of the situation settles and presses down. This tense silence is broken by the assistant. He suddenly jumps forward. He shouts, calls for the head of the school, and his face pales with anxiety. He reports that a fight has broken out. The participants are no longer just competing, they are fighting. He watches as the nobleman shudders and chokes from shock. The steadfast ogre stands nearby and silently watches as panic spreads around. The academy's clock tower rises above the cloud-covered sky, and the hands mark the beginning of the bloody commotion after lunch. Under its shadow, his nobility rushes through the corridors. Breath comes in ragged gasps as the head of the school and his assistant follow him, all drawn by the noise of the disturbance. He rushed into the room and immediately encountered a cacophony of sobs from 2 boys. Their disheveled appearance and torn clothing screamed of a one-sided fight that left them completely humiliated. Their mothers were already there. One of them sobbed in despair as she examined the bruises on her son's cheek, unable to comprehend who dared to raise a hand against her precious child. She was not the only one looking at the consequences. Nearby stood a young girl, guilty of the scuffle, with a firm, unwavering expression, and she gave no hint of apology. The women's shock burst into sharp condemnation. Their voices echoed through the hall as they branded the presence of such a cruel child, because of whom a prestigious institution like Exiled Magic School demands justice for their sons. One of them stepped forward, eyes wide with rage. She shouted at the girl, demanding to know what she was thinking when she hit her son. She continued to scold the child, ordering her to speak louder and apologize for her actions. The girl only responded with a contemptuous look. Her silence became a wall against the growing anger of the adult. She shouted her defiance, refusing to back down or admit guilt, insisting that she had done nothing wrong. Behind her stood a huge ogre, a silent, formidable guardian, and his presence sharply contrasted with the girl's outburst. In response to her outburst, the boys' mothers, whose sons she had hit, exploded with outrage. One of them branded her excuses as a disgrace and asked what kind of upbringing could have produced such a wild, poorly taught boy. The bulky figure froze in place. His face revealed nothing as he absorbed the anger flying like a hailstorm at the young girl he was protecting. Seeking to restore order, the school principal stepped forward and calmly demanded a full, detailed account of the events that led to this scuffle. The instructor began to recount the results of her investigation, acknowledging that there were no eyewitnesses from the department, but the collected testimonies formed a clear picture of what happened. She explained that the young girl witnessed two boys bullying another contender and, guided by a sense of justice, physically intervened to stop them. Hearing this, the director asks where the victim is located. The teacher replies that the wounded student is now in the infirmary next to his relative, Alicia. This explanation immediately meets sharp protest from one of the mothers. She sharply retorts that such a presentation unfairly portrays the boys as the villains of the story. She continues her tirade. Her voice cuts the ear, and she insists that since the opponent was demi-human, her son's actions are no less than a holy crusade. She demands that the officials immediately recognize this difference and does not allow everything to be reduced to an ordinary fight in the schoolyard. The weight of her words makes the director break out in a cold sweat. His facial expression hardens under the pressure of her fanatical rhetoric. He is torn between the school's principles and the harsh social pressure exerted by influential parents. This bias is not new. For generations, there has been a subtle but persistent prejudice against any race that differs even slightly from the human norm, from stocky dwarves and mighty beastmen to graceful elves. It is a deeply rooted cultural rift that has long been smoldering beneath the surface of society. But the situation sharply escalated since St. Cross Church published its latest doctrine. The new interpretation poured fuel on the fire of intolerance, which now seems impossible to extinguish, squeezing people's hearts in the fist of righteous anger. Moving the dispute into the corridor, she loudly questions the very foundations of Royal Exiled Magic School. She openly wonders how their selection could have failed so miserably as to allow these filthy creatures to even apply for admission, thereby attracting everyone's attention around. She leans forward and her gaze cuts through as she asks the school head if he really intends to turn away from divine commandments for the sake of these outsiders. Her words are a direct challenge to his authority and faith, leaving him noticeably trembling. Her companion picks up this thought and declares that no decent parent can feel safe leaving a child in an institution where such beings dwell. Nearby, Nenuya trembles with silent, boiling anger. Her cheeks flare up as she tries to restrain her outrage at their blatant cruelty. Hearing the young girl suffer, a giant ogre places a calm, balanced hand on her head. His voice is deep and steady. He acknowledges that he has already heard enough of their poison. His presence becomes a silent but powerful shield against the women's verbal attack. He quietly speaks to the young girl, assuring her that she did nothing wrong and has no reason to apologize. They react with instant piercing outrage. Their faces contort, and they demand to know if he is implying that their sons are to blame. He remains calm and explains his position. The children themselves are not to blame in this situation. He shifts his gaze directly to the mothers and states that the fault lies with them and that they themselves should apologize to the boy they chose as a target. He pauses and reflects on his own path in raising the child, acknowledging that this experience revealed to him a deep truth about the essence of family. He notes, children have an innate, unbreakable loyalty. They look at their parents with admiration, no matter how imperfect they may be. She listens silently while he talks about the cycle of influence, noticing how children naturally adopt the same preferences and the same deeply rooted hatreds as their guardians. He concludes the stern lecture by saying that children do not choose to hate on their own. It is the parents who poison their hearts and force them to carry these burdens. He holds a firm position and insists, adults have no right to impose their own prejudices and hatred on the innocent thoughts of children. This, in his words, is a heavy responsibility to ensure that the next generation is not poisoned by the superstitions of the old. His words leave the director stunned. He cannot gather any response while the deep truth of these words settles on everyone in the room.